from folks in Tama of an estimated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, and the emergency manager's office got hit by a tree. So that's, I mean, there's no better way to have that report than it actually being where the people doing the reporting is. There was a measured wind gust at the Marshalltown Airport, which is just to the north of Marshalltown, of 99 miles per hour with a National Weather Service instrument. So that is a very, very significant and very damaging wind gust that can cause significant damage. Another severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Benton, Iowa, Johnson, Lynn, as well as Keokuk and western Washington counties. This goes until 12:45 this afternoon. That's for the same line of storms. And again, the threat is for winds that could reach 80 to 90 miles per hour with these storms. In fact, from the Des Moines Weather Service in Chelsea, which is in Tama County, right near Highway 30 there, 80 to 90 mile per hour winds from a train spotter. He also said he's already lost a lot of trees. So there has been widespread damage with these storms in central Iowa, and they continue moving to the east at 70 miles per hour. So the thing we're going to do is now put a storm track on these storms and see where they're headed next. And the leading edge is where this most dangerous part of these storms are, with the strongest winds. And so Belle Plaine, it is there. If you're not feeling the winds already, you will be momentarily. 12:04 p.m. in Belle Plaine. Marengo at 12:12. Williamsburg 12:15. Newhall at 12:19. Cedar Rapids and Iowa City and North Liberty, that corridor along Interstate 380, still on track for just near or after 12:30 this afternoon, when those intense winds will arrive. Lisbon just beyond at 12:43. Tipton not currently in a severe thunderstorm warning, but it will be approaching your area inevitably. Warnings will be issued for that part of the viewing area too. That will arrive near 12:54. Now these storms, again, very, very intense. I want you to treat these like a tornado warning, even though they are not under a tornado warning. They could cause significant damage in a way that we haven't seen in eastern Iowa for a while. And I hate to sound a little bit alarmist, but they already have. So it's kind of not hard to overstate it, just because of the reports we've seen from central Iowa. So if you are caught out in this storm, go to a sturdy building immediately. Do not get under an underpass. Watch out for flying debris, and do use objects or your arms to protect your head and neck. The best bet otherwise is to seek shelter inside the lowest floor of your home, away from windows, away from exterior walls. That will keep you safest as these storms approach. Meteorologist Joe Winters is here with us as well. We are tracking these storms, some non-severe ones there in north central Iowa, but again, the main thrust of them approaching the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City area in the next half hour.
You do me a favor, Corey, give me a wide picture on Max 1 of the radar, and we'll get rid of the warning as far. There you go. That's perfect. Just leave it right there. Daniel, a couple of instructions in the control room. Anytime I'm talking, it's going to be Max 1, Max 2. Corey will move over to Max 2. He's going to pull up some city cams right now as well. I would like to go to the wall if we can, Daniel. You can give me a thumbs up that the wall is ready, just to kind of point out a couple things as these storms roll through. A couple things we always look for. Again, the showers and storms from Highway 20 and north right now, non-severe. They've had some heavier rains in some areas. The area we're watching, Corey was pointing out throughout the show, and very, very perfectly, notice that curl in the radar. That's what we're always looking for that curl in the radar to indicate some strong winds. And it developed way back off to the northwest earlier this morning, now has just begun to push into the TV9 viewing area, enter areas of Tama County. It is going to move through Benton County, Iowa County, farther down to south, those of you in Keokuk County. And the Weather Service doing a real good job, because this storm, as Corey has mentioned, what is it moving at 70? It's moving at 70 miles an hour. So what they are doing is warning a large area before that storm arrives. That gives you time to get your vehicles inside, get you time to get inside, let those others know that are working inside to get inside before that storm arrives. Again, storm reports have had wind gusts of 89 to 99 miles per hour. There have been numerous storm reports, and we'll take a look throughout our coverage over the next, maybe hour and a half, I'm guessing, as they move across eastern Iowa at some of those other storm reports. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be in effect for southern areas of Clayton County, maybe a small area in Alameda County, and then as we head toward Grant and Crawford County, that's another severe thunderstorm warning, 12:45. Strong winds too. Notice we're starting to see a little bit of a bow on the front edge of this line of storms as well. That will be moving into areas of Grant County. So the next, again, 12:45, we're at 12:05. TV9 viewing area moving out fairly quickly, then heading into southwest areas of Wisconsin. But I would say that anyone along this line, all the way down across the TV9 viewing area, certainly will go under a severe thunderstorm warning at some time, and it continues to move off toward the east. Again, anywhere about 70 miles per hour. That strong movement alone indicates very, very powerful winds. Once this line moves through, there are some scattered showers back off to the west, but this is the severe part of the storm. Once it's through, we are going to end up once again seeing that storm move away, and as that storm continues to move away from us, we'll quiet things down, but we have to get this line through first. Does look like a new severe thunderstorm warning now posted for southern areas of Grundy County. Well, there's a couple of them actually. One now until 1 o'clock. This will include portions of Jefferson, Keokuk, Van Buren, and Washington counties. And again, you see right on the northern edge right here. There's the small portion of Washington County, but Washington, you're already under another severe thunderstorm warning from earlier from the large box that was issued up toward Lynn County, and then just extreme southern areas of Keokuk County. We go farther to the north right now. Was there an additional one just issued as well?
I think that was the one that was already in effect for portions of Grundy, so that very far northern part.
That's the same one that was. This will likely again get severe thunderstorm warnings along Highway 20 as well. So that's what we have in effect right now, and we'll continue to have in effect. If Corey can go over to Max 2 right now, give us a little bit of city cams, we'll kind of switch things up and get things going as we head through the next, again, hour and a half as these storms move through.
Yeah, you're going to have to bear with us with the loading of these city cams, having in some locations maybe losing them at times if we lose power to these communities. It looks like our Sigourney city cam not wanting to pop in. So let's take a look at Vinton real quick, where we can just see gray skies. A report from the Tama-Toledo area. So again, that emergency manager that was in that area is reporting to the National Weather Service of winds they estimate in excess of 80 miles per hour, and it's still windy there. In the Des Moines Weather Service, their office received these storms too. They said the winds lasted 10, 15 minutes. So just really long duration, and that combined with the heavy rain, that can all add up to just do some serious tree damage with these storms.
So what you're saying, it's not just a wind gust that hits you and it's over. It continues for a while, and that again, have you heard a lot of damage reports so far? I'm sure there are, but have you heard of a lot of them?
Absolutely. Let's see if we can pull that up real quick on Pinpoint Doppler radar. We do have the ability to look at recent storm reports, and it just is going to show just a whole bunch across portions of eastern Iowa. It looks like I've got the wrong toolbar up here, but still, I'll pop them up here real quick. See all those icons on your screen to the west of that line of severe storms? Yeah, that's all wind damage, wind gust reports that we have already received, many of them of pretty significant tree damage. And again, you can see pretty well concentrated in the Des Moines and Ames and Ankeny areas where we've seen significant wind damage. And that portion of the storm is what is approaching western Benton, western Iowa, as well as western Keokuk counties, and that's why the warning for Benton, Iowa, Johnson, Lynn, Keokuk, and Washington is in effect until 12:45 this afternoon because of that risk. So we do have another storm report from the National Weather Service in Des Moines. This is from a personal weather station, so sometimes those can be a little bit dicey. It's one you attach to your house or your fence or something like that. But still, it's a weather instrument, and it measured a 106 mile per hour wind gust in LeGrand, which is between Marshalltown and Tama, and right near Highway 30 there. So that is another little proof of real, actual severe weather that we have going on here in eastern Iowa. So let's put on a storm track on these storms once again as they approach the eastern portion of the viewing area. And that is where we're expecting them to move at, again, 70 miles per hour. Like Joe said, that's just a sign that you're going to have, if you're pushing something at 70 miles per hour, it's pretty likely going to produce 70 mile per hour winds. So it doesn't take much more than that to get additional strength to those winds that causes that really significant damage. So Williamsburg, it's there in the next 5 minutes. Vinton in about 10. Eastern Iowa Airport, so Cedar Rapids area on the west side, 12:31. The rest of the Cedar Rapids Metro just a few minutes after that. Washington about 12:40. Tipton again, not under a warning, but you will be affected by these storms approaching the 1 o'clock hour. So these storms are pretty significant. The warning continues for this area in Benton, Iowa, Johnson, Lynn, Keokuk, in Washington. The National Weather Service now threatening, or rather warning for the threat of 90 mile per hour winds with those storms. And again, we've seen them. So it's not even necessarily the threat, it is the presence of those intense winds in this storm. Again, just the shape of it, that bowing arc, that is what we look for when we look for intense winds in a storm. Like Joe said, longtime Eastern Iowa residents, and I know it's a memory that some folks have, particularly in the Iowa City area, points to the south. Just the shape of this on the radar and the way it's behaved so far in central Iowa reminds me a lot of June 29th, 1998, where it caused significant damage across a broad portion of Iowa. Just looks very familiar to me. That's something that I won't forget as an Iowa City resident at the time, and that's the kind of thing that we're facing.
No, and in that storm, 125-mile-per-hour winds across areas of Iowa, Johnson County. Washington County hit twice that year. Of course, that's the year of the Washington tornado as well. Then later in the year, in June, we had that powerful wind move through. Again, let's switch now to the wall if we can, Daniel. And with that, we've got the velocity product pulled out. Now, we look at this a lot of times when we're looking at severe thunderstorms, looking for rotation in the storms. This is not a rotation in the storm, but we're looking at the winds. And just to point out, the winds, anytime you have the red, that's moving away from the radar site. So this particular image comes from the Des Moines radar site, so the winds are moving away. Take a look at this. They start on the small scale with lighter winds. Then as you get higher and higher on that scale, so you get to kind of the pinks, and suddenly you get to the yellows, that means incredibly powerful winds. Take a look at this. From Tama County, as Corey was pointing out, all the way down now, as we can see, through Keokuk County. Very powerful straight line winds, all moving in this direction with that line of thunderstorms that's moving through at 70 miles per hour. So take cover if you are in areas of Benton County, down toward Iowa County, Keokuk, Washington, Johnson, as well as Lynn County, eventually making parts of Jones as well as Cedar, down toward Louisa County, out of the TV9 viewing area. This is the most dangerous part. There are severe thunderstorms farther to the north as well. The winds aren't quite as powerful, but again, potentially 100-mile-per-hour winds as this system continues to progress to the east. That will cause damage, as Corey mentioned earlier. Treat this as a tornado warning. You need to get to your safe shelter. That means get to your basement, get under something sturdy, wait for that storm to pass. You want to stay in that area until the storm is through. Corey mentioned some of these winds have been reported to stay high maybe 10 to 15 minutes. You need to stay there until that storm is done. We'll let you know when it passes your area, and once it does, then you can come out and assess any damage that you might have. If you do find damage, for certain, make sure you're safe. And if you can take a picture and post it to our U-News page after the storm passes, we would greatly appreciate that as well, because we can pass that along to the Weather Service so they can see what's happening with those storms moving through. But again, just some incredible color going from red all the way up to the yellows on the away scale, which means powerful winds moving with these thunderstorms as they continue to head off toward the east, heading toward areas near Cedar Rapids, down toward Washington as well as Iowa City. If you have any friends that are thinking of traveling in the next half hour to hour across those areas, give them a call, say, hey, stop, stay where you are, wait for the storm to pass, keep your car or truck inside, and then get out after those storms pass through, because you do not want to be outside as these storms are moving across portions of the TV9 viewing area.
Looks like if we go to next 2, we'll talk about a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for portions of Blackhawk, Grundy, and Tama. So I'm guessing this is going to be along that northern edge once again. Yep, looks like it. There it is. Until 1:15 this afternoon. That's for the threat for 70-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. So that storm, again, it's on the very northern end of this bow echo that is moving to the east across the TV9 viewing area. That storm still moving to the east at about, well, the northern end a little bit slower than the leading edge of the bow, which usually does go out ahead of the rest of the storms, and it's moving at 50 miles per hour. So really, if you're in this warning box, including the Waterloo and Cedar Falls area, storms are already occurring. You should be in shelter now. Do not venture out for the time being as these storms move through. Some other severe thunderstorm reports that we've had across central Iowa. Again, we're just getting them now in our areas that involve Central Iowa and Tama County, Marshall County, starting to get those reports from the areas that have seen these storms. And we had the report, it's an unconfirmed report of semis blown over on southbound I-35 near Huxley. That's in central Iowa. A different report near State Center, which is in western Marshall County. Significant damage as reported by an emergency manager. They didn't get too specific other than cars were blown off of Highway 30, which it takes a lot of wind to get a car blown off of a highway at a low profile like that. Of course, now there's heavy rain falling, and so that does assist those storms in sliding them off the road. But that's why Joe said, don't travel. There's no reason to go out if you had to run an errand. Don't do it. There isn't time necessarily to get those done anywhere in eastern Iowa at this point, particularly, if you're in the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City area where these storms are approaching. in the next 15 minutes. Let's put a storm track on these storms once again to give you the latest update on when they may arrive in your area. Folks in Williamsburg and Sigourney, if you're not in shelter yet, you should be right now because those storms are very near your area. North English, another location that is about to get them if you're not already seeing the strong winds. Fairfax at 12:30, so that's just outside of Cedar Rapids. Frytown down in Washington County at 12:32. Cedar Rapids and Iowa City, 12:35, 12:40. Again, an estimate of when this storm will approach. Mount Vernon, again, it's not going to take long for it to get to the next town because it's moving 70 miles per hour. Imagine a car driving down the interstate. That's how fast the storms are going to come at you. 12:46 in Mount Vernon, 12:48 in Lisbon, just behind it. In Anamosa, not in the morning, but approaching 1 o'clock. So these storms are certainly booking it, which is good because they'll get out of our area sooner than later, but they are causing significant damage as they do so. Thus, the severe thunderstorm warning continues for a broad area of eastern Iowa. We'll pull back just a bit here on pinpoint Doppler radar and show the many areas under warning, stretching from Waterloo toward the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City area all the way south to the Missouri border, including that warning for portions of Alameda, Clayton, Crawford, and Grant counties.
Now, we have TV9 news crews in various portions of eastern Iowa right now safely deployed. They are not out on the storms. They are not going to be giving you live pictures from that storm itself because it's not safe to be out when winds are up to 80 to 100 miles per hour. However, we will be watching our city cams and give you pictures from those. But I do understand we have some video from Des Moines as the storms pass through. Those storms now are to the east of Des Moines. Now you can see what it looked like as the storms were moving through.
Goodness.
Looks like a KC station. You can see that. Certainly some torrential rains, but look at how that rain is just kind of blowing. That's where you can kind of tell there's no trees in that video to see it, but you notice that rain just blowing in sheets, just coming toward the car that was sitting there taking that video. Just impressive storm that moves through, and one that is causing significant damage, as Corey has been mentioning. That again from Des Moines as the storm was pushing through. Severe storm safety, we want to run through it for you because many times during severe thunderstorms, it's not something we do as we have mainly a hail event or a very quick moving event. This event lasts a period of time. So you want to get to the lowest level of your home. Grab your bike helmet. Get under something sturdy as that storm is moving in. Make sure you cover yourself with blankets or pillows and wait for that storm to pass. Now, if you can't get to a basement, small interior room, avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. We'll get back to that in a second. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has now been posted. This is north of the strongest area of wind. If you can check the wind speed on this, Corey, that'd be great.
National Weather Service warning for 70 miles per hour.
Okay, 70 for Benton, Buchanan, Delaware, and Northern Lynn. So that's northern Benton, north of Vinton, north of Center Point to Central City, and go north. Include Independence, include Manchester in that. 115 winds of 70 miles per hour are certainly possible. So keep that in mind as those storms move in. Sirens are sounding now in Lynn County. This is not for a tornado. I want to stress that. Had a lot of people hearing sirens sound in western Iowa, from Ames particular, that were texting saying, hey, guess what? Tornado warning. Well, no, it's not. The sirens are sounding in Lynn County and are sounding in other counties as well, or will, because of the strong winds. Anytime those winds get up to 70, 80 miles per hour, many counties will sound those sirens to say, hey, this is a dangerous situation. You cannot be outside. Anytime you hear those sirens sound, remember they are not an indoor warning system. They are an outdoor warning system. You hear them sound, you get inside, you turn on TV9, you grab the TV9 weather app, and you find out what's happening so you know how to keep yourself safe. But we do have reports of the siren sounding in Lynn County, which is totally expected with those winds very, very strong moving across portions of eastern Iowa. Getting back to our safety rules again, no basement, get into a small interior room, avoid your windows, your doors, and your outside walls. Anything that's outside can blow around very quickly, can hit those windows, doors can move very quickly, so make sure you are in a safe area as the storm is moving past. If you're listening to us, maybe on one of our radio partners, if you're listening to us on our app and you happen to be driving, stop. Get to a sturdy building if you can. Make sure you don't park under an overpass or bridges. You're safer in a low, flat area. Watch out for flying debris, as we mentioned. Anything outside become a flying missile very quickly with winds this strong. And use your arms and neck if you are outside to protect. Use your arms to protect your head and neck if you are outside. Again, kind of the most vulnerable part of our body. Now, if you want to connect with us, many ways to do that. First Alert Weather app. If you don't have it, you should download it, set it to geolocate you. It'll give you the warnings. Also, we stream our severe severe weather coverage there, so you can have that with you in your shelter. You can visit kcrg.com for severe weather information anytime, as well as live streaming coverage. Facebook and Twitter, you're on social media. Sometimes you get those feeds, sometimes you don't. Have them pointed to the KCRG TV9 First Alert pages, and you can get some severe weather information in there, but don't rely on social media for your severe weather information. You can tune into our radio partners. Many radio partners take our coverage live and continuous as the storms are moving through. That includes KXEL, KDTH, as well as WMT. So definitely visit our radio partners as well. Here's a look once again at the storms as they're moving across eastern Iowa. And why are we on the air? Not because of a tornado warning, which is more what we would see. This is because we have strong straight line winds. I can hear the sirens right now in downtown Cedar Rapids going off. Straight line winds and very powerful storm. Just take a look at that. The lightning alone shows the energy within the storm, and this storm is holding its energy as it pushes to the east because it really is in a very good environment with the heat and humidity that's built up for those storms to move through.
Let's take Max 2 if we could, as we have our McGrath Amana Colony City Cam up. This is the area that is getting the front edge of these storms right now. You can start to see some heavy rainfall occurring in the Amana colonies. There's the possibility we'll lose the feed of the camera, and we did in Sigourney already. We do have a report from the newsroom. They did some calculations from Alliant and Mid-American Energy alone. 119,000 people in the state without power at this hour. So that's another sign of the potential damage that could come with these storms and has already been done. So there's a threat that you're going to lose power. So have a flashlight, have candles, have something that will be allowing you to see where you're going once you come out of shelter after this storm goes by, because there's a pretty good chance that you will not be able to turn on your lights. We do stream our coverage on Facebook Live. We will also be streaming on kcrg.com. So if you lose your television feed, those are a couple of options to have the ability to watch it. And yes, we do have that stream up on our Facebook Live right now. So a couple of more reports from the National Weather Service. In Marshalltown, so the south end of the town, right along Old Highway 30, there was a report from a storm chaser there. Winds estimated between about 90 to 100 miles per hour. Also had several large sections of roofs blown off of buildings along that part of town. So there are several one-story buildings there in that southern part of Marshalltown, right along Old 30. That's pretty strong winds to do something that close to the surface, that much damage. And so we're not just talking about tree damage potentially here in eastern Iowa. We are talking about the potential for structural damage. So that's why we're saying lowest floor, basement if you've got it. Stay away from those windows because there is the potential they could get blown in by the strength of those winds. It is not something to mess with today.
Let's go ahead and go to the wall again with pinpoint Doppler radar. Again, we put a storm track on it for you. Here is again the leading edge of where we're finding those powerful winds start. I want to stress start because many times those wind gusts move through and then they diminish. They are lasting for a period of time, maybe 10, maybe 15 minutes. And you can see this is pushing to the east at about 70 miles per hour. Eastern Iowa Airport, Tipton, West Liberty, Washington, Wyoming, Muscatine, all in the path of this line of storms. Here's your storm track for you. 1222, we're there right now. They are moving in or through Williamsburg. Eastern Iowa Airport, you're going to expect those storms right around 1232. Cedar Rapids, the downtown area, about 1239. Iowa City, mark your time at 1243. Washington, 1247. Tipton and Cedar County, not yet under a warning. You will be under a warning as the storm continues to push through. 1258. West Liberty at 1257. Wyoming, that's in southern areas of Jones County, that's at 108. Muscatine, 110. And Walcott, right along I-80, that's at 118 as that storm movement continues at 70 miles per hour. Again, 70 mile per hour movement. We have had damage. We've had wind gusts reported, not confirmed, over 100 miles per hour as the storm has moved through. I would expect anywhere from an 80 to 100 mile per hour wind right along this line as it moves through. Some torrential rain, some very, very frequent and dangerous lightning. And as that storm passes through, and it moves through fairly quickly, maybe the winds last 10 to 15 minutes, then you've got some rain behind it. This is the severe event as it moves off to the east. There will not be additional severe weather. Likely out of the entire TV9 viewing area, possibly by about 1:30 or 2 o'clock. And after that, we'll just watch some cooler and drier air move in and much quieter weather as well as we head toward the mid part of the week. But it's right now we're concerned with, and that's why Corey's been stressing, we've been stressing, get to your safe place right now. ahead of that line because, again, it will cause damage as it continues to move off toward the east.
Let's take a look at Max 2, our McGrath, Iowa City cam showing the leading edge of those storms approaching. Like Joe said, you've got another 10 to 15 minutes before the real brunt of those storms approaches the Iowa City area, a couple minutes earlier than that toward the west side and Coralville. But we can see that leading edge. Don't go outside to gawk at it. We'll keep an eye on it with our city cams. We'll show you here on TV9, and we'll present the time lapses and all that good stuff later to be able to review later. Right now, the important thing to do is, like Joe said, get into shelter with these storms approaching because they still do mean business. It's a little difficult to get some of these views. We'll take a look at Vinton real quick. We do have some low clouds out ahead of these storms, which is making it a little difficult to see the leading edge of them. But our Vinton city cam also showing some dark skies off to the west. The storms approaching Vinton very, very soon. You should be in your safe spot. You're sort of in a little dry corner at the top of this bow echo, so you may be spared the very, very worst winds, but it doesn't mean you're not going to see damaging winds from this storm, just because you're not on the very leading edge, the apex, as they call it, of the bow echo, where usually the most intense winds occur. Take a look at our North Liberty City cam, take a little bit of a tour. Very, very dark off to the west, and that is usually a good sign there's a ton of precipitation in these storms, and that is definitely the case as we have very strong radar returns with these storms, and that is a sign of very heavy rainfall. Even though they're moving at 70 miles per hour, you could get a quick half inch, maybe more. Just depends on where you get perfectly in line in these storms. Marion City cam, traffic moving down about, I'd say move to where you're going and stay there if you can.
Yeah, exactly.
Our Hiawatha City cam showing a similar picture there. We'll take a quick look at Coralville. Dark skies again. We'll have to reorient that one a bit to point it a little more up toward the sky, but yeah, definitely some very, very significant storms approaching. As we take another look at pinpoint Doppler radars, where we have several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect as these storms move off to the east at about 70 miles per hour. Let's toss it back over to Max 1 with Joe, and he will take a rundown of them.
Yeah, we'll look at all the warnings. Did want to give you an update. I don't know if you heard that, Corey, but now 154,000 estimated without power across Iowa. And there will be more power outages, certainly, because this line of storms is not yet through. I want to stress that it is not yet through the area. We'll run down all the warnings that we have in effect, and they do stretch from north to south across the TV9 viewing area. We're really looking at a small portion of Allamakee into Clayton County. Allamakee County just near Harper's Ferry, and then we head into Clayton County, basically stretching from Elkader to Guttenberg to Bagley. Really, I think the strongest storms down toward Guttenberg, and then moving into areas of Wisconsin, southern areas of Grant County, into northern or southern areas of Crawford, western areas of Grant County. Till 12:45, you can expect some strong winds as well as some heavy areas of rain. Another severe thunderstorm warning, this in effect for all of Buchanan County. You can see the western half of Delaware County, northern areas of Lynn, northern areas of Benton County. 70-mile-per-hour winds, frequent lightning, and very heavy rains possible as those storms move through. Been looking at the Independence City cam. Again, it doesn't look particularly intense. Been watching the Manchester City cam as well. Not particularly intense at this time. The strongest cells are farther down to the south, and we do have a couple of warnings in effect. The one that's really kind of the warning that stretches across that line that's been producing the damage stretches from Vinton, Lynn, Johnson, Iowa, Keokuk, and Washington counties. So that includes Vinton, Cedar Rapids, Williamsburg, Iowa City, down towards Sigourney for the winds to continue to move through. That's in effect until 12:45, so that gives us another 17 minutes or so?
Yep.
Yeah, about 17 minutes or so in that warning. So until 12:45, I would expect a warning to be put out farther to the east, which is going to include other portions of the TV9 viewing area in Jones as well as Cedar County. Could also include the remainder of Johnson as well as Washington County. So again, keep that in mind. That severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 12:45 for winds between 80 and 100 miles per hour. And I guess extending a small warning until 1 p.m. now for portions of Mahaska, Poweshiek, and Tama County. That's on the backside of the storm, which is interesting because it indicates that those storms are continuing to keep those winds up as they push through. It's not just the front edge of the storm or that bow echo that we're seeing. It's throughout that entire region that we're seeing the strong storms. And as a result, that warning is in effect until 1 o'clock. Easily that warning to the east could also be increased as well in time as we move these storms through. There's how they've moved very rapidly off to the east. generally almost due east, and we'll widen that picture out for you as well. Those of you along Highway 20 and points to the north. Haven't mentioned Dubuque County yet. You have some scattered thunderstorms in the area. You will likely see some heavy rain, some frequent lightning, and some gusty winds from those storms as they move through. Pretty strong cell developing right now in northern Jones, northern Lynn, southern Delaware County that'll be heading into Dubuque County. So no warning in effect, but expect some strong storms to move through. It's that line of storms that really has been most intense as it pushed across areas from Des Moines through Marshalltown and Tama. Now moving off toward the east at about 70 miles per hour. That's produced the winds, as well as that potential for some a lot of damage across the area. Tree and building damage has already been reported. We've had reports of some cars that have been pushed off roadways on Interstate 35 with that north-south roads right now in front of that storm would not be the place to be at all, as that wind is incredibly intense. Showed you that video earlier of the sheets of rain moving in that strong wind from Des Moines as the storms push through.
Absolutely. Like Joe said, with that warning being issued for portions of Marshall and Tama and Poweshiek, or rather Mahaska, excuse me, got my M's mixed up there. That's a good sign of how organized these storms are, because it's the backside of the storms, and the wind is still blowing really strong as they depart. So even once you get past that initial burst of pretty intense winds that can last between 5 and 15 minutes, which is why we're seeing this significant damage. That's why that extra warning was issued. Now, they said they may also cancel it a bit early if they can, just because when those storms get out, they just need to see when those winds actually start to die down in those areas. If we go to Max 2 real quick, Manchester City Cam looking ominous there, but here's the spread of those storm reports we've had so far this morning. As the storms developed in south central South Dakota, we tracked them on the TV9 Morning News this morning, watched them come across into Nebraska and western Iowa, now moving due east across the southern two-thirds of the state of Iowa, and just numerous reports of severe wind damage and severe wind gusts as much as 100 miles per hour or more at times. That's why the Storm Prediction Center doesn't usually use this warning in their severe thunderstorm watches, but they called today a particularly dangerous situation. And that's what we're seeing. It's bearing out in eastern Iowa and central Iowa, where we've seen numerous reports of significant wind damage. The National Weather Service in Quad Cities wanting to point out that we've had reports of winds of 90 miles per hour or greater, numerous such in Benton County, and reports of damage. They haven't necessarily processed all those reports in exact locations yet, but they're taking them in. They will get them out to us as soon as possible. And yes, it is approaching the Cedar Rapids area very soon. There's an estimated 90 mile per hour wind gust in Atkins. That's one of the reports that the Weather Service is talking about. So let's take a closer look here on pinpoint Doppler radar, as these storms are very near the Cedar Rapids metro area. In fact, probably moving in to the eastern part of the viewing area there. We'll take a little bit of a closer look here in just a second with those storms. If we could go over to our Cedar Rapids City Cam, that would be a good look as these storms approach. Oh boy, it is awfully dark out there as we look in our City Cam on Cedar Rapids. Those storms approaching in the next 5 minutes.
If you were watching at 10 o'clock, it was sunny outside. There were no problems at all, and they were just watching it move in. And now darkness has certainly moved in.
Yes, it certainly has, and it's about to get very windy in Cedar Rapids. It's about to get very rainy too. So we get the leading edge of that storm, sort of get a little bit of that light from outside the storm, compare it and contrast it to the dark that we see off to the west. Vinton, another area that is likely seeing some rain at this point. A little tough to discern very much strong wind there again, but like we said, Vinton just a bit on the north edge of these storms, and so they may be spared the worst of it, but it's areas to the south, like Marion, where dark skies approach from the west. Again, it's going to be tough to pick out that shelf cloud, just because I think the storm is kind of outrunning the ability to display a really well-defined one that we see at times. Iowa City City Cam showing that same activity with some significant storms moving in the area as well. You can see that severe thunderstorm warning in the southern part of the viewing area continuing, and we also have one for Benton, Iowa, Johnson, and Lynn.
Just had a report of a 68-mile-an-hour gust at the Eastern Iowa Airport. Have sustained winds right now at the Eastern Iowa Airport as these storms are moving through of 44 miles per hour. So again, those strong winds are now reaching the Cedar Rapids area, continuing to move to the east across our viewing area. Severe thunderstorm watch does continue across the area for the foreseeable future as these storms move through. Again, it's not going to be a long-lasting event. Once it moves through, probably by about 2 o'clock, if not sooner, we will see these storms out of the TV9 viewing area. Could even be by 1 or 1:30 as those storms continue to move through. So keep that in mind. Again, not a long-lasting event for us once it moves through, but as the storms push in, expect about a 15 to 20-minute window where you're seeing very strong winds. Lights just flickering in the TV9 studios right now. We have generator power. Trust us, if something happens and we do lose power here in the downtown area, our generators will be kicking on and we will be back with you as the storms move through. I understand we did lose power, and we now are. That might have been the lights blinking saying, hey, guess what? We are on generator power. I think so. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and as expected, Corey, they have now extended the warning, which is now from areas of Lynn, Johnson County, all the way to the Mississippi River. So this will include the remainder of the TV9 viewing area in Jones, as well as Cedar County, and then as we head toward the Mississippi as well, it's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1 o'clock. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1 o'clock.
Actually, 1:30 on that.
Oh, 1:30, sorry.
Yep.
1:30, the zeros are getting all mixed up.
I understand.
70 mile per hour movement, 80 mile per hour winds expected as that storm moves through. These storms, as we said, history of 70 to 90 unconfirmed 100 mile an hour winds. We did have a confirmed 99 though at the Marshalltown Airport, right?
Yep, that was
that
a
one
measured
is confirmed,
guess.
so we definitely are at 99, not quite 100 confirmed, but have some weather stations out there that do show that as well. But that severe thunderstorm warning will continue once again until 1:30, and that'll extend all the way to the Mississippi River. So we'll take you and stay live with these storms as they continue to move across eastern Iowa. Once they move out of the TV9 viewing area, we'll leave you to your afternoon coverage, but trust our news crews will be out gathering information, finding out what storm damage we've seen and how extensive the power outages are. We do understand all of downtown Cedar Rapids has lost power. Again, we're under generator power right now here at TV9. And the Weather Lab and Studio, two of those places that are fully powered. So we are good to go as the storm continues to push across eastern Iowa.
And I think as the storm is moving through, we can actually hear a little bit of the wind from inside the building. Unless somebody was moving around and moving some desks up on the second floor in this building. I think that's what we heard. And yeah, it's already caused power outages. Our lights continue to flicker a bit, but our generator holds strong at this point. In Iowa City, if you are not in shelter, you need to be there right now because that storm is on your doorstep. It's possible you've already lost the city cam there as well. We have lost the feed to the one in the Amanas, to the one in Cedar Rapids, as areas continue to lose power. Looks like widespread power outages are a likelihood with this storm system. And yeah, not getting a feed from Iowa City. Coralville, oh boy, that is rocking and rolling. Let's pull that up again.
Yeah, oh, there you go. So again, you can see it mounted right near Interstate 80. That's the McDonald's in that intersection in that area, and it is on top of a building, on top of about a 6-foot pole. And it is blowing around as those winds move in. We said at the Eastern Iowa Airport, we've had at least close to 70 mile an hour gusts already. Sustained winds close to 45 miles per hour. Stronger winds, of course, moving through, causing power outages. We've had downtown Cedar Rapids lose power in the latest estimate, and this is going to go higher, 154,000 without power across Iowa.
I understand that the newsroom has gathered some video of the storm as it entered downtown Cedar Rapids. Let's take a look just from out the front of our building. Yeah, that's not a scene that you see very often in eastern Iowa. Very intense winds blowing that rain. Wow, yeah, that is very strong wind gusts with those storms. Man, yeah, I mean, just look at that. We're having trouble keeping the video steady, but yeah, that is very intense. It looks more like blowing snow than blowing rain.
That's exactly what I was just thinking. It looks more like what we'll show outside the door when we have blowing snow in the area, but no, that's all blowing rain. Some people still out there, got to tell you, if you don't have to be out, please get to a safe place, park your vehicle, wait about 15 to 20 minutes for that storm to pass through, and once the heavy rains have stopped in your area, you want to make sure that you are again in a safe area until that storm stops. So again, no reason to go out and about if you are in areas of Cedar Rapids down to Iowa City, along Interstate 80 all the way to the Quad Cities, because this storm is moving at 70 miles per hour. The winds in this storm had exceeded 70 miles per hour at times, close to 100 miles per hour, and with that movement, we are once again finding additional showers and storms with severe warnings issued. This is the latest one, and this is we expected as well. Had been talking about that cell in northern areas of Jones, southern areas of Delaware County. That cell has now been warned on as well. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for a small portion of southeastern Delaware, northern Jones, extreme northern Jackson, and it would be the southern half probably of Dubuque County. That warning is in effect again until 1:15. Severe thunderstorm warning. Main threat with this storm, 60 mile per hour winds, and this one also could contain some quarter-size hail. Certainly are seeing some very powerful winds with all of the storms. The strongest winds are to the south, but you are still seeing with this storm the potential for some 60 mile per hour winds. Let's go ahead and
take next 2 real quick.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
This is our Marion City Cam. Very intense winds moving into the Marion area right now. That is, you see a power flash on the left side of the screen. That is more power outages in the Marion area. Expect damage. If you're not in shelter now, you got to get away from those windows, get away from those outside walls. That is very intense wind.
Let's just stick
in the
with this
Marion area
now.
right now. We saw power, already lost that Walgreens in the foreground there, and it looks like we lost the camera.
Yep.
Yep, that is a true sign of very intense winds moving through the Cedar Rapids metro area, moving through the Iowa City area right now. We haven't had any reports from there, but we already lost the city cam there. Looks like a report did come from the Oakdale area, so that's near Coralville in Johnson County. Tops of trees knocked off, so sheared off the top of a tree in the Coralville area. Some other reports just west of Cedar Rapids. Let's see, I just had that report and I've lost it in my sight. Yeah, tree damage 3 miles west of Cedar Rapids, a birch tree fallen with a measured wind gust from a train spotter there of 73 miles per hour as the storm moved through about, 10 minutes ago or so. And we saw proof of that on our McGrath Marion City.
There'll be more and more damage reports certainly coming in. Hopefully not structural damage. Have not heard a lot of structural, but a lot of tree damage at this point and a lot of power outages. Was tracking that storm when you pulled that Marion City Cam up, which showed beautifully that storm moving in. Cascade, you'll see some of those powerful winds moving in about 1246. Bernard at 1257. The Dubuque Regional Airport right around 106. Zwingle at 109. St. Donatus at 116. That storm moved through. And then after that, of course, hitting toward downtown Dubuque as well. That would be 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1 inch hail, as well as some very, very heavy rains. Take a look at this. This is from inside as the storm was passing in and through downtown Cedar Rapids. Just intense sheets of rain. There's TV9's Jay Green getting some video as well. Again, from safely inside, please don't stand near windows, guys. That is an area right now with the very powerful rains as they were moving through, being blown by those strong winds in excess of 70 miles per hour as it was moving through Cedar Rapids. That was out at the Eastern Iowa Airport, certainly downtown, and this is more of a wind tunnel here on 2nd Avenue anyway, so it kind of filters those winds through the downtown area. So some incredibly powerful. Look at the visibility loss that you get from the rain that's fallen, which you, again, normally don't see a lot in the downtown area, but with those strong winds, the visibility, even that car, which is just across the street from our door, just very, very difficult to see. Very,
That's
very
ridiculously
difficult.
intense wind in downtown Cedar Rapids. Let's take Max 2 real quick. We are McGrath, Iowa City. City Cam back up, showing those sheets of rain, just like we saw in that shot from downtown Cedar Rapids. Very, very similar conditions there as winds are very intense in the area. I wouldn't be shocked if we lose this feed any minute as we are trying to hold on to electricity. That camera mounted, I believe, on top of the Mercy Medical Center in Iowa City. Looks like we may have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued as well. Includes
just out of the TV9 viewing area.
Actually, I think it does. It does extend toward the Quad Cities area and parts of western Illinois. So it's not necessarily a huge concern about us. If you're in the TV9 viewing area along and south of Highway 20, you're in a warning. That's basically where
I
we're
mean,
at this
pretty
point.
much from north to south. Even if you go up toward Alameda County, southern Alameda, you've got a warning. Dubuque County, all the way down along that line. If you go, well, let's just stick with this a little while because the most intense part of the storm is beginning to move right into the Iowa City area. And as long as we have power, let's kind of continue to watch to see what it looks like as it moves through. The storms have continued their movement at about 70 miles per hour. The winds lately, we have not had any reports of additional strong wind gusts. We're just going to keep talking. We're just going to keep going, and we are on. We've lost power here, but again, our mics are live, our cameras are live, generators are kicking in. So if we have a beef blip once in a while, that's what's happening here in the downtown area. There you see Iowa City. Look at the visibility. Just go down in the last minute and a half. Those sheets of rain we showed you in downtown Cedar Rapids. Now also, you're seeing those move across portions of the Iowa City area on our McGrath Iowa City City Cam, continuing to move off as that very, very heavy rain, but also the powerful winds, likely in excess of 70 miles per hour, moving through the Iowa City area right now. They're moving into the Solon area right now. Those of you in Riverside, they are moving in. Tipton, you haven't seen much yet. Those same storms are headed your way. They are not far off. We'll track that storm in a little while, but kind of wanted to watch this as long as we have some power on our city cam. Do have reports that rural Lynn County now has also lost power in some areas. So there will be numerous crews out taking a look at When to restore power, of course, remember those crews are out. They are trying to get their best done, and they will restore your power as soon as they can. Hardworking crews that go out in bad weather to do that, once this storm is passed, they'll have that opportunity to do that. But look at the distance on that city cam, just the intense amounts of wind causing that reduced visibility.
Absolutely, and we do have a report from a train spotter on the east side of Iowa City of an estimated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, which is, again, just in line with everything else we've seen reported officially. Another strong wind gust at the Cedar Rapids Airport, even after the leading edge of the storm has gone through. So strong winds continue. Again, like we saw in central Iowa, we're seeing it again here in eastern Iowa of a very long duration of severe wind gusts, which is the sign of just a very, very intense storm system as it's moving through eastern Iowa. You can see the wind maybe just slacking off a little bit there in downtown Iowa City, but still very heavy rain. The threat of very strong winds continues in that area over the next, I'd say probably 20 minutes or more still at this point. You'll be in your shelter for a little while here yet. Same in Cedar Rapids, same in Vinton, where they're seeing very heavy rainfall at this hour.
Yeah, be curious what the Vinton City Cam is. Do they have power there?
Let's take a look.
At the high school to see. We'll take a look and try.
They did earlier. We hadn't lost it yet, but of course that doesn't mean anything at this point. Give it a second. Sometimes it takes a little bit to pop in. Not looking great.
Okay, well, if you just go to Max 1 right now, we'll take a look at radar, see if that Vinton City Cam pops in, but it certainly does look like some heavy rain. We'll kind of run down what's happening, give you a couple of storm tracks for you. The strongest part of the storms, or where we've been seeing the strongest winds, now moving through southern areas of Lynn, through Johnson, into areas of Washington County. That's where we've had winds anywhere from 70 to almost 100 miles per hour confirmed as those storms developed way back across northwestern Iowa this morning and continue to push off toward the east. Let's go ahead and stop our loop and get to the current picture. So again, you see the front edge of the storm. That's kind of when it starts. That's not when it ends. That's when it starts. And we're going to storm track this for you. We're going to take it from east of Cedar Rapids and back down toward Washington and take it across southern Jones and areas of Cedar County for you. Lisbon about 1247, so we're about 30 seconds away. West Branch at 1251, Mechanicsville at 1253, West Liberty at 1256. Tipton right around 1259. We'll be pulling our Tipton City Cam up to see what it looks like as well off toward the west. Clarence 101, Muscatine it arrives at 109, Durant at 111, Calamus at 115. That again the storm track on the most severe portion of these storms. But as Corey mentioned, if you're anywhere along and south of Highway 20, anywhere from Waterloo down through Benton County into areas of Johnson County, you are under a warning of some sort. We have warnings that continue along Highway 20. Numerous warnings. Basically, let's take a look at the new one first. This would be, again, on the back side of the storm. So, again, as you mentioned, holding their strength, right, till 1:15. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Benton, Atkins, Van Horn, Blairstown, just off, it looks like, to the west of the airport and the west of downtown Cedar Rapids, Benton, and extreme western Lynn County. This will be in effect once again until 1:15. So this is the western portion of Lynn as well as areas of most of Benton County. In this, we're looking at winds that still continue about 70 miles per hour. Storms are now moving slightly slower on the backside of the system at about 50 miles per hour. So again, 70 mile per hour winds possible in this area. That stretches from Van Horn all the way to Cedar Rapids, up to Center Point, over to Vinton. So a large area still seeing some very, very powerful winds, and we'll likely see that continue as we work our way through the next half hour or so. That warning goes until 1:15. Farther to the north again, right along Highway 20, you do see intense thunderstorm cells, numerous warnings in effect across areas of Buchanan County, back across Delaware County, northern Jones County, southern areas of Dubuque County. Officially, the city of Dubuque, you are not under any warnings at this time, but the Dubuque Regional Airport, very close to a warning. You know how close you are, just miles away. Bernard, Cascade, Epworth, Worthington, Monticello, seeing some very, 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 very heavy rains as well.
Let's take Max 2 again as winds have picked up once again in downtown Iowa City. A live view from our McGrath City Cam there. Very, very intense winds coupled with very intense rainfall in downtown Iowa City. And you see it ebbs and flows just a little bit. And that is what you can expect over the next 15, 20 minutes still in the Iowa City area. You know, we just had that warning issued for the backside again, and it was for the threat of 70 mile per hour winds, excuse me. And that's why we have the threat of just continued damage. If you haven't seen any yet, you may still see some yet in these areas. And that's why we've had a measured wind gust at the Iowa City Airport at 69 miles per hour as that line of storms moved in. Wouldn't be surprised based on what we're seeing on the camera here if similar wind gusts are being found right now in Iowa City. Fairfax, winds estimated in excess of 80 miles per hour, large limbs down there. Similar reports that we've seen in other parts of the area. Multiple trees and branches down on the west side of Cedar Rapids from a train spotter. Again, not a specific location in terms of streets or a particular side of town, but yeah, that's where we are seeing those reports. Just got a report from the newsroom of trees down on Edgewood Road. Some have landed on cars. That's a very interesting report from the newsroom. The metal trash cans, which are sturdy and heavy and mounted well to the downtown streets of Cedar Rapids, have actually blown around as well. So that's another good indication of how strong these winds are. And you're seeing them right now live on our Iowa City cam from west to east. This is where these winds are blowing. Now, if you've lost power, one thing that we're going to have to look at here going forward, it's probably going to take some time to get it back.
With the amount of people that are without power right now, absolutely.
Yes, and I made that reference earlier to June 29th, 1998, which was that major windstorm, derecho as it's called, that occurred that year. Took 4.5 days for me and my house to get power back. Hopefully we do not face that. Not sure about the infrastructure damage we've seen yet. We'll get more reports about that from our news crews going forward, but just you have to remember to stay tight. And you may be without power for a little while.
And a reminder, don't open your refrigerator or your freezer. Keep them closed. Food can stay safe for a period of time, but anytime you open that door, you're going to release some of the cold air that's in there. So the best and way you can keep your food preserved for the longest period of time is to not open your refrigerator or your freezer. So kind of keep that in mind if your power happens to be out in your area. Just heard from meteorologist Kaylee Pluchel, who has been doing our social. Her power is out. In fact, can't get to any internet services at all right now. So Kaylee, stay safe. But her power is also out in Cedar Rapids. There you go. Severe thunderstorm warning. Is that a new one? Oh, that's a continuing.
Yeah, that was the extended one that went all the way to the Mississippi River until 1:30 this afternoon. Continues for the areas highlighted. So that includes Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Tipton, Anamosa, all those points to the east. Wacokota as well in Jackson County. Still warning for the threat of 90-mile-per-hour winds with this storm as it moves to the east at 70 miles per hour. So let's pause the animation for right now, and we will add a storm track to that heading to the east here at 70, just to get an idea of areas that haven't seen the leading edge of these storms and are not seeing those strong winds right now, when you can expect them. So going over the next 45 minutes. Central City, it's there right now. You need to be in shelter. Tipton as well in the next couple of minutes by 1 o'clock. Clarence just behind that. Wyoming, of course, just behind that as well. Muscatine just on the edge of our area, 112 this afternoon, then approaching Wacokota 123. Toward the Quad Cities by 1:30, and they'll be exiting our area at that point. But those storms continue to produce significant damage. Williamsburg has 1 foot diameter or larger trees snapped. So again, this is different than a tree uprooted, where that can depend on the depth of the roots or
the soil moisture,
exactly.
Or lots of different things.
But this is the wind so intense it is breaking a tree in half, and I will not be surprised to see more reports like that as we go forward. We've already seen a couple across the area with these storms moving through.
Let's go ahead and go to Max 1. Take a look at our. Well, we're going to take a look again outside. Is this live, Adam? This is live right now from...
there goes a piece of the building across the street.
Piece of something, of some building in downtown Cedar Rapids. You can see that blowing around. That's what we talked about with debris. This is an 80-mile-an-hour wind, likely moving through downtown. Someplace, there's debris blowing through the downtown area, which we don't often see. Okay, there's a lamppost down across the street. We can't see it in this particular shot, but I'm informed of that. You see the intense lightning. You're also seeing the very, very heavy or sheets of rain moving through. This is right now. Notice more debris flying by our window. That's why we tell you don't be by the windows as the storm is moving through, because if that should hit at the wrong time, that can shatter a window very easily, and you don't want to be there when that window is shattered. Still some traffic that looks like one of Cedar Rapids police taking a look to see how things are in the downtown area. And again, just heavy, heavy wind, along with the rain being blown around right in the downtown area, filtered down 2nd Avenue, right in front of the TV9 studios.
And again, the storm moved in 20 minutes ago, and this is still going on. This is exceptionally strong winds for an exceptionally long amount of time. Again, don't be driving around right now because of that potential for flying debris. The winds are strong enough that it could be lofting those debris pieces in parts of eastern Iowa. The last total we had for power outages in the state, again, this is the entire state, Mid-American, Alliant Energy, over 200,000 now.
Yep, and not unexpected. We started with the first report at about 100,000, and then it just went up from there and doubled with those strong winds that just continue. Look at that. I have never seen that in almost 30 years here at TV9 of debris in the downtown area flying like that right toward our entrance here at TV9.
Yeah, again, these are not tornadoes. This is just straight line winds, and straight line winds can do serious damage, and we're seeing that right now. I mean, you can see the street sign is laying on the street there, just to the left of the door there on the right side of your screen. It's just kind of hanging out there because we've had such intense winds, and it still continues. That is a very intense wind gust right now in downtown Cedar Rapids. Peeled off another small piece of that awning of the building across the street here. There goes
Even
another
more.
piece of it. Could be shingles or roof coverings in downtown.
In some ways, you're experiencing what a hurricane would be like.
Yep.
Because you're seeing those winds start and stay very intense for a longer period of time, along with some very, very heavy rains. And again, just keep watching. You'll notice more and more. All of a sudden, some debris from one of the buildings in the area will blow and move very close to our windows as the wind is taking it right toward the TV9 studios.
Not just a hurricane either. This would be the equivalent of a Category 2
Right.
hurricane.
Yeah, you're right.
So now
You're
we're not
absolutely
talking
right.
about minimal storms here.
Nope.
So, you know, if you ever wanted to experience one, I guess today was your unlucky day because we do have significant damage associated with this storm as well. Yeah, so that's just reports of trees down across the area. Not great. Just a measured wind gust. This was back toward central Iowa, about 85 miles per hour. One of the roadway sensors that we have along highways in Iowa, Marshalltown again, so this is a little bit ago at 11:43 in the morning, but 91 miles per hour.
Wow.
Measured again. So that is an actual sensor, reliable, maintained by the Iowa DOT, and there's another strong wind gust in downtown Cedar Rapids.
And I've never heard as much noise outside our
Yeah.
building as we're sitting in the studio as things are moving through.
We are in a not insignificant building in downtown Cedar
Right.
Rapids. It's a well-built brick structure, and we can hear the winds from inside the studio, which is also...
We are several walls inside.
The studio is meant to be
from where
soundproof,
you're
right?
looking at right there.
And we were listening to semi-blocking traffic on 380 South near Wilson Avenue. We'll see maybe if we can get a picture of that from one of our DOT cams, but it's going to be tough probably dealing with those power outages as well. We will try to take a look at that if we can. I'll try to pull it up here. If we go to Max 1, Joe will give you a radar too.
Yeah, let's take a look and kind of let you know. And I've had some people asking how long, because they can't see radar, they maybe can't get any information. Let's kind of give you a full radar tour across the TV9 viewing. We'll begin with the most intense areas, and I'm going to take the warnings off for right now because basically you're under a warning. You know the winds are strong. You know that you can see winds upwards of 70 miles per hour or higher as these storms move through. So Washington County right now, it's kind of pinpointed for you. More scattered activity, I would say, just to the southeast of Riverside. You probably have another 15 minutes or so as that storm continues to move through. Highest winds have just arrived in Anamosa. They're very close to Tipton right now. We've been watching those on our McGrath City Cam. Iowa City, Solon, you probably have another at least 10 to 15 minutes of storm to move through. Cedar Rapids, the storm itself, as you can see, extends farther to the north right now. So we're looking, let's take a little look at how long. Let's see. Before an hour or so, northern areas of Lynn County into areas of northern Jones County. And then as you see, as you travel along Highway 20, get rid of that. As you travel along Highway 20, you notice it'll be a period of time because they stretch from Brandon all the way to Dubuque. And movement on those are off to the east again at about 50 miles per hour. Some intense winds likely just move through the Alburnett area, heading for the Coggin area. Also heading up toward Monticello, moving into Anamosa right now, as we mentioned. This will again affect southern Delaware, southern areas of Buchanan County, as well as areas of Dubuque County. That storm will continue to move through Dubuque. You still have a ways to go before the storm is out of your area. You're just starting to experiencing some of the most intense parts of the storm. Strongest winds approaching Anamosa, approaching Tipton right now. In fact, I'm going to grab and take a look at our Tipton City Cam. Right now, we'll see if our Tipton City Cam still has some power. Showed a nice shelf cloud earlier. We're just going to kind of look at it just briefly to see if we can notice some of the strong winds, but it almost just froze on us right there. Power could become an issue very, very quickly. Understand now we have an update, 260,000 people across Iowa without power. So again, if you are without power, you're listening to us on a battery-operated radio, maybe on our live stream on your mobile device. We certainly appreciate you joining us and trusting us with your severe weather weather information. But if you are without power, there are about 260,000 other people also without power. And that means you are going, it's going to be a while. You mentioned that, Corey. It's going to be a while before we do find that power coming back on.
Yeah, chances are there's going to be some pretty decent infrastructure damage. It looks like we lost the feed from our Tipton City Cam. So if we could switch to Max 2, we'll take a look at a live picture from our McGrath, Iowa City Cam. So the newsroom, I can't get the feed from the DOT cameras up on Max. Looks like we're having a little connection issue. So if there's some way to pull it up on another computer, that would be great. So I can see the semi. It is overturned just near the Wilson Avenue exit on I-380. So shouldn't be traveling anyway, but certainly avoid that area. Don't head on the roads anyways. A lot of roads will probably have damage. Other vehicles may have been flipped in other locations in eastern Iowa. Still some pretty intense winds in the Iowa City area as well. Our North Liberty camera was holding tough earlier too. Still shaky in the wind. You can see those small trees on the campus of the Green State Credit Union building there in North Liberty. Blowing in the wind, they're obviously going to be more resilient to the strong winds, being relatively immature at this point, but still some very significant winds there. Pinpoint Doppler radar tracking these storms moving through. That warning continues for 1:30 until 1:30 this afternoon, to the Mississippi River. So again, if you live south of Highway 20 in eastern Iowa, you should be in a safe place right now. Again, like Joe mentioned, he's been here for 30 years. I've been here for near 2, and other times in the past, just in downtown Cedar Rapids. The intensity of these winds in the major metro areas of eastern Iowa, almost unmatched. This is going to be a historic storm. I think we can say that pretty safely at this point, just based on the reports we've seen. Schellsburg, emergency manager estimated wind gusts over 100 miles per hour in Lynn County, with campers blown over. Shelter roof at a park, so it sounds like maybe this was at a campground near Schellsburg. Train spotters, widespread tree damage in Cedar Rapids as well, with high winds, which again we've seen live here on TV9 this afternoon, and just numerous reports. New construction sites in parts of Iowa City on the northeast side, it looks like, had some damage. So a weakened structure and not complete structure like that, certainly very prone to the potential for damage there. And again, sort of a reiteration of what we already know, but power outage in Coralville, east side of Iowa City as well, according to emergency managers there in Johnson County. Measured wind gusts in West Branch just recently of 70 miles per hour.
If we go back to Max 1 right now, you'll notice, or guess we're going outside. If we go back to Max 1 real quick, thank you. Those are the storm reports that Corey's been talking about just in the last 6 hours. And you can see where those storms developed in western Iowa, pushed to the east. We don't have any storm reports yet across Cedar and Jones County because those storms are just moving in. Those storm reports will stretch all the way to the Mississippi and continue across portions of Illinois as we head through the later part of the afternoon and the evening hours. Strong winds. And again, news crews are out. They will be getting information to you as these storms continue to push across eastern Iowa. They are gathering damage reports and finding out, but they need to stay safe as well. That's why we use our city cams to show you these storms as they're moving across eastern Iowa. Also, radar. Best tool to be able to look at the storms as they continue to push through the area. Take a look right now. We're going to kind of give you a little better picture then of the strongest parts of the storms that are moving through, and they are beginning to move through areas of east central Iowa heading toward the Mississippi. Strongest area of storms that has caused the most damage now moving through Lynn County, heading across portions of southern Jones into Cedar County. That's the next 2 areas in the TV9 viewing area, Jones and Cedar. You want to be on the lookout and be in your safe place as the storms move through. Washington, city of, still some intense rains, but it looks like the heaviest cells have moved to your north and northeast. Still some strong areas of wind moving through the West Branch area. Certainly does look like the storms have moved through the strongest part, through the Iowa City area now, which is good news. Again, good news that they move through. Now we can kind of assess and see what we're seeing as those storms continue to push across other portions of eastern Iowa. Go ahead and get rid of the warnings for you. As we move farther north, Solon, it looks like you are pretty much clear of the storms. Tipton, you're just seeing those storms move in, as well as Anamosa. Lisbon, you're still in the midst of it. Cedar Rapids, looking in the downtown area just outside the window, still very, very dark. Not seeing anything much as far in the way of strong winds in the Cedar Rapids area at this time like they were. Let's take a look outside. I guess stand corrected, there still are some pretty strong winds from the remote that we're seeing. The radar would indicate that some of the strongest winds are still moving to the north. And down, we have reports now of a lot of debris, and you can continue to see it blowing off the buildings on our city cam. That's our live cam, just remote cam, right at looking outside our front windows. Reports of a lot of debris in the downtown area, which I have not seen as storms have moved through the area. Again, lots of debris reported in the downtown area. Then the strong winds continue, and some powerful winds up to 70 miles per hour in Anamosa, in Central City, in Center Point, up toward Walker. Vinton, it looks like you're on the back edge. Van Horn, it looks like you're on the back edge of the storms as well. That would be, again, as those storms continue to move off toward the east. Let's put this into motion for you. You'll see it moving out. And again, it's going to be moving probably the next 15 minutes or so through the Cedar Rapids area. There's still some rain behind this system, but that would be the strongest winds. Center Point, you probably have another 10 minutes left. Walker, you probably have about another 10 to 15 minutes left. Then we head farther to the north. And we've not talked much about our northeast zone because honestly your storms have been isolated and have not been as intense as they've moved through. We had some warnings earlier for southern, small portion of Allamakee and much of Clayton County. Have not had some wind reports up there. Now that activity is in Grant County, but there's still some activity from Buchanan, Delaware, and Dubuque County that we have to watch work its way through the TV9 viewing area. Those winds could be at about 70 miles per hour with storm motion at about 50 miles per hour. How's the lightning in these storms? We always look at lightning for the intensity. Take a look. Staying very intense across southern areas of Wisconsin, right along Highway 20, those storms stretching from Dubuque back to Independence. Then we look farther off to the south, very intense lightning across Lynn County, with the strongest part of the storm heading across areas of Jones as well as Cedar County. Moving through Johnson County right now, extreme northern areas of Washington County continue to move off toward the east, heading toward the Quad Cities, heading toward areas of Illinois. These storms will hold their strength and continue to produce more and more damage. You've been looking through some feeds, Corey, and trying to take a look. We'll just leave radar up right now on a loop. What kind of things have you been finding as far as damage?
Just as far as reports, we've just seen some things on social media that we don't have cleared to air yet, but we do have trees down in various places. It looks like part of from our reporter Ethan Steiner, investigative reporter, Northwestern Mutual Building in Cedar Rapids. I'm not familiar with exactly where that's located, but pretty significant damage to that structure. We're going to get that to air if we can as soon as possible. Looks like some pretty significant roof damage, maybe a roof collapse there in parts of Cedar Rapids. We're just looking at it off air, but I'm going to effort to get it on air here. Otherwise, yeah, just again, widespread damage reports, and they will continue to come in and probably get worse as we go through the next few hours, as people are able to exit their shelter as the storm moves through and finally gets through, because we just still have intense winds experienced in a broad part of eastern Iowa.
Looks like most of you in the western portion of Benton County, you're clear of the storms. Blackhawk County, you're clear of the storms right now. Any portion, if you go from western Benton through Blackhawk, points toward the west, draw a straight line north and south, you're clear of the strongest storms. You're not clear of the rain. There's still some rain out there. Could be some lightning as well. But as far as the strongest or most intense parts of the storm, you are certainly clear of that area. The strongest parts remain across our central and far, far southern portions of our northeastern zone, extending right along Highway 20, stretching from Independence through Manchester to Dubuque, and then south into areas of Jones as well as Cedar County right now. We're going to try to take a look at our city cam and see what it looks like in Manchester right now, as well as Independence. Let's take a look at Independence first. If it does come up, yeah, you can see again the visibilities are not down, the rain not incredibly strong. You're coming on the backside of that system. Take a look at our Manchester city cam as more intense rains start to move up across areas of Delaware County. And again, potential power outage here. We'll wait just a second to see if it's going to come up, and indeed it does not look like it will. Once again, with the power outages all across Eastern. What was the last estimate, 260,000?
That was our last number. I'm sure it's probably already gone higher by now.
Oh yeah, no, I would totally have expected that. So there's what you have left of these storms as they move through, and still very intense across Jones and Cedar County. If you are in Jones and Cedar County, you certainly should be in your safe area. You can expect winds in excess of 70 miles per hour as the storms move through. That warning goes all the way to the Mississippi and continues until 1:30. We're just past 1:08 right now in the afternoon, so still continuing to do can do some things. Looks like some tree damage also across areas near Palo. Lots of big trees are down in the areas. You're going to see this, I think, repeated across much of eastern Iowa. Have reports from the Stony Point area, picture as well. Tree down, flagpole taken down as well. As the storm, the tree was just kind of sheared off. That right along E Avenue and Stony Point. Have some reports and some pictures as well. And it looks like other trees down across many portions of eastern Iowa. So something that, again, as winds get upwards of 80 to 100 miles per hour, that's not something trees can withstand. And indeed, that's what we're seeing right now across all of eastern Iowa. Wide view again, picture of radar, giving an indication of what is happening as the storms continue to move through. And again, those of you in Jones and Cedar County, still some very, very powerful winds. Looks like most of Johnson County just about out of the very strong winds. Those of you in southern areas and eastern areas of Buchanan County, across Delaware County and Dubuque County, strong winds up to 70 miles per hour still possible across your area as well. So certainly damage felt everywhere across eastern Iowa. People are not alone with the damage that we're seeing.
Yes, and a fresh report from the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities. This is from an emergency manager in Lynn County located near Midway, which is an unincorporated town. That's near Toddville, though, so just east of Toddville, it looks like the report. A measured wind gust from an emergency manager, so reliable source, 112 miles per hour.
Oh, that's the highest official
that we've seen
report
so far.
that we've seen, 112. And you were mentioning that storm back in June of '98, 125. So we are on that range of these storms moving across portions of eastern Iowa, again causing damage. Perfect scenario set up, lots of warm, moist air in place, atmosphere very unstable, just needed the storms to develop, and once they did, they were intense and continue to be intense as they push off toward the east, heading toward the Quad Cities.
Yes, when you see those storms develop in the early morning hours and we have full sunshine here in eastern Iowa, when those storms are generating in South Dakota, that's usually the sign of what could be an intense line of storms moving through here later in the day. And that's why we tracked it this morning on the TV9 Morning News, and we went through it with the midday show as well as the storms entered our area. I understand we have some pictures ready to take a look at from the control room, so let's see if we can get a look at those real quick here in a second. Right now, pinpoint Doppler radar, though, showing those intense thunderstorms along and south of Highway 20, moving to the east. The apex of that bow approaching the western edges of Scott, Clinton, as well as the southwestern portions of Jackson counties. Again, 70 to 100 mile per hour winds, quite likely with these storms as they move to the east. It is producing exceptional damage in many locations of eastern Iowa. Yeah, I mean, it just has, and it will continue to do so. It sounds like we're repeating ourselves a lot, but it just bears repeating.
Well, and it has been exactly the same as they've entered the TV9 viewing area, just in different areas as those storms continue to move through. So again, numerous reports of tree damage. Let's take a look at this and see if we can get a little close. That looks like, okay, northwest Cedar Rapids by Harrison Elementary. You're looking at from a deck, perhaps. You're looking out at some damage, certainly some structural damage. Looks like some, what do you think? Is it tarps of some sort?
Yeah,
a pool?
Possibly an outdoor pool that got collapsed. Some other damage, just various debris, it looks like.
Yeah, there's lots of debris
around
in the area. Again, strong winds can do that. There you see a tree branch down on some cars. Same area as well.
Oh boy, we'll get to this picture at some point. Yeah, very much same area.
Yep, same area. So again, more tree damage. You're going to see this picture repeated across many portions of eastern Iowa, south of Highway 20, as the storms continue to move through. Same neighborhood, another tree down. You can see numerous trees down. If you look in the distance between the two houses, a couple of trees down. Also right on top of that car in the neighborhood, coming out of the front yard of that home.
Yep, another big piece of tree, if not a whole tree, at that point. Goodness, yeah, an image that's going to be repeated across eastern Iowa today many times.
I have a friend that's posted that downtown has never looked like they've seen it before, with all the damage in the downtown area, debris in the downtown area of Cedar Rapids we're talking about. So, again, not just confined. People always say, boy, downtown areas, city areas don't get hit. No, they do. That is evidenced many times across eastern Iowa and other storms as they move through different areas. So certainly, I don't think many people not affected by the storms as they continue to push through the area. Thank you for getting us pictures. Thank you for posting pictures. We appreciate that. Make sure you're doing it safely. Know you're not alone in the damage that has been. Hopefully, structural damage is minimal in your area, and that can be fixed up in a very short period of time. Power outages still continue. We have more than 250,000 without power at last count across eastern Iowa. And we've showed you numerous pictures as well. I don't know if we have that live shot outside the TV9 studios again. We can just take a look through our front door just to take a look at what it's like in downtown Cedar Rapids right now, see if it's as intense as it was. Do we have that? Apparently we don't have that to take a look at.
Instead of wireless.
Oh, there we do have it to take a look at. So again, we'll cut the audio with that. That would be great. But you can see that things have improved in the downtown area. There's TV9's morning anchor Jay Green in the shot. There's news director Adam Karros right now. Apparently they're moving the shot around a little bit. You can see if you look to the left of the picture through the door, appears that there's some debris also out there. Notice the sheets of wind are not moving as great as they were earlier. We are looking through downtown Cedar Rapids. If anybody's listening out in the, Jay, if you're listening, I don't know if you have your IFB in. Let's go away from that. Obviously they are moving the camera right now. So we cannot take a look outside. Yeah, let's go to Max 1. There, thank you. There you go, the line of storms continuing to push through. We went on the air with you at noon for continuous coverage. Corey was tracking these live since early this morning. That's the thing that's most impressive about the storm system. Do we have a new severe thunderstorm warning?
It does look like we do, and I think it's going to probably be the eastern fringes of our area.
Okay.
Yep. Jackson, Clinton, Scott counties, just the very far eastern parts of Jones and Cedar too.
Yeah, so Jones and Cedar, the only TV9 counties affected by this warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 2:15. That would take it through the far eastern portion of Cedar County and the far eastern and southeastern portion of Jones County. So Jones and Cedar, you're under warnings right now as these storms continue to move through the area. Certainly keep that in mind as those storms continue to push through at about 70 miles per hour. They've held their strength, which is very common as these storm complexes get going. That bow echo just moves for a period of time across the state and continues to push through the area with those very intense winds. Elsewhere across areas of Iowa, there are still some rain showers, as we can see. Scattered activity.
Live picture outside of downtown Cedar Rapids again.
Light poles down, it looks like.
Yep, that's as described by our newsroom earlier. We do have that street light knocked down there in downtown Cedar Rapids. Might not be an uncommon scene in other parts of eastern Iowa. Of course, we'll get a better picture of that going forward, but street signs also down. So if you are in areas that have been affected by the storm, of course, be courteous to your other drivers. If you have to be out, we'd still say wait at this point. But if you are out, four-way stops, alternate, take some time, don't rush. No reason to compound the damage that we've already seen to infrastructure and trees and all the like with additional damage to vehicles. That would be an unfortunate situation.
Also, let's make sure that we tell you this. There's damage across all of eastern Iowa. Once the storm is passed, later this afternoon, this evening, do not go out and do not try to gawk and see the storm and see the storm damage that's out there. You're going to see plenty of it on the news. We're going to show it to you. We've been showing it to you already. And people need to make sure, number one, that power lines aren't down. Number two, that they get their way to get through and get things cleared off. So stay away from areas that have storm damage. Watch the news. Take a look at the posts that are out there. There are plenty of places for you to see and take a look at, once again, the storm that moved through. Let's go to the wall right now because I want to show Max 1 on the radar. And if we get to the wall, I'll take a look at these storms from when Corey joined you earlier this morning. Take a look at pinpoint Doppler radar. Where did it go? My echoes were there.
Yeah, we lost the radar picture. There we go.
There it is. Take a look at this. I've got to go over here. My monitor's out. If we've got Sean, if Sean can come fix this monitor, that would be fantastic. Let's take a look. Okay.
Jay outside.
Jay, I guess we're going to you.
Let's take a look outside in downtown Cedar Rapids. There's our picture
station
again.
On 2nd Avenue Southeast here in downtown Cedar Rapids. Don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm just going to keep talking. You can see that's still pretty windy down here. You can see some of the damage. We've got pieces of our roof off. We've got light poles down, signs. Still really windy out here. Not as bad, not as windy as it was earlier. That's not saying a whole lot, considering we can still really feel it. Check out this damage along 2nd Avenue Southeast. We're getting calls into our newsroom. Damage all around Linn County, all around eastern Iowa. We're trying to be covering it as best as we can here. Again, we're out front of our station here at 2nd Avenue Southeast in downtown Cedar Rapids. You can see we've got some maintenance vehicles going by already, and you can see the water Still flooding the streets right now. We've got down signs right now. We've got damage along here. We've got a sign that came down. So that's the extent of the damage we're seeing right now. And like I said, we're getting a lot of calls into our newsroom of people saying the same thing around eastern Iowa. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio for right now.
Talking about before, thanks for the report, Jay. We want to show you the storms as they developed early this morning. Is my mic on?
Yep.
Sounds like I'm not on. Sounds like it's echo. Take a look at the storms that developed near Sioux City. That's the line of storms that continue to push off toward the east, now entering eastern Iowa, and lots of damage as the storm still continues to push through areas of Jones, as well as Cedar County, as well as along Highway 20. So a long duration event that began in western Iowa early this morning. Corey has been tracking it throughout, and again, with the intense heat, the intense dew points that we had very, very high across the area, yeah, absolutely, those storms caused damage across all of eastern Iowa, across all of Iowa, quite honestly, for a period of time. If someone can bring Sean, our engineer, in, I need him to fix the monitor on the left side of the wall. If someone can get Sean, our engineer, in, I need him to fix the monitor on the left side of the wall. Thank you very much.
I'm going to take Max 2 real quick. This is part of the very edge of our viewing area, Grant County. National Weather Service in La Crosse has issued a tornado warning. It's a very small tornado warning. Basically just includes the city of Platteville in southwest Wisconsin. It's on the very edge of our area, so if you are watching us from there online or over the air or on cable, however you may be getting us, that is an area that does have the potential to produce a tornado. It's radar indicated at this point, so no official report of a tornado there. It's moving to the southeast at 25 miles per hour. That warning continues for the next 10 minutes in Platteville. Seek shelter underground in the lowest floor of your home. That storm could produce a tornado in the next 10 minutes or so. We do have other warnings in effect for eastern Iowa as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings for broad areas of the eastern part of the viewing area. Again, they still do technically continue for the areas of Cedar Rapids and Iowa City, that warning until 1:30 this afternoon. So about to expire, but we're still seeing wind gusts at times in those areas, still heavy rainfall, particularly in the northern part of Lynn County. The rain has become much less intense in Iowa City and down toward Washington, but you could still be seeing those wind gusts. The backside of the storm still producing significant wind gusts there as well. We see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued. I'm going to guess, again, it's probably for portions of the viewing area up toward Dubuque. Joe Davies County as well. So just the city of Dubuque and points to the south in southern Dubuque County, as well as those portions of Joe Davies County. Let's take a look and see what it is exactly until and for.
It's until 2:15.
Thank you.
Goes through the southern half of Dubuque County, will include all of the city of Dubuque. Northern Jackson County, so just out of the TV9 viewing area, far northeastern areas of Jones County also included. This itself would once again be for some strong winds, probably up to about 70 miles per hour, and some intense rain as that storm continues to move through. We're noticing that out of Jones County right across into Jackson County right now, that storm beginning to enter the area. Some intense cells moving through Dubuque, the southern half of Dubuque County. So the city of Dubuque kind of bordering to the north, and then you head farther down to the south across northern areas of Jackson and northern areas of Jones County. That's where we once again find the strong storms. Then, of course, the last edge of the strongest cells that produced all the damage that we're seeing, this moving across portions of Jones County as well as Cedar County, back through Louisa, heading toward the Quad Cities. Just about the front edge is certainly out of the TV9 viewing area, but the back edge, which has stayed just as intense, still continues. So we are going to continue to follow these storms as we move through the next 15 to 20 minutes and get them through at least Dubuque County before we would leave coverage for you. Again, numerous reports of damage. We've seen pictures of damage. Many of you have been posting damage pictures. Lots of tree damage, certainly some structural damage as well. And we are gathering lots of information. Hopefully we can get some reports soon. If we have someone in the control room that is not in the control room right now, I would ask if we have any reports at all of any damage or any other pictures that we could show of the damage as it's moving across portions of eastern Iowa.
I do have one from our investigative reporter, Ethan Stein, like I described earlier. This is in downtown Cedar Rapids. This was something that's very near the Northwestern Mutual office. That's not the Northwestern Mutual office in the picture. It is a building that can't identify exactly what's on it. It's near the corner of 4th Avenue Southeast and 1st Street Southeast. And you can see what appears to be at least a partial roof collapse on that building. So that is some pretty significant structural damage to that particular building in downtown Cedar Rapids. And like Joe said, it's been a long time, if ever, we've seen damage quite like this in the city center of Cedar Rapids. Significant damage there. on that building's facility. Hopefully folks either weren't inside. It's not quite clear if there's an active business in that building at this point. But yeah, that's not a sign that we want to see for sure. Pretty significant damage there right here in the heart of Cedar Rapids.
Have you heard of any other building damage from any of your communities right now so far? I know we've had a lot of tree damage. We've had some roof damage. I know we had some down, I forget exactly where we had roof damage reported, but certainly we've seen it in the downtown area, and I'm sure we'll see more of it. Any other reports kind of structural type damage?
We did just get a report from an unconfirmed report, so we'll have to check into this with our newsroom crews, but the roof of the Best Buy on Lindale Mall was damaged. That was causing a little bit of water to leak into the building, so it may have come from an employee, not clear, or somebody that was nearby. But that's another location that has at least seen some roof damage, and that makes sense. Those broad structures, much like we saw in Central Iowa and Des Moines, they had damage to the roof of the hockey stadium there in Central Illinois. So, Central Iowa and Des Moines. So I mean, it makes sense. That's why we always say, if you're in a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning, not to get into those types of buildings, like a big grocery store or a mall. Not safe. It's not safe because of those pitched roofs. Just not a very secure structure to be in. So if you're in those areas, certainly seek a better shelter in the future if you have another one of these warnings move through.
And again, there's a look at pinpoint Doppler radar. There are a couple of tornado warnings that have been issued across areas of Wisconsin, out of the TV9 viewing area. Certainly, as our viewing area continues through Dubuque County, we do have a warning that continues. You see that right now, and we'll pinpoint it for you. It's a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:15. Now let's lose the severe thunderstorm warning itself and take a look at the cell. Looks like strong near Cascade. I wonder if our Cascade City Cam, if it is showing up. If not, let's take a look. And then let's take a look at our Dubuque City Cam as well, just to see what's happening as we look back toward the west and southwest. Pretty intense cells, winds of 70 miles per hour certainly possible. Have had reports of some damage across areas with the storms along Highway 20, but the main damage has been south of Highway 20, Lynn County, and points to the south. That's where we've seen most of our damage across the area.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at Max 2 if we could. Our Cascade City Cam. Yeah, very, very heavy rainfall falling there. We do have some wind moving through that area as well. That's why the National Weather Service did issue that warning. We had winds starting to be reported in that area between 60 to 70 miles per hour again, and that's why we had that warning issued. So we have that warning in effect for southern Dubuque County, as well as Joe Davis County, as well as anywhere pretty much along and east of Cedar Rapids to Iowa City and points to the east. So yeah, pretty intense rain and wind there in Cascade. Let's take another look at our North Liberty City Cam as we take a bit of a tour. Still seeing strong winds there. This is well behind the line of storms. They are not seeing intense wind at this point, but intense rain, but the wind is still very strong there on the west side of North Liberty near Interstate 380. That's where that camera is located. We'll see if we can move that one around a little bit and take a closer look at what's going on there.
Well, you do that, Corey. I'm
yeah.
going to take a talk to our reporter. Aaron Hossman is out and taking a look at some of the storm damage. Aaron joins us on Newsline 9. Aaron, where are you at?
I'm currently at near the J Avenue exit of 380 in Cedar Rapids, northbound. Headed this interstate is one issue, let alone getting on. A lot of those exits are closed with cars, parked next to one another, trying to keep safe under the underpasses, on the on-ramps. I've easily seen at least 10 semis on their sides or overturned. We have some police department out on the interstates trying to help those individuals. I'm actually trying to make my way back to the TV9 station in downtown Cedar Rapids, but every road that I turn on, I'm seeing small, large trees down on every road that you turn, power lines. A lot of people are stuck on these side streets that appear to be getting, trying to go back to work or home, but again, a lot of these impassable throughout Cedar Rapids, even on these side roads and on the interstates. So it seems like a very dangerous situation. Seeing a lot of people drowned at every corner that they go. Standing water, again, power lines, trees. Seems to be a dangerous situation, but pretty interesting. I've never experienced something like this all my time in Iowa.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has experienced it, especially in the communities that we've seen. A couple things. First of all, what we're looking at right now is live from our McGrath North Liberty City Cam. Basically, traffic stopped on southbound 380. Lots of semis showing up. Extremely slow on northbound 380. That near North Liberty. Now, you mentioned semis down. Is that in the downtown area in 380 that you saw the semis tipped over?
The first ones that I saw were towards North Liberty, headed north towards Cedar Rapids, but the more I progressed at the 218, 380, where that meets there near Kirkwood College. There was a couple turned over there. And then right before you get to downtown Cedar Rapids, there was 2 on their sides southbound on 380. And then just past the J Avenue exit heading again north on 380, another one turned over there. Police were there assisting that vehicle.
Well, stay safe, Aaron. We appreciate your report, and we look forward to seeing you here at TV9. But Aaron points out a good point, Corey. With all the trees down and all the now vehicles down and all the damage we're having reported, do not go out and try to see this damage. We are showing it to you. We'll continue to show it to you. You'll see it tonight on the news. There is way too dangerous to get more people out on the roadways trying to look and see and take a look or get a picture. Plenty of people are out doing that right now that are professionals at it. Do not try to go and look at the storm damage. Besides that, there are likely numerous power lines down across areas of eastern Iowa. Because of that, it can be a very dangerous situation as well. So certainly stay safe, stay inside your home. Hopefully you have power. If you don't have power and are listening to us, you're not alone. We have over 260,000 at the last report power outages in eastern Iowa or in Iowa. And again, I'm sure the power outage number will certainly be higher than that. But you're looking again, you saw this. This is again from our McGrath North Liberty City Cam, 380 southbound stopped and barely moving now in the northbound lane.
Yeah, we can't quite see what's causing the stoppage. It's just beyond our view. Looking there, you see we run into a rooftop there. Still very windy there as well, rattling our camera as crews do work to clean up the situation there. It looks like there it is. There's an overturned semi just to the northbound lane.
There you go. You can
right
see
side.
it.
Yep, and that flag dangling by one hook at this point in front of the Green State Credit Union building there in North Liberty, as winds strong enough to tear it from its flag post, but at least the flag post is still standing at this point. So scenes like this are probably going to be recreated often in wide parts of Iowa. Interstates in Iowa right now, I would say, eastern Iowa, 380, 80, Highway 20, major highways, just stay off them. There's really no reason.
There's no reason to be out.
Unless there's an absolute emergency. Otherwise, just hang out inside today. We will, like Joe said, bring you the pictures. We'll show you the scenes as we get them. We're going to have extensive coverage of this storm system that moved through today. And it's because we really want to avoid more situations like this or making them worse in terms of clearing crash situations involving semis primarily on our interstates here in eastern Iowa. Let's take another look at pinpoint Doppler radar on Max 2, which is where we're at. And we can see very intense storms moving from west to east. And there they go. That severe thunderstorm warning continues for the very far eastern portion of our viewing area, but it also includes the southern portions of Dubuque County, where we're seeing some pretty intense wind and rain. We did take a look at the Cascade City Cam earlier. Let's maybe take a quick look at that again, see if we've still got it. Yeah, pretty heavy rain there. The wind's not looking quite as strong as we saw in some portions of our other city cams, in particular Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Marion, where we just saw those sheets of rain. Of course, that is consistent with what we'd expect based on the alignment and orientation of the storm. The most intense winds are going to be a little bit to the south. Doesn't mean that you're not going to see damaging winds in those areas on the northern edges of it. It's just that you're going to be spared the absolute worst of it that caused the most significant damage. This storm system looks like it's finally about to move out. But again, we're still seeing on our North Liberty City Cam that it's very, very windy. The backside of the storm system as this very well organized, very intense complex of storms pushes to the east will continue with those strong winds. If we can go to Max 1 actually real quick, that's a picture Joe's got of the velocity data. We usually use this to look at possibly tornadic storms, but it also just tells us the strengths of the winds in generic thunderstorms as well.
Yeah, there it goes. Let me get it back on.
Okay, we'll work on getting it back, but it did show, and of course the radar beam shoots just off the surface, so it's going to be somewhat in the clouds, but even at that level around Tipton, that's not very far off the ground, and so we're seeing winds there that are very intense, just about 1,000 feet off the ground, and a lot of those winds are coming to the surface as well, most of it transferring to the surface. Very consistent with what we saw in central Iowa too, near Des Moines, just pretty absurd readings on our Doppler radar views this afternoon.
And the reason you're seeing the red go to green, we often talk about that, right? It's because it's passing the radar site at this point. So all those winds moving in the same direction, the green going toward the radar site, toward the Davenport site, the red moving away from the Davenport site. It's all straight line winds continuing to move through. And as Corey mentioned, even back across areas of Cedar County, yet still some pretty intense winds as those storms continue to move across portions of eastern Iowa. Again, we are looking at a line of storms storms that developed early this morning back across western areas of Iowa has continued to move across eastern and central areas of Iowa, causing storm damage all across the state. These storms still are holding their energy, especially across extreme northern areas of Lynn, throughout Jones, southern areas of Dubuque, southern areas of Delaware, back across areas just exiting Johnson County, and again moving farther toward the east. The movement on these storms again has continued to be right around 70 miles per hour, and anytime you get movement that strong, that's when you are finding those winds at least that strong, if not stronger. And we have had an official report, I believe if I remember right, of 112 mile per hour wind as these storms move through portions of eastern Iowa.
Right near Toddville.
So Toddville, so very, very, very intense. Probably many not left spared with some type of tree, branch, and or structural damage as these storms moved across Lynn, Johnson County, and then of course Tama County much earlier, as well as Marshall County and Benton County as those storms continue to move through. Those of you in Dubuque County, we're going to hang with this. Certainly at least that long, unless I hear different from our newsroom. We are going to watch those storms continue to push across southern Dubuque County. Let's pinpoint that for you. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Haven't had any reports. And you looked at the Dubuque City Cam earlier. Was there anything really impressive showing up?
Not really at that point, but let me double check again, maybe move it around, see if we can get a better picture as you take a look at the radar.
Yeah, it looks like close to maybe the Dubuque Regional Airport right now, some of the stronger, so south of the city of Dubuque. Looking back farther off across areas of Jones County, just near the Scotch Grove area. Monticello likely seeing some very, very powerful winds as well. Also from Wyoming, back across areas farther toward the south and east. Central City, you are just about out of the strongest part of the winds. Center Point, you're certainly clear. Cedar Rapids now you can see has been cleared with the strongest part of the storm as it continues to push mainly across Jones, generally out of Cedar County right now as well, and through southern areas of Delaware as well as southern areas of Dubuque County.
Now, why don't we take a look at Max 2 real quick? We'll just look at our Dubuque City Cam real fast. It looks like the main part of the city of Dubuque being spared, which is great news for the folks up there. Of course, not every part of eastern Iowa totally lucky, but it's the southern portion of Dubuque County that we're particularly concerned about for the potential for some of those damaging winds. You can see that there. Did have a report from the National Weather Service in Des Moines. So we're going back a little bit in time here toward Marshalltown. Looks like a report from a factory on the east side of town. Cars in the parking lot is an estimate. So of course, it's not an exact count,
right.
But person there working at a big factory, looks like it might have been Fisher Controls, not sure. We're going to confirm that, but over 100 cars with windows blown out.
Ouch.
I mean, that is intense wind. Could have been aided by some debris perhaps as well to break those windows. And so that's why earlier during the midday show and just afternoon we were saying get that car inside if you can, because that storm has the potential to do damage just without, usually you'd look for a falling tree to damage a car or something like that. But today, nope, just took the wind. That's all it needed to really do some damage across eastern Iowa. Fortunately, though, that picture out of Dubuque, not looking too bad.
I'm going to ask Chris Mike to get a manager to the studio if they can. A manager in the studio, please. Need to just ask a couple of questions and then see how we're going to continue to move forward. I would assume we have other news crews and some video coming in that we could talk to. Would love another report from Jay Green in downtown Cedar Rapids to take a look at how things are looking. I see Jay sitting in the newsroom right now. He was out earlier, showed you the debris in the downtown area. Certainly would love to see that and see how we're going to move forward. I will let you take over, Corey, for just a second.
For sure. We've got those storms approaching the eastern border of Iowa as they continue off to the east at 70 miles per hour. Which is great news. They are exiting the TV9 viewing area. Bad news for the folks in northwest Illinois. So if you have friends, family that live out toward, I'd say Rock Falls or Rockford, those sorts of areas of Illinois, make sure you give them a call. Let them know, give them a heads up as these storms approach. It probably would be nice for them to know because these storms have not lost their punch. Seen very similar reports out of the Quad Cities area that we've seen out of our area here in eastern Iowa. We'll see those storms moving off to the east. Just trying to load some extra radar data. It looks like it's not working, unfortunately. Having a little bit of communication issues, here and there with the power outages. I know I don't have cell phone service here in the studio. I think Joe still does. Should probably switch to his provider, I guess. But
I did. I don't know if I still do because I have been sending, and I don't think I do either. And that's one thing that people do not realize is that one thing that goes down in many times when you have strong storms move through, one of the first things along with electricity is cell phone service. Yep. It does not stay up. It's not as reliable as your landline that you used to have, which stays up. So you may not have cell phone service for a period of time. Again, have other ways to get communication out if you need to. And I would agree with you. I think my cell phone service is down now as well.
Yeah, the backups for those could be not as robust, right? The backup
Correct.
power, and also there could be infrastructure damage to some of those towers
Absolutely.
too, based on what we've seen so far. Downtown Iowa City, still gusty. Those trees are still blowing pretty decently, not nearly as intense as we saw earlier on our McGrath Iowa City City Cam, but there's a big branch down in that driveway of the apartment building. I'm sure plenty of other tree damage in the area too. Just taking a look at those pictures in Iowa City.
Go ahead, tell me again,
many,
please.
Many other areas.
Okay, apparently a lot of calls coming into 911. The Marion police chief just called and told us to relay, do not call 911 unless you have a serious injury or serious need. Trees down, your road blocked, your power out right now is not something to call 911 for. So serious need, absolutely, call 911. If it is not a serious or immediate need, use their non-emergency number, and that's the place you'd want to call on that.
Absolutely, and that's one of those things to keep in mind. We know, and emergency services know that there's widespread damage, and so they don't really need to be told again. They'll be out assessing it as much as they can over the next several hours and providing help to areas that need it. And it's just going to be a process. Again, if you have power out, like we warned earlier, it's probably going to be out for a while. So we have hundreds of thousands, literally, customers without power in the state of Iowa, and therefore we are seeing it's going to take a while. And these storms were so intense, they're causing that damage and destruction in various parts of eastern Iowa. And I don't mean to sound alarmist with the word destruction, but based on the reports we've had so far, don't think it's totally misplaced in the case of these storms, because they have caused some widespread damage. There's that view from our McGrath North Liberty City Cam again. Traffic backed up on Interstate 380. As we've said, we're not advising travel right now over the road or even through local communities, just because of the potential for widespread tree damage. You may not be able to get to where you want to go, and then you're just kind of part of the problem at that point.
And that's why you need to stay inside. You need to stay safe where you are. Remember, as we reminded you earlier, do not open your fridge. Do not open your freezer if you are without power. You have a period of time where your food will stay safe depending on when that power comes back on. And that's what you want to do. Just let everything be as it is, and you will continue to, again, wait for that power to come on. Crews are certainly going out. They'll be assessing damage, and they'll be returning power as they can to areas they know you're without power. We had last estimate 260,000. I don't know, Chris, Mike, if you can get us a new estimate on power outages. Haven't had an estimate for quite some time on how much damage we've seen. But again, just numerous trees down across areas of eastern Iowa. I have many friends now sending me pictures of trees down in their yard as well. Said just lots of trees down everywhere. Obviously, we are in the studio. We cannot see that, but just looking at some of the pictures I'm seeing, just trees sheared off kind of midway down. That just indicates the strong winds, and really does take us back to the event of 1998, because that's how you saw the trees. They weren't cut off, uprooted, tipped over. No, they were just sheared right off as those winds came in and stayed strong for periods of time. Trees that we grow here with all the leaves on them, branches filled with leaves, just aren't able to withstand what you'd see maybe from, let's say a palm tree down in southern Florida that can really take a lot of wind before something like that goes down. Here, you get an oak tree full of leaves, you get a silver maple full of leaves. They go down pretty rapidly as well when you get those intense winds for a period of time.
Absolutely. That's a very good point, Joe. That's why those trees survive so well down there, and that's why they have them.
Exactly.
Because they can survive those intense hurricanes. Up here, we're not so lucky, but we are lucky that it doesn't happen quite as often as well. You can just tell, still very gusty winds there in North Liberty. We did have a report from Ely.
We can go to Max 1, please.
Yeah, why don't we take a Max 1 real quick?
Go ahead, you can tell.
Ely report from, I believe, is an emergency manager, where we had significant tree damage again. Tree snapped in half, like Joe said, 12-inch diameter around, which is pretty significant. Toddville, again, which is pretty close to where we had that measured wind gust of 112 miles per hour. Lots of tree damage. Outbuilding tossed into a field, and as well as corn damage. And that's another thing that's going to be an effect of this storm system. Corn mature at this point, but heat stressed. May not be able to withstand the winds that we had. I don't know if in any condition if that corn would be able to withstand 90 to 100 mile per hour winds. So the areas that saw the most intense damage today will probably have some pretty significant agricultural losses as well, which is just super bad news for farmers in eastern Iowa. So hopefully that was minimal, but unfortunately I think it was probably, and we'll of course have crews checking on that, but I'm going to suspect that crop damage could be significant in places. We do have Max 1 showing pinpoint Doppler radar. Most intense part of the storm in the TV9 viewing area right now in northeastern Jones County as well as southern Dubuque County, entering Jackson County as well. But the strongest winds, fortunately, are exiting the state. Doesn't mean that we're not going to continue to see strong winds. We've still seen gusty winds at times on the backside of the system as some strong air moves in behind it. Just because of the pressure difference that this storm system generates itself. So it's kind of like on a normal day when it's windy, when you have that pressure gradient force that makes strong winds. Getting a little technical, I know here, but it's the similar thing just on a very small scale. And you can see maybe if you look closely on that top edge, or the top edge of the line of storms, moving through Monticello toward Bernard, that's where we see that line just curl a little bit. And that's why we have that big pressure difference. It really enhances those strong winds.
Is the shot ready, Aaron? Okay, we're not ready yet, but we are going to be taking a look at downtown Cedar Rapids very shortly once again to show you some of the damage. Corey pointing out again where the most intense cells are right now. Let's give you a wide picture across eastern Iowa. Again, the main area of severe weather now pushing right along the Mississippi out of the TV9 viewing area, still continuing to be very strong across areas of Dubuque, northern Jones, and back into far eastern areas of Delaware County. Farther back off toward the west, we do notice some intense rainfall. Severe weather not present farther to the west, and I wouldn't expect any, but we will continue to see once again some rain for a period of time. I understand TV9's Jay Green is live right now in Cedar Rapids, heading down toward the library. Jay, what can you tell us or show us?
Yeah, Joe, I can tell you the winds have lightened up a little bit here in downtown Cedar Rapids. Still got some rain falling, certainly not as heavy as it was earlier. I want to show you the library. Mike, if we can kind of walk over this way a little bit. I want to show you the damage across from the library here in Green Square Park in downtown Cedar Rapids. You can see trees just all over the place. We've got a bike rack here in the middle of the street. We've got trash cans turned up all over the place. Farther down the street, down 5th Street Southeast, you can see debris scattered all over the road, and we're guessing this is kind of what it looks like all around the area. We've gotten several calls into the newsroom about what things are looking like. We know that many customers are without electricity right now, getting lots of calls about that into their newsroom. But again, as you can see here from the Green Square Park right across from Cedar Rapids Library, just lots of branches and debris down right now. We've got people kind of checking out damage around their buildings here. We've got a dumpster kind of blown into the street. So as you can see, just a variety of damage. We can only assume that this is what other people are seeing around our viewing area. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Hear me, Jay. Can you guys reset that shot also along 2nd Avenue? I want to take a look up and down 2nd Avenue, what you were showing us a bit earlier as well.
Okay.
Green Square Park, obviously devastated with some tree damage. Let's just watch it live. Let's just walk over and take a look at what you're seeing down 2nd Ave. Can we get to the other side of the building?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Oh, I guess we're okay. Yep. We are live. So again, you're looking at.
We'll take you down to. All right, we'll take you down to 2nd Ave here, sure. Kind of show you what things look like out here. I know we were watching from the front of this station. We saw signs blowing down. We can see kind of a backup of traffic up on 1st right now. I can see through the trees here. We'll show you what things look like around here. Again, not as windy as things were earlier. Saw some of those really strong winds and rain down here in downtown Cedar Rapids. I know we lost one of our satellite dishes on top of our building. We heard that one come down and saw it on our security cameras. Here's a look out front now on 2nd Avenue Southeast. We can see just debris all over the road, from roofing tiles to some car damage to signs down to parking meters down. We've got trees blocking the sidewalks here. We've got, looks like maybe foam in the middle, or some sort of foam in the middle of the road. If you want to take a look back here behind me, going down, we can see lots of people heading towards 1st right now, just checking out the damage. That's about what we're seeing right now. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, it looked like a light pole down right there too, Jay, in front of the TV9 studios. Was I seeing that correctly?
Yeah, we've got a light pole down here. We've got a parking meter down, stop sign down, construction barriers that were in the way kind of blown down. So.
Awesome. No, we thank you for your report, and be curious.
You want to talk to us? Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I'd be curious, Jay, you said a satellite dish came off the roof of the TV9. Where did that satellite dish land?
Yeah, we saw it in our parking garage, Joe. We're going to grab an interview with somebody here real quick if you want to hang tight with us. He's pulling over. Not sure if he's passing through town. He's going to talk to us here real quick.
Jay, just hold on. While you get that, we're going to quickly take a look at Max 2 right now. You've been looking at our Dubuque McGrath City cam, Corey.
Yeah, it looks like the storm there in Dubuque has picked up just a bit on our McGrath City cam. Intense rain as well as some pretty strong winds in that area right now. Would not want to be that barge captain on the Mississippi River at this hour because of the intensity of these storms. We'll pan to the right just a little bit, looking more toward the city, coming ashore here on the Mississippi River. Yeah, pretty intense rain and wind. That's why that severe thunderstorm warning continues for parts of Dubuque County as well as northern Jackson, as Joe Daviess County and northwest Illinois. I believe that goes until 2 o'clock, something like that, but still continues for now. Yeah, 2:15. At this point for that warning. Again, most of these storms exiting, but still seeing intense winds in some parts of eastern Iowa, and that includes parts of Dubuque, and even behind the storms in other parts of eastern Iowa, still seeing pretty strong gusts. So be a best bet to just sort of stay put, stay inside. We're bringing you live reports now from other parts of Cedar Rapids as we go forward, and we'll have more updates as well. I'm not quite sure if we're ready for Jay's shot.
Yeah, I believe we are.
Okay.
I believe we are. Go ahead, Jay. Do you have someone?
Yep, we're here with Brandon. He was leaving his work in Cedar Rapids. Brandon, tell us what you saw.
Saw about like every single thing: wind, trees. There's a lot of buildings down here. It's really crazy right now. At my house right now, I got the window busted out right now, so I got to call my insurance.
And what part of town do you live in?
Southeast side.
Okay. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, just only on TV because we just had Hurricane Isaac. So and my sister and them live in Florida, so this is probably about an F1. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Because I watch the Weather Channel every single day for the last probably about 5 years.
Sure. Do you have any family here in town that you've been in contact with who might still be at home? Yeah. And what are they telling you?
My parents just went in the basement and stuff like that. So, but they never ever experienced this before ever.
Okay.
So,
And what were your thoughts as you were leaving work?
I was going to stay there, but my boss told me to leave at 12:30. But I seen the storm coming our way, and then I just stayed there the whole time. But there's no power here, though, y'all. I'm telling you that right now.
All right, Brandon. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Have a good day.
So as you can see, lots of people seeing various amounts of damage, various amounts of conditions around Cedar Rapids. Some people leaving work early. Of course, we'll try to get some more interviews for you as we continue on. Joe and Corey.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you for getting those pictures of downtown Cedar Rapids. Of course, there's damage all across portions of central and eastern areas of Iowa. We have news crews out getting that damage. They're having a hard time getting back to the station as well because of all the trees, power lines, and debris that's down. We certainly appreciate your report, Jay. In your report, the person you're interviewing mentioned an EF1 thought it was going through. It was not a tornado, but interestingly enough, the winds, anywhere from about 70 to maybe 100 miles per hour, that could push it certainly to EF1 strength, which starts at about 86 miles per hour. So good observation in the sense of the strength of that wind was equivalent to about an EF1 tornado.
Yeah, junior meteorologist there on the streets of Cedar Rapids. Not too bad for a guest there. Seen widespread damage. We're just getting reports from all over. We've brought you many of them this afternoon as we continue our continuous coverage. See the storms right behind us on our monitor. If we can take Max 1 real quick. Very heavy rainfall moving through the area of Dubuque County, Jackson County into northwestern Illinois. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for those areas and points south, which are just on the edge or outside of our viewing area. So fortunately, the very worst of these storms have been moving on. But it doesn't mean that we're totally out of the woods in terms of strong gusts, and certainly not in terms of assessing the damage as we go forward. Another report from the public to the National Weather Service on the looks like southwest side of Cedar Rapids. We'd have to get the location of this exactly. Hoosby heavy equipment building. Heavy damage to that building. So there's another report of structural damage. You were, Joe, asking for those earlier, and it's just going to take some time to get those in and processed. Did get a text back from my neighborhood. Looks like a tree may have hit my house, so that's going to be a fun thing to go home to.
I lost 2 trees. I lost one evergreen and 1 tree on the east side of my house. Not near the house, thankfully. So I think the house, it'll be interesting to see, take a look. I've had some pictures from friends showing some roof damage as well. So now it's time to take a look at other portions of structures as well to see what kind of damage was found in your area. Do it safely. Wait for the storm to pass. If you have some pictures of that damage, we greatly appreciate you posting that through UNews on kcrg.com. You can also do it through the First Alert Weather app, just to make sure that we once again can see that, pass that along to the Weather Service. It helps them evaluate a storm as they move through and watch these storms back, and helps them say, next time we can also let you know this. But I would say a very well-warned storm.
Yes.
There were warnings out well ahead. This is a live picture from downtown Cedar Rapids. Do you recognize the building, Corey?
I do, but I can't put the name on it. It's up 6th Street and 3rd Avenue, corner of in downtown Cedar Rapids. Looks like probably debris got blown into a building, or perhaps some of it blown out as those windows got destroyed by the intense winds.
Here's a little wider view right now.
Yeah.
We can get even a little wider view of the picture, kind of give people an indication of where it's at and things like that. Again, like you said, likely though some debris blowing around. With all that debris that we saw blowing around in Cedar Rapids just as the storm was moving through.
Yes, I think that's it's an architecture firm that's in part of that building, at least, just near the Cedar Rapids KCRG studios. Makes you wonder about other buildings like the Alliant Tower, CRST Tower.
Oh, yeah.
Not saying that we have reports of damage, we certainly don't there, but if you saw that on a structure that's only a couple of stories tall, winds do get stronger higher off the ground.
Right.
Friction
And
slows them down.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that just makes me a little curious about those types of areas in Cedar Rapids. Iowa City would be another spot that has some taller buildings, which maybe saw some damage too. Yeah, that is one of the many scenes we're going to see quite like that, I'm sure, as we continue to investigate what's happened in the Cedar Rapids area, because aside from just the anecdotal reports we've had, now we're starting to get some of that ground truth as it becomes safer to go out and take a look at things across eastern Iowa.
Have had reports of some friends now that as the wind was coming so intense with the rain, the windows were actually leaking like they were open because it was pushing that rain so hard against the windows themselves. So something else you might not think about as the storms are pushing through the area. First of all, we all hope that you are safe. At this point in time, we haven't had any reports that I've seen or can remember of any type of injury, which is great. We do not. Now, so far, our newsroom also reporting no injuries yet, and that's the best. That's what we want to happen, right? Storms move through. We know they're going to move through, but if we can keep injuries down, that's the first step. Physical things can be replaced. Trees can be replanted. We can do that. Certainly, though, you have suffered a lot of damage. Many people have across eastern Iowa. We'll take a look a little later at all of the storm reports we've seen. We'll get through this. We get through this, as we need to. So certainly, kind of hold out some hope there with storms themselves are passing through. We'll look back at some quieter weather, really assess things as we head through the later afternoon and evening, and then move forward as we head through the coming days.
And like you said, because of that community spirit that always comes out after disasters like this, the Vinton derecho.
Right.
Similar event, but very early in the morning, different time of day, like we've been talking about a couple times, June 29th, 1998, that affected the Iowa City area in particular and points to the south. Widespread damage, but again, the communities came together, they bounced back. It's just going to take time. And you have to be patient with folks to help clean up your trees. Tree services are obviously going to be scheduled out for a long time at this point. Power crews are going to be working overtime for the foreseeable future. And we just don't know the extent of that infrastructure damage yet. And that determines how long it takes to get that electricity back on. Like I said, it took 4.5 days for me in 1998 for my house in Iowa City on the south side. That's partially because power poles were just chopped in half on that part of town. So we haven't had reports of that yet, which is good news. Sure. It's good that we haven't heard it, but unfortunately there may be some waits like that going forward.
And if somebody in the newsroom can just look up, how long can you leave that refrigerator and freezer closed, and how long will stuff last? Just want to pass that along to you, because as long as you keep that fridge closed, keep that freezer closed, your food does last for a period of time. And we want to kind of give you some information. Somebody can look that up. Nicole has it.
4 hours.
4 hours for both?
4 hours for a refrigerator and 48 for a freezer if it's full.
Okay.
24 if it's half full.
Okay, so again, the fuller your freezer are, the colder it's going to stay, about 48 hours. Nicole, thank you for looking it up. We appreciate that. About 24 hours, about half full. Refrigerator, about 4 hours. Don't open it, wait and see how everything, and assess it as you go forward from there. But that's kind of the time frame we're looking at for power outage when you're talking about spoilage of food.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't push those too far.
Correct.
Those are the guidelines, and that's the way to be safe. You don't want to compound, not having power with having a foodborne illness.
Exactly.
Because you tried to do something that's not quite there.
No, exactly. We had 260,000, that was an estimate probably, I guess, an hour ago
almost.
It's
been a while, yeah.
Of power outages, kind of waiting to get a new estimate on power outages as well across Iowa. Let's go ahead and take a look right now at Pinpoint Doppler radar on Max 1. We're watching the storms move through Dubuque. Still do have
and some pretty intense rainfall rates there. If we could get it on Max 1,
there it is.
That would be excellent. There we
go.
go.
It looks like the heaviest rainfall rates now moving across areas. Okay, we've got a phone How about you take this? I
Yeah,
think
sure.
this might be a phoner coming in.
Max 1 has very heavy rain displayed on pinpoint Doppler radar approaching the Dubuque area, moving to the south toward Bellevue as well. And northwest Illinois also seeing those intense rainfall rates moving through. If we could take Max 2 really quick, we'll take a look at our McGrath Dubuque City cam. We'll have those intense rainfall rates displayed to you, live picture from Dubuque. Yeah, there we go. So that's the storms that we have in terms of the most intense storms for eastern Iowa right now, as well as, oh boy, just other damage reports that we're going to see coming in over the next few hours. It's really just remarkable seeing the stuff that we're seeing across eastern Iowa. Looks like Dubuque hopefully not seeing as intensive winds across the area in Dubuque County, but we'll certainly have reports coming out there too, I'm sure.
If we can switch back to Max 1, and I have on Newsline 9 right now, Aaron Hossman is joining us. Aaron gave us a report earlier as he was trying to get back toward the station of numerous semis down on Interstate 380, starting in North Liberty, heading back toward Cedar Rapids, also numerous trees down. Aaron, where are you right now, and what do you have for us?
Sure. Right now I'm at the intersection of Prairie Drive Northeast and 29th Street Northeast, kind of near that Oakland Road High V area. In these residential areas, I'm seeing a lot of damage. There's a Family Dollar over this way where the whole roof was ripped off, and then blocks away, of traveling through these neighborhoods, you see those pieces of that roof. So obviously it's debris and damage flying, making their way pretty far in these neighborhoods. But what I'm seeing right now is a lot of cars trying to get through these residential streets, and all of these people that are living in these homes are coming out from the streets. I've seen some people with chainsaws trying to make way for these down trees, for these cars to get through. So a lot of community members coming together right now, even as the rain, where I'm at right now, the rain is still coming down. Plenty of people helping direct traffic just right from their homes, clear these roadways. And so already some cleanup on in the works, but a lot of damage to be cleaned up still. It's going to be a while before some of these streets appear to be cleared.
And where did you make it back to the station yet, Aaron, or not? No, you said
I
you were.
haven't.
Okay.
Yeah, every which way you go, there's a down tree or something. So I've been trying to kind of maneuver my way back towards the downtown area, but along the way, kind of getting in some different neighborhoods that I've never really seen before. But again, yeah, a lot of people out here trying to make way for cars.
Now, we appreciate your report, and again, travel safely. That's TV9's Aaron Hossman making his way back toward the station, giving us reports of, in the Cedar Rapids area, of what we've seen across portions of the city, which we have had certainly some pictures as well as some video showing all that damage as well in many areas. Lots of area, no area really spared. There's something everywhere. Branch, tree, building, structural type damage is what we've seen. Nicole, you are with us here in the studio right now. We greatly appreciate it. Now, we were here, we could hear some of the storm going on, but you guys were out in the newsroom, and what did you guys do? How did you handle the storm as it moved through?
I mean, it's terrifying. You want to look out the window because that's second nature to us, right? We want to see what's happening. Yep. Yet we know it's not safe to be close to the windows. But as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Joe, I mean, downtown's a wind tunnel, particularly 2nd Avenue, which is at our front door. And the wind, I mean, it looks like video of a hurricane that you would see, you know, on the coast. Several of us went down to the basement. You know, we are in a really strong brick structure here on 2nd and 5th in downtown, and we could feel the building moving. I don't believe we've got some water damage to part of the upper floors of our building, and we lost part of a satellite. I think Jay told you that earlier. We have security cameras that see the top of the ramp that's right next to our building, and you can see pieces of the satellite dish just laying across the top of the ramp. So as our reporters are getting out there, of course, we called everyone to make sure everyone who was out in the field is okay, and everyone's fine. As we get out and start to get a sense for the extent of the damage that's out there, and the phones are nonstop in the newsroom, and we understand, you know, everybody has a heartbreaking story. It breaks your heart to answer these phone calls because people have lost barns, they've lost corn cribs, they've lost pieces of their home, they've lost livestock, and the calls are just nonstop. And so we are doing our best to try to get out and cover this the best we can. We have a call in to Alliant to get an extent of the power outages right now, waiting on a phone call back from them. We are running on a generator right now in our building, so that's why we're able to still bring coverage to you today. But guys, this has just been an afternoon that's been really difficult for a lot of us. And the thing that really, you know, takes me by not surprise, but it's not just Cedar Rapids, it's not just Iowa City. This is a widespread area where this happened this afternoon.
Yeah, that's the difference between the type of storm we saw today with what will likely be defined as a derecho, which is a technical definition of just a really intense windstorm, long-lasting, goes for hundreds of miles, produces wind gusts above 75 miles an hour. That's the definition,
I
essentially.
do have an update quickly,
happened.
you guys,
Yeah.
of power outages. And I want to ask, Aaron, was this including all? Okay, so this is including Alliant, Mid-American, and REC's 410,000 customers without power in Iowa right now. So you can imagine that it's going to take a long time to restore all that power.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Alliant Energy alone, what about 230,000 without power? So
That's nearly half their customers.
as we've been talking about, the fact that it is going to take
Yeah.
a long period of time. Let's go to Max 2 if we can, so we can watch this move through Dubuque. I don't want to ignore the storm that's moving through Dubuque County as well. That's Max 2. If we go to Max 1, we can watch the storm move through Dubuque on radar. The most intense, if we can get to Max 1, there we go. The most intense parts of the storm now moving across far northern Jackson and Joe Davis County. There still is some heavier rains in the Dubuque County area, and then rain back farther off toward the west. That is the last of the storm as it moves through. Once it does push across areas of the Mississippi, we are going to remain fairly quiet as far as any severe threat. Some rain threat does continue then as we head through the next several hours as that storm system and cold front finally push across eastern Iowa. But again, you see the intense cells now moving across the Mississippi. In the TV9 viewing area, it is Dubuque County right now, still seeing some heavier areas of rain, some gustier winds, but the severe threat has greatly diminished across all of eastern Iowa and will within the next probably 15 minutes or so. The severe threat will be out of Dubuque County as well. And that's always a great picture that we see after storms pass.
Let's take a look at Max 2, or McGrath, Iowa City cam. Yeah, the sun always comes out, right? Isn't that the way to look at it?
It really
And
does.
As Nicole was saying, even though it's going to be a pretty tough time for a lot of folks in eastern Iowa cleaning up from this storm system, the good news is that things always get better, and we are already seeing that improvement on our McGrath, Iowa City cam with a little bit of sunshine coming in. Rain seems to have calmed down quite a bit, as well as the wind, which we were seeing those gusts for an hour or more in the Iowa City area, but right now it doesn't look very intense in that area, which is great news, and that improvement will continue to spread to the east for the areas that still are seeing those strong winds. I bet folks in Tipton and Anamosa, Jones and Cedar counties are probably seeing those really intense wind gusts as well. Still at this time, at least on the stronger side, as those storms move away. It's just great news to see that improvement. Storm report from Alburnett related to the National Weather Service. Major tree damage, which we've seen in many locations. Lots of shingles off roofs there in Alburnett. As Joe said, roof inspections will be an important part. If you're not seeing water leak into your house, there still could be damage to your home thanks to some pretty intense winds. And we'll take a look at our North Liberty City cam as well. We were watching a traffic jam there on I-380. Traffic still slowed. Still saying if you can avoid it, not to be taking major interstates or roadways in eastern Iowa, as we do have some damage and an overturned semi there on northbound 380, still being cleaned up by crews. So it looks like they've got a backhoe or something to at least try to move it off the lanes of traffic. But it's not the only report we've had of an overturned semi. And
Aaron Hossman mentioned several that he saw. Now, not necessarily in the roadway. They could also have been pushed off in the median or pushed off on the side, but several. Well, you think you've got a big sail essentially hitting that strong wind for a long period of time. It just can't withstand that.
Yeah, and if it's an empty load or if it's a light load, it doesn't stand a chance for that kind of wind that we saw today between 70 and 100 miles per hour. That's just going to do it. And like we saw that one report out of Marshall County, I believe it was, on Highway 30, of cars blown off the road. I mean, that is exceptional, and just shows the exceptional damage that we've seen in parts of eastern Iowa. And we're just going to keep uncovering it as we go over the next couple of hours. Romana Colony City Cam presented by McGrath. No sunshine there as we're looking there. Fortunately, it doesn't look like we can identify, at least in that particular picture, of widespread tree damage in the Amana Colonies area, which is good news. Maybe perhaps that area got away without that much. We haven't seen many reports from Iowa County that I recall. I think there was some tree damage in Marengo, but that was about it. Belle Plaine, I guess, had a couple of reports too, which is right near there. But of course, it's still early. Those reports sometimes take a little while to come in, and the Weather Service is busy with other things too, so they can't necessarily relay those in an immediate fashion as much as we might like, just because they have more warnings to consider They cover the Quad Cities Weather Service, which covers the Amana colonies, also covers western Illinois. So they
Right.
still have active, very severe storms moving through while we are starting to calm down here at eastern Iowa.
Absolutely. And we'll go ahead and take a look at Max 1 right now. These are the storm reports that we've seen for the past 6 hours. So again, from Sioux City all the way now across Iowa, we have had numerous storm reports. Let's just go ahead and kind of pinpoint a couple of areas in eastern Iowa. Let's begin across northeastern Iowa, our northeast zone. Not a lot of storm reports. Did have some hail reports in portions of Clayton County, and then have some hail as well as some wind reports in portions of Dubuque County. Then we head farther south, and this is really where we hit the intense parts of the storm, from just south of Grundy Center all the way back through Tama, back in Cedar Rapids, where you see numerous reports. We'll get closer on that, as well as Iowa City, some of the areas that have been hardest hit, and these are the reports that have come in so far. As Corey mentioned, there will be more reports coming in as well. This in the Cedar Rapids area from the eastern Iowa Airport north, many reports, and more certainly coming in as well. We'll continue to see those reports as we head through the evening hours and into tomorrow as everyone assesses the damage. Didn't want to report, I had a home weather station that someone reported on Cedar Rapids northwest side, 99-mile-per-hour gusts before the station stopped working. So at that point in time, 99-mile-per-hour gust.
Very consistent with what we saw in other parts of the state. Numerous gusts measured between 90 and 110 miles per hour, which is just crazy strong winds. Some of the strongest we've seen in eastern Iowa really at any time. Again, you have to go back to those top 5 events in terms of widespread wind damage. Vinton, Iowa City in 1998. There are others, of course, going back further in time that I'm sure some folks will be able to share with us as well as we look at pinpoint Doppler radar as those storms exit the area. Like Joe said, it just crawled right across the state of Iowa over the last several hours from central Iowa into eastern Iowa. No stopping those storms, and that's why by the time we got toward the middle part of the day, it really looked like the storm system was going to be very intense. And unfortunately, that bore out today because we do have numerous reports of damage, widespread power outages, which will unfortunately probably be long-lasting due to the difficulty of restoring power to over 400,000 people in the state of Iowa across various electric companies. So, yeah, unfortunately, that is an issue that's going to take some time to get through this this day and probably for the remainder of the week, honestly, as we go forward. So, just watching that storm that pushed across the state, long-lasting, well-organized, really got itself together as it approached central Iowa. That's when we started to see those very intense wind gusts and those very intense scenes of damage at times in parts of the state.
I'm going to let you shut your mic off, and I'm going to let you switch batteries out so that we're good, so we can make sure we can keep going. Our plan is to stay with you. We are going to continue as our news crews are out. As this now turns from a weather event over into a news event, we are going to be getting more reports from our crews who are out in the field as they can give you reports. Certainly, it is difficult for them, as Aaron Hossman has been reporting a little bit earlier, to even get into the station at times because of the fact that they once again don't have power, so feeding video is very difficult. Internet access can be limited as well. And then also we have, once again, the possibility of those trees down as they're trying to get to different areas. So they will slowly make their way in, get those reports to us, and then as they can, we will continue to give you reports and just continue on as we move through the next several hours, as this has been a pretty intense area of thunderstorms, as Corey was pointing out, moving across portions of eastern Iowa.
There we go. Helps when you turn the microphone on after going in and out of the newsroom trying to figure out what's going on here. Okay, we've got a couple of damage reports coming in to the newsroom now that people are able to get out and see what has been damaged. We got a report that the roof has been blown off of Tama Toledo Middle School with trees down everywhere. A report that several trailers, mobile homes are destroyed out at the Cedar Terrace Trailer Court. We took a report also out of Benton County with a barn and a corn crib, as well as some livestock gone. That, of course, would be out in Benton County. This was between Highway 30 and the Vinton area. We're also getting some businesses that have decided to close not only for today but for tomorrow as well. I just got a notice that my dentist appointment for tomorrow has been canceled, so I think a lot of businesses are anticipating that they're going to be dealing with some power outages for quite some time. Again, the latest report, 410,000 customers between Alliant, Mid-American, and RECs without power across the state of Iowa. Northwards of what, 250,000, Joe, Alliant customers alone?
Yep, it was right around 230 or so Alliant customers. So certainly that's going to be the biggest thing we now have to watch. The crews getting out and certainly helping to restore power slowly as that storm has affected a large portion of Iowa. If we can come back either on dual box perhaps, or there we go, hey, that's a great idea. Then we can talk back and forth. That way they're going to be out certainly, and they know what they're doing, and they're going to get power restored as soon as they can. But as Corey was mentioned earlier, and Corey's out changing the battery in his microphone right now, sometimes it can take a while for that power to come on because of the fact that it has been such a large area or large amount of people affected by the power outage. By the trees that we've seen snapped off, it'll be very interesting to see if we've seen power lines snapped off as well. I haven't had any big reports of power lines down in areas, but I'm sure that is the case, and that's why you need to stay inside as well. Those power lines are very, very dangerous, and until the crews that know what they're doing with them can get out and deal with them, you want to stay away as well. And Nicole, we want to stress as well to people to stay inside. Don't go out. The rain's going to stop, right? We've got probably another, I don't know, couple of hours. We'll see some rain, and it's really not bad. Corey showed the Iowa City, McGrath City cam a little earlier with some sunshine, but guess what? That's not the time for you to go out and, hey, I didn't have damage, but I want to see what it looks like around the area. We don't want you to go out. That's not what you need to do, and we are having police departments, and other departments saying stay inside, and that's where you need to stay. Travel is not advised across most of the state right now.
I mean, we all remember covering the windstorm in Vinton back in 2011, July 11th, 2011, is that correct? So I remember going out to Vinton after that was over, and it looked like a tornado had blown through. And from some of the pictures and video that we've seen come in, it's sort of like that. It looks like.
No.
I mean, you have wind gusts of what, 99 miles per hour coming through? Yeah,
we had the highest one we had was 112, and that was an official report. Have other reports right around 90 to 100 in several locations. And yeah, Vinton took tons of trees down a little bit earlier in the morning, and then was with us. And again, this is just a very, very dangerous situation as well. I'm going to take this next severe thunderstorm warning real carefully. I'm guessing it is just out of the TV9 viewing area, and it is. So I'm going to give you one update, and then I'm going to let Nicole take that phoner because I think she could talk to Steve real well. There's what it looks like right now. The storm, oh, well, hey, we'll do this. Storm's moving through the area, and I understand we have on the cell phone right now. You're live with us. This is Linn County Emergency Manager Steve O'Connick. What can you tell us, Steve?
Hey, good afternoon. Just to let you guys know and the viewers know, we've had a major storm come through. Obviously, people know that by now, but we've got reports of a number of trees down, buildings damaged, power lines down, power outages, just general mayhem and destruction across the county. Fortunately, I don't have any reports of any serious injuries right now. Our crews, the fire departments are out surveying damage and making rescues and checking things out as they can. Our officers are out doing some damage assessment, kind of getting a better ground truth picture of what's going on. But yeah, that's the status as we know it right now. It's a very busy time for our first responders, firefighters, police officers.
Now, Steve, this is Joe. What would you tell people that want to go out now as the storm has moved off and want to go see the damage?
Yeah, it's generally not a good idea. There's a lot of damage out there. There's a lot of down power lines. There's a lot of charged down power lines, which are certainly a danger to anybody that happens to go around them. I think we'd just ask people, there'll be time to do that. It's not going to get cleaned up immediately. Let the emergency crews, our power employees, Alliant Energy, REC, get out there, let them do their work, and then go out maybe in the light of day tomorrow. We'd also ask people if they see something that has not been reported, please report it. Please report your power outages. Please report any unsafe or hazardous locations so our crews can get over there. And understand that if you call, our 911 centers are overwhelmed with phone calls right now. So you may not get an answer right away when you call, but please be patient. Please get that reported. And even if you think somebody else has already reported it, we want to make sure we've got that information.
Okay, Steve, Nicole has a question for you.
Steve, hi. Is there one particular part of Linn County that took on more damage than others, or does it seem to be pretty evenly spread amongst the county?
She asked if where the biggest damage you've had so far reported in Linn County. Is it kind of spread across the county, or is there any area that's been more affected than others?
Yeah, right now we're it's a great question. What we're looking at is county-wide damage from west to east, north to south. It hit each area, it came across from the west to the east, and it just damaged a lot of areas. I wouldn't say that there's any one particular area of the county that's damaged worse than others. There's roofs off houses, there's buildings that are down, fences, trees, power lines down across the county from what we're seeing right now. And so that'll become clear in the next hour or two, what we have if a particular area got hit harder than others. We did have reports on a meter from a firefighter of 109 mile-an-hour winds. Dangerous. Doing a lot of destruction, and probably some hazards that we haven't even found yet. So please, if people go out, please be careful and stay away from areas that look interesting because they're probably dangerous.
No, we appreciate your efforts, Steve. Good news, and thanks for checking in with us. That again, Lynn County Emergency Manager Steve O'Connick, just kind of letting us know what we've been telling you as well. Widespread damage across Lynn County, and it's not just confined to Lynn County. We're just talking to Steve there, but across a good portion of east central Iowa. And we are continuing to say, stay safe, stay where you are, stay safe. If you have power and were not affected, fantastic. That's great. Don't go out and try to look at the storm. Steve mentioned charged power lines, other power lines down, very dangerous situations. This should report that. Even if you think somebody has reported it, make sure you report it as well so they can assess all the damage. And this would be true from all of our emergency managers across eastern Iowa and areas that were affected from Highway 20 and points to the south. Report your damage, stay inside, stay safe, wait for tomorrow, the next day, the news reports that will come on today, tomorrow, the next days, and the coming days. Take a look at the social media posts. People have been posting all kinds of damage pictures so you can see what this storm actually did across portions of eastern Iowa. Right now, we're taking a look at pinpoint Doppler radar, where we do notice, once again, areas of showers and storms that developed early this morning back across western Iowa, intensified as we head towards central Iowa, and stayed incredibly strong as they moved across the TV9 viewing area. Wind gusts anywhere from about 70 in some of the storms along Highway 20 to about 112 miles per hour across central areas of the state. Steve reporting that one of the firefighters in Cedar Rapids did report 109 mile-an-hour gust. I've seen 99 mile-per-hour gusts from home weather stations. So certainly very, very powerful and intense winds. We talk about tornadic winds. They weren't spinning, but they were strong. If you compare this to the wind speed, it would be like an EF2 tornado as far as speed, just not the rotation in the storm. Now, as you look at pinpoint Doppler radar, the line of storms is pushing off along the Mississippi. As far as warnings in the TV9 viewing area, I believe we are clear of any warnings in the TV9 viewing area right now. Dubuque, you were kind of the last holdout as far as the showers and storms moving through. There still are some showers. Let's just take a look at the lightning. That gives you an indication of where the strongest cells are. Still some lightning in the Dubuque area, but you notice that activity now moving out of the TV9 viewing area. Scattered thunderstorms back still. Lynn County, Johnson, Iowa County right now, so you're not going to see severe weather, but certainly still that possibility is there, as we do have some showers and storms that still have to wrap up as this entire system moves out of eastern Iowa. I understand we do have a picture of some damage. This is down, where did you say again, Aaron? Tree in downtown Cedar Rapids. We'll see numerous pictures like that. If that car was parked there, that car was very, very lucky that the tree didn't fall in a different direction, because that is now what you're seeing. But they're a great illustration, right? It's blocking streets across eastern Iowa. We're seeing that in numerous places. Aaron Hossman has given great reports of how he's just trying to get toward the station to feed some video back, and just not able to because every street he seems to turn down ends up seeing a tree down or something, a power line down, something that you can't get around to do. So certainly make sure that you stay with us. I understand we have a phoner right now. This is from News Director Adam Carrolls. He is on the phone right now on Newsline 9. Adam, you are out and checking out the storm damage. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Joe, we just drove through downtown Cedar Rapids, and the biggest takeaway I can say right now is traffic is a mess. There is virtually standstill all across downtown. I'm on I-380 now, just coming out of the S-curve going north on 380, and it's at a standstill. The devastation, though, the tree damage downtown is really difficult to describe. There are trees down everywhere. Green Square Park, almost all of the trees have been damaged in some way. Almost all of them are down. There is a brick building that once housed the overflow shelter, the emergency winter shelter that's across from Smulikov's downtown. That building collapsed. Brick building just completely collapsed on itself. So the damage is really extensive. There are a lot of emergency vehicles out, a lot of debris on the road downtown that makes it very difficult to get around, and that's why you're seeing a lot of the traffic back up. I-380, we've gotten so many reports of semis blown over. I saw one myself already, along with just the damage downtown, on top of all the construction that was really hampering traffic already. Some of the on-ramps to 380 are closed. Lots of First Avenue's sections of First Avenue are down to single lanes. That's really just adding to the congestion right now when you have all the debris and tree damage on top of that. So traffic is really a mess right now. If you don't have to be out, stay indoors, stay at home. Emergency vehicles are out in droves all across the area. I've seen at least 5 fire trucks just in the immediate downtown area, a couple of ambulances as well. So really, the message is stay at home and do not go out if you don't have to.
No, we appreciate the report. As far as the tree damage, are you heading south on 380 now, or are you heading north on 380?
I'm going north on 380 now. I'm just by Cedar Lake. I'm going about 10 miles an hour, if that gives you an idea of what traffic is doing right now.
No.
I'm actually in that construction zone that's on 380 that they just started the bridge repair work. And a lot of the actual construction apparatus have blown apart. One of the construction signs, one of those big electronic construction signs, is actually knocked over, so you can't read it anymore. And again, so that's adding to a lot of confusion. A lot of stoplights are out downtown, and almost all of the stop signs are blown over. So there's a lot of intersections downtown where you have normally a 4-way intersection. And actually now as I'm going through 380, there's actually a section of it that's flooded, and that's causing a lot of this slow traffic that I'm in right now. But all the stop signs, just about all the stop signs, I don't think I saw one that was still standing downtown. So a lot of the traffic is having to kind of eyeball each other and give each other the look to make sure it's safe to go across. I did see a couple of cars run what would be stop signs. So another reason, if you are going out, if you do have a reason to venture out, to be very defensive driving right now and be very careful.
Yeah, I think your best advice, though, stay home unless you really have a reason or absolutely have to be out to get to work or something like that. Emergency crews need to get through, road crews need to get through, as well as the power company needs to get through to start restoring the power. That's TV9's news director, Adam Karros, with that call, and we thank you again for reporting again as the storms continue to move across portions of eastern Iowa, causing damage. And again, something interesting that Adam mentioned, that the stop signs are down. That's going to affect road and traffic for days to come, because they're not going to be able to come put all that out. So you have to look for uncontrolled intersections for the next several days, much less when the power comes back on and we restore the stop and go lights.
Well, we heard from Steve O'Connick, Linn County Emergency Management, just within the last 10 minutes, and he said no reports of any serious injuries. Now, he can't speak for the entire viewing area, but if we have no injuries now, let's not have them in the aftermath. In trying to get out and look at the damage, that's what we're trying to do, is to give you the best picture of what's happened here this afternoon. So I believe, do we have Jay Green live and ready for us to talk to? Okay, we're going to wait. Jay Green is out collecting some information right now, and I believe he would be standing by with an interview, but we're going to send it back over to you guys in the Weather Lab for now. Joe, a question for you, though. As Adam brought up some water on the road, is flooding a concern now with the continual rainfall?
Just maybe in some of the low-lying areas. The heaviest of rains are kind of pushing through. So if you see some heavy rain in the area, it shouldn't last long, certainly, unless there is some debris of some sort that happens to be blocking an area and causing that water to rise. That would be the one thing you certainly would want to watch for. I think Adam's best advice, though, just stay home. Meteorologist Corey Thompson has been following this since early this morning. He came in at 4 a.m. this morning, maybe even earlier than that, probably about 2 a.m., and started watching this development. Tracked it for you during the morning news, during the midday news, and then we joined you for live coverage, continual live coverage right around noon. And you've now been looking at some of our storm damage pictures that we've got into the First Alert Weather Lab.
Yeah, let's take a look at Max 2 if we could. These photos sent to us. This photo sent to us through U-News. Storm damage. This is from Steve Allrath. He says this is the exterior of the building, the Imon Ice Arena on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids. Some structural damage there. We're going to have to take a look at that and follow up on that, because that looks like some pretty significant damage there to the ice arena. Another storm there. Another damage of a wall missing on the side of a house on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids. This is Wycliffe Court near 33rd Avenue. I understand that we have Chris Earl on the phone.
We do. TV9's Chris Earl joins us. Chris, we are here in the studio. Where are you at and what are you seeing?
Hey, good afternoon, Joe. I'm here at Mount Vernon Road and East Post. It's been kind of weaving our way in here. I've had to start from the Kenwood area, and when I was out there, behind Kenwood Elementary, so you're looking northeast side of Cedar Rapids, between Oakland Road and First. So 32nd, 35th, it was like a corn maze trying to get out. It seemed like every street, every block that you encountered in that point, you would come across some kind of trees that were down. There was a major fire as well, too, that I had heard was from like two houses. It was at, I believe, 40th and probably a couple of blocks north of Kenwood Elementary School. So that brought fire trucks out. Eventually, I was able to get 38 to get me to First Avenue, and then so I'm trying to get to the station from the back way, kind of going up and east past Lindale Mall. The Lindale Mall sign is all bent, the one that you'll First Avenue as you're going in there. I mean, it just shows how strong the winds were. But you've got a lot of trees throughout Marion that are down, and it's kind of this movement right now, Joe, of everybody trying to get to a major street or a highway away from neighborhoods with mature trees, 4-lane roads, and just try to be able to get there. But, I mean, the damage is extensive. I mean, Joe, you and I have been doing this for a long time. I cannot recall a day where I've seen an entire section of a city with just trees down, some power lines down, traffic signals out, bent, misshaped, one of these days.
Yeah, I was going to say probably the nearest thing to it would be the Vinton windstorm that moved through, which hit Vinton. Never have I seen anything affecting more of the city than this storm, certainly with Cedar Rapids. We had the tornadoes several years back across areas of the northwest side, the Covington area that caused some problems, but certainly not as widespread. You mentioned just the widespread damage. So you saw it from when you started and you continue to see damage, right?
Oh, it's extensive. Just for variables, I'm trying to get back in there by going 30 and then up 380 just because I figure our delays will be, at least I know how long that is. So I'm heading east right now on Mount Vernon. And even by Edith and Lucille, so to get past East Post, I mean, the traffic is good, but, you kind of have to slow down 8 or 2 lanes because there's trees everywhere. And you get back into those other neighborhoods. Yeah, you mentioned that Vinton windstorm. That was 12, I think, 8 years ago. And it just kind of came out, and I remember covering that as a something like that. And I mean, I don't know what the number is going to be for something like this. And, we certainly, it's too early to see on, human casualties for something like this. I mean, I felt a house shake when this was going on. Like you could see shingles being ripped off, trees just taken out all throughout yards. And we were watching the coverage before, I was watching you on there before all this, thinking, okay, I'm going to ride this out for about 20 minutes, make my way into work. But once you felt it start, it was like being in the midst of a tornado, Joe.
Oh, yeah, and Corey made the point during coverage where it was lasting, a good 15 minutes with the strongest of the winds, and then the rains were certainly heavy after that. So an event that we haven't seen in many areas, that usually you can get that, gusty wind for a shorter period of time, but just the length of time that it continued, certainly. And we had wind gusts reported officially up to about 112 miles per hour out of some of the storms. So certainly that's why you're seeing that extensive damage. Chris, be safe. Appreciate your report and hopefully see you at the station soon.
Absolutely, Joe. Yeah, you haven't seen anything until you've seen trees like ripped out at the roots while you're like trying to put a car into a garage. Yes, we'll try to be safe. We'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good. That again, TV9's Chris Earl reporting for us and bringing us just again a picture of the widespread damage that we're seeing. You're looking at pinpoint Doppler radar. I want to tell you that there are no warnings in the TV9 viewing area. No additional warnings are expected. There still, however, are some scattered areas of showers and storms that will continue to push through the area. Cold front has to make its way through, and once that cold front pushes across eastern Iowa, at that point in time, we are going to see some drier and more comfortable and quiet air move in as we head toward the mid part of the week. Tuesday, Wednesday look quiet. We can use the rain, but we don't need the storm damage that we've been seeing.
I'll tell you, Joe, one thing I noticed here on Pinpoint Doppler radar, real quick, if you're assessing damage and taking a look outside in Iowa City, some very small showers or isolated storms have developed to the west, and those could be enough to pull down some more of those slightly gusty winds. Not severe warned at this point, but if you're outdoors, expect that moving into the Iowa City area over the next, say, half hour or so. Just a heads up for the folks down that direction.
Joining us now on Newsline 9, I understand we have a representative from Alliant Energy with us. Cindy Tomlinson is with us. Cindy, what can you tell us?
Hi there. So we do have a number of power poles down. We have lines down. Obviously, with the storms that went through just a short bit ago, large amount of damage and a number of customers that are currently without electric service in the area.
I know one of our last estimates was around 230,000. Is that about right?
That is about what we're estimating at this time, yes, 230,000.
Okay, the question anyone without power is going to be asking, how long will it take you to restore power?
We are going to do everything we can to restore it as quickly as possible. Of course, first and foremost, we have to wait and make sure that the situation is safe to go out to begin assessing the damage. And then once we are done assessing it, or even as we're assessing it, we'll begin restoration efforts and looking at estimating times. But at this point, I do not have an estimated time of restoration. It's just too soon to make a statement on that.
And Cindy, when we've been watching the damage come in, some of the trees we've seen have just been snapped off at the top. Have you seen that with some of the power lines as well, where the poles have just been snapped off?
We have seen a tremendous amount of damage, and just need to really get in there and be able to evaluate what that damage is in order to figure out and put a plan together to quickly and safely begin restoring services.
Well, we appreciate the update, Cindy. Have your crews stay safe. We know you'll be out there and restoring power as quickly as you can. People just need to be patient and wait. It's widespread damage, as you mentioned. Again, Cindy Tomlinson reporting from Alliant Energy, and we thank her for the report. I think overall, was it about 460,000 we had earlier across the state?
We had 410,000, Joe, and that's between Mid-American, Alliant, and RECs. But that number is ever changing because as more reports come in, obviously that number is going to continue to climb. I've seen it northwards of even a little bit higher than that. Of course, I'm keeping an eye on Twitter as well. We do want to pass along a couple of things. We've received updates from both the city of Cedar Rapids and the city of Marion, and both are reminding people to not call 911 for storm damage. Reserve that line for life-threatening situations only. Similar to our newsroom, I'm sure that a lot of emergency operations are getting a lot of phone calls right now. So if it's not a life-threatening situation, do not call 911 at this time. Both cities are reporting extensive damage all across town. They're asking everybody to stay in their homes. As we heard Chris talking about, trying to get around is not easy. It's simply not safe. So if you do not need to be out, please stay home. And, of course, examine any damage in your area and your property with caution. We also had a report on Twitter, the principal of Kennedy High School in Cedar Rapids, Jason Klein, reporting that widespread damage to the building at Kennedy, and they're going to be closed until further notice. An earlier report from Tama Toledo Middle School that the roof there was blown off. Again, just really widespread destruction here, Joe, and it's going to take a long time to even evaluate how much we're dealing with.
And you see what we're seeing now, obviously, with that report just coming in from Kennedy High School, is that as the storm passes, people are getting outside. They're able to take a look and really see. You can look from a window, you can look from the inside, but you just can't see what's happening. And once you get out to see, I think we'll see extensive structural damage, especially hearing reports of kind of major buildings being hard hit. We had the downtown Cedar Rapids with some of the window damage, likely from wind debris smashing some windows. We've had one of our satellite dishes came off the top of the roof. Now Kennedy High School, as you mentioned, in Tama as well. So we will see more and more of that. That's the one reason also that you don't want to go out right now. People have to get out. They have to assess their damage because in some instances, maybe they have water leaking right now and they need to stop that just to keep the structure where they're at right now so they can address the damage that's occurred.
Sure. Well, I mean, we've got trees down, power lines down. Marion's also reporting multiple gas leaks have been reported. So this is a huge safety issue to just stay where you are and protect what you can. And this isn't just isolated to eastern Iowa either, because we saw this storm first move through the Des Moines metro. The state emergency operations activated back in March for the pandemic, and now they're shifting to dual operations as they're now going to be dealing with a lot of storm damage and storm recovery as well. And report out of the Des Moines area that everyone in the metro area is asked to not move around, similar to a lot of the towns here in eastern Iowa as well, just saying, you know what, just stay home stay where you are because it's not safe to be out and about.
And you mentioned just the length of time that this storm took to move across Iowa. The radar loop right now on Max 1 shows that the storms that developed, and they developed even a little farther west than this, that's around 9 o'clock in the morning, started to move into Iowa and then pushed off to the east, anywhere from about 70 or 75 miles per hour at times. They're not done yet. Look at the numerous warnings from southern Wisconsin across northern areas of Illinois, basically stretching from Peoria, Illinois, all the way up to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So there still are damage caused by this. This is very reminiscent of storms like this. That bow echo holds its shape. The atmosphere is in an area where it will move for hundreds of miles and continue to cause damage. And that's what we saw push across a good share of eastern Iowa and a large portion of the TV9 viewing area when you take a line from northern Benton, Lynn, as well as areas of Jones and Jackson County. Those counties and south receive the majority of the damage that we've been seeing. Reports of severe weather also along Highway 20. Those of you across the northern tier of Iowa, you have not had that much damage reported, as the storms that moved through certainly were not as intense that we saw push across portions of eastern Iowa. So again, just a wide area of damage across all of Iowa right now. That's why it's going to take a while for the crews to assess this damage. Okay, you're looking at Tama Middle School in Tama, a photo in for us where it lost part of its roof. I don't know if that's some of that roof on that we're seeing, some of the debris in front. Yeah, it certainly looks like you can see that. It's just a little hard to tell through the window, but you can certainly see that that's damage that came off the roof. So you were reporting that a little bit earlier, Nicole. There's some structural damage as well. Kirkwood, apartment complex at Kirkwood, receiving some roof damage as well. Not only peeling off just shingles, but peeling off the underlayment right down to the rafters. That's what I was talking about with having to cover up things to keep water from coming in, right? That's open. So if it's raining, rain's coming down, hitting areas that it shouldn't hit. So that would need to be covered up before they could even assess how much damage is done. So there's that going on that crews need to get out and take care of as well. We thank everyone that's been sending, posting, putting them up on UNews, pictures for us to show the damage across eastern Iowa. We know there is a lot of it. We do appreciate you sharing that with us again. And Corey's been taking a look at some of those as well. I don't know, Corey, if you have more that you can show us of some of the damage that we've just had come in to the First Alert Weather Lab.
Sure, yeah. If you want to take Max 2, we can take a look at some of them.
If we can put Corey's mic on and go to Max 2, please.
Now, sorry about that. Storm damage in Lisbon from Melissa sent to us via UNews. This was the new high school football press box in Lisbon. Unfortunately, they're going to have to start over because significant damage there to that structure. Obviously, those are pretty vulnerable structures in storm systems like this just because of the way that they are built. Another scene from Van Horn in Benton County. Jane Suter sent to us via UNews as well. That's looks like an external, sort of carport area in a house has collapsed in that home, along with significant roof damage over it. Could be a garage, hard to totally make it out, but I'm suspecting it's a carport type situation. Very, very bad damage there at a home in Van Horn. So like Joe said, unfortunately, I think the scenes of structural damage will just begin to show themselves. I saw a photo we don't have cleared to air from Iowa Public Radio of damage at the Test Iowa site in Cedar Rapids. Of course, that's a temporary facility. It's just a tent, basically. Very not ready to sustain this kind of wind or really any kind of wind, and so they'll be doing a lot of cleaning up there as well, unfortunately.
Thanks, Corey, for that. We'll thank everyone again for posting those pictures. We do appreciate being able to show those to all of eastern Iowa. Joining us now on Newsline 9 is Cedar Rapids Mayor Brad Hart. Mayor, obviously a lot of damage across Iowa, but across Lynn County and here in Cedar Rapids, very, very hard hit. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm getting a lift from a great young man who's getting me closer to home because I can't get home. And now we're blocked again, so he's going to drop me off, and I'm going to walk the next, 3/4 of a mile to get home because my wife called me an hour ago or two, and we have a tree that poked a hole through our roof. So it's raining inside my house right now. So anyhow, enough about me. I've been around town trying to get home, and there are trees everywhere and lots of roof damage. And it's a mess. It's a total mess. But it's good. But this is,
this community has had to suffer through a lot. It seems like this is enough now, but we'll get through this too. People will rise up and help their neighbors, and I'm pretty close here. So yeah, the crews are out. I know the line crews are out. Everybody will do their best and try to get people safe, and hopefully nobody has been injured or killed. But we just got to do what we can do here, and we'll get through this one too.
Mayor, this is Nicole Agee. We received a note that the City of Cedar Rapids enacted its incident management team. Can you explain what that means?
It means the fire department, the police department, and the ambulances. Everybody is coordinating their efforts to deal with this.
And what's your message right now for people in Cedar Rapids, as so many are dealing with damage today?
We will get through this too. We get through lots of things, and we'll get through this one too. Just stay safe. Stay out of the streets and stuff, because the power lines are down. And just stay home as much as you can, and check on your neighbors. Make sure your neighbors are okay and safe, especially if they're elderly or have any health issues. We got to step up and take care of each other now, and this community does that every time we have a disaster. So we'll get through this too.
Mayor Hart, we appreciate you joining us on Newsline 9. Again, hope you can get your roof repaired enough to stop that water from leaking in. And there are a lot of people across eastern Iowa having that same thing. That's one thing I was worried about. If you get some leaks and you have to get that just tarped off for a period of time to allow things again to stabilize. And that's what we need. Mayor Hart also saying, we'll get through this, and we certainly will. Corey and I were talking that a little bit earlier. We will get through this. We know that. We've been through storms before. We'll get through this storm as well. But 2020 has been one heck of a year. Let's take a look at pinpoint Doppler radar. The heaviest areas of storms now moving across areas of southern Wisconsin, extending into areas of Illinois. But as Corey mentioned earlier, there have been a few isolated cells that have gotten a little stronger in southern areas of Lynn through Johnson County right now. Certainly some lightning in the Solon area. Some gusty winds, brief heavy rain certainly possible as that system continues to move across eastern Iowa, the entire system moving off toward the east. Again, storms had been moving at about 70 miles per hour. We're still going to watch that back edge take a while before the entire threat of rain is done across eastern Iowa. There are more cells developing, as we can see, farther to the south as well. This would include areas down toward Poweshiek County, some cells. They're moving up toward the north and east. Could they potentially affect areas of Washington County? It's a possibility. Although, again, because the atmosphere has now had one round move through, the likelihood of severe weather not there, but the likelihood of strong storms still is certainly possible. So something that we do need to watch and do need to keep in mind. Let's just take a look at our temperature and dew points right now, see how things have changed. And there you go, our temperatures and dew points right now down in the 60s. In many areas have had rain-cooled air, but more importantly, what you're watching, those dew points down in the 60s as well. They were well into the mid-70s earlier today, so that shows some of that drier air starting to push in as well. Right now, our current winds across eastern Iowa, this is again still some very strong winds in the Iowa City area, at least that last report. I think that's probably a report that had been earlier in the day, about 52 miles per hour. They had winds up to 70 miles per hour as the storms moved through. And again, the most intense cells now moving across Illinois, southern areas of Wisconsin, moving off toward the east very rapidly at about 70 miles per hour.
We're just trying to convey, Joe, because of power outages and damage to our building, we have limited service right now on cable providers. We are on over the air. Aaron, is that? We are not over the air. We are on iHeart radio stations. We are on Mediacom. I'm on Cedar Falls. We are not on Dish or Direct. Thank you to our producer for feeding me that information. You can find us on the mobile app as well as on Facebook and Roku and our website as well. So we're trying to stay on the air for you. in any capacity we can to pass along this information. I'll send it back to you, Joe.
Yeah, I did have a report. WMT was having some transmitter issues. 96.5 KISS Country covering our continuous coverage as well, so certainly someplace you can do that. Jay Green has been with us, been kind of watching the storm from downtown Cedar Rapids, gave us a great perspective on the damage earlier, and understand Jay joins us now live again from downtown Cedar Rapids, right outside the TV9 studios. Jay?
Yeah, Joe, since the last time I joined you, my photojournalist Mike Gerken and I, we've had a chance to kind of walk around Cedar Rapids and see the extent of the damage. And really what there is just a lot of down debris, a lot of construction barriers that have been moved. As you can see here, we've got a road sign down, we've got a power pole down, we've got damaged cars alongside the road. I want to step out of the way here, and Mike, if you can just kind of pan back and forth along 2nd Avenue Southeast here, walking by a lot of people who, are driving home, trying to get out of town. We've talked to some people who worked at one of the local restaurants here saying, you know what, they were okay, their restaurant is okay, and now they're just trying to get home to see if their home is okay, if they're where they live. I will tell you right now, a lot of what we've seen is heavy traffic here in Cedar Rapids, so if you're trying to get to work or trying to get somewhere, you're going to have to wait a while because things are backed up, and I know they're trying to get things cleared out. That's the other thing I do want to mention. We already saw road crews out there clearing things out, so we know they're out there working. Just be mindful of people walking in places and road signs that are down. We walked by the library earlier, saw a lot of debris down there along 5th and 6th. 5th and 6th, we've seen a lot of damage as well. So basically, that's what we're seeing right now, Joe.
All right, Jay, thank you for the picture from downtown Cedar Rapids. Joining us now live on Newsline 9 is TV9's Mary Green. Mary, where are you and what are you seeing?
Well, Joe, I am on 1st Avenue downtown. I'm honestly probably about 4 or 5 blocks from the station right now.
I do have a power cord if we need a power cord.
But on my way downtown, I was driving through northwest Cedar Rapids, and I'll tell you, it is quite the wild scene there. Just driving along Edgewood Road northwest, there are portions of the road where, both lanes of traffic are trying to meander around each other and share a single lane because trees that are that large have just completely fallen across the other 3 lanes along Edgewood, and there are quite a few cars out as well. So a lot of traffic going down there. I've seen quite a few down power lines. I've seen some scary scenes where it looks like trees that are about to fall over are just tugging on these power lines. I'm from Florida. I worked in Georgia before I came here. The only time I've seen damage like this is after hurricanes and other straight line wind events. So it's definitely a little eerie to see this here in Iowa. And then as I was driving along 1st Avenue, it looks like part of the Vets Memorial Building downtown, part of the roof structure, I don't know if it's the air unit or some sort of mechanical structure. I'm no expert enough. Look at it falling partially down on the lower portion of the Vets Memorial roof. So just a lot of damage. Parts of Johnson as well in Johnson Avenue Northwest, where a lot of power lines are down, cars trying to meander under power lines. So a little bit of a scary scene for drivers out here.
That's awesome. Thank you, Mary. Be safe as you're heading your way through. We've been looking, as you've been talking, at some other damage around eastern Iowa as well. We're looking at some on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids, some storm damage. What do you got there, Corey? It looks like some structural damage. There's almost a wall that's gone?
Yeah, it looks like a part of that house, the wall on, I'm not exactly sure which side it's oriented. I think we're looking north here, and it just sheared off the side wall of that garage in that house. So that is some pretty significant structural damage. Like Mary said, in Vets Memorial Building downtown. This is the I'm on Ice Arena sent by Steve Walrath. That's some at least roof damage. It looks like perhaps a little bit of wall damage on the corner of the building there as well. So that's some pretty significant damage there on the southwest side. Jane Suter and Van Horn, another house that had that carport collapse and roof damage as well in that part of the viewing area over in Benton County. Just some scenes that we're unfortunately going to see multiply, I believe, as people get out and assess exactly what's happened in their area.
No, I think that's the case as well. I think you're going to see more and more. And we had, of course, remember the large hailstorm earlier in the year. That caused a lot of roof damage across areas of western Cedar Rapids over toward Marion. Now more and more damage reports from this, certainly much more extensive as it's moved across a good share of Iowa. But certainly, as we talked about earlier, hearing the tree damage, but now as people getting out to assess, the structural damage is there as well. So certainly, we think of everyone, and as Mayor Brad Hart said earlier, we will certainly all get through this as we will get out, assess the damage, and we will move forward. But sorry if you have experienced any storm damage, but you see it spread across the TV9 viewing area. There is no more severe weather across eastern Iowa right now. We do have some showers and storms. We take a look at Max 1 moving across the area, strongest of which are near Dubuque County, across areas of Jones, as well as into Jackson County. And then some isolated stronger activity down just to the southwest of Ottumwa. That activity is moving off toward the east, and again, for the next couple of hours anyway, we are going to continue to watch more and more showers start to move through the area. And as it does move out, we'll dry things off, and that'll give us even more chance to assess damage. Joining us now, TV9's Beth Malicki on Newsline 9. Beth, where are you and what are you seeing?
Hi, Joe. I'm on Highway 30 going over the river here, and we are in stop and go traffic, more stop than go. Chris Earl was kind enough to come by and pick me up to bring me to work because my neighborhood is impassable due to tree damage. But boy, we've been on 30 now for at least 15 minutes, barely moving. And obviously, unless you have to be out, it'd probably be best to hunker down and obviously stay safe. I encountered a man as I was walking from my neighborhood on East Post Road, southeast in Cedar Rapids to Mount Vernon, a family who had what they believe was a gas line break right in front of their home. So they grabbed their dog and sprinted. So it is not safe out there. There are a lot of power lines down, but of course, if you smell gas, get out.
How about the tree damage? Pretty extensive wherever you've been?
The tree damage is significant. It does remind me, Joe, of when we were in Vinton during those straight line winds a few years ago. I saw pine trees down. We had 3 trees fall on or near our house. Oak trees, ash trees, big, huge trees ripped out at the roots, some of them. Lots of fencing that's blown away. Roads are very difficult to traverse. You know, you think you get through a certain section, and all of a sudden you see a power line down or trees that make it simply impassable. We also saw a tractor trailer on its side here on Highway 30, US 30, and we were able to maneuver around that safely. But we don't know what we're dealing with up ahead. We don't know why the traffic is so stopped. We have no idea what's going on.
So, I mean, basically, anyone that wants to go out, because you see it every time with storms, people, oh gosh, the rain has stopped now, the sky's starting to clear up. We want to go out and see the storm damage. What's your advice to them?
Don't. Please, please, please don't be a gawker, a looky-loo. Please think of your neighbors, your family members. Think of law enforcement and our first responders. We are hearing sirens quite a bit. And if they are stopped by tree damage, that's certainly understandable. If they're stopped by people who want to see the damage for themselves, that is immoral. It's just, please, please don't do it. The vast majority of people wouldn't even consider it. But those who do endanger our first responders and the people they're trying to get to.
Beth, we thank you for your report. Be safe, and we will see you at the station hopefully sometime soon as you slowly progress your way up Highway 30. Again, that's TV9's Beth Malicki with that report, and again, bringing us the same picture we've really seen repeated across eastern Iowa from numerous reports. Trees down, power lines down. We now have heard of that for a couple of times. And was it in Marion earlier too, Nicole, that we heard about some gas lines?
Yeah, multiple gas leaks they've
Right.
reported there. And I think that the note there is that there is a lot of structural damage, and so there is a strong chance that you've got gas lines that have been ruptured. And of course, that adds a whole other layer to the situation and safety.
And this is probably some of the most extensive damage I've ever seen over a portion of eastern Iowa. Vinton windstorm ranks up there. The Washington windstorm that started near Williamsburg that we saw, that was back in 1998. Just from straight line winds, just absolutely incredible damage across the area.
No, I'm starting to get pictures in from my neighborhood now, and we thankfully just have some minor damage, but some in our neighborhood are not as fortunate. So a lot of people are going to be dealing with some really heartbreaking damage today.
Yes, so far, the two pictures that I've seen from the reports I've had from my house, 2 trees down, not near the house, which is fine, and we lost a flower pot. If that's it, I'm fine with that. We can deal with that because I know people are dealing with a lot more than that. We do have, no we don't. Let's go to pinpoint Doppler radar and let's take a look. And Corey, if you have anything at this point that you would like to show us, we would love to see it. The storms themselves really progressing across northern Illinois. There's some Severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings right now near the Rockford and Belvedere area, so some very powerful storms continue all the way down across central areas of Illinois. Farther back to the west, we are noticing some quieter weather conditions, and we've been talking about the severe weather for so long. Let's just take a quick look at what we are in store for as we head through the remainder of the week. These showers and storms come to an end, and here's a look at our 9-day forecast. Tomorrow will be a cooler and less humid day. We'll see a high of 83 degrees. It'll be very quiet. Wednesday, Thursday's chance of storms very isolated at best. Highs should stay in the middle 80s, and it looks like middle 80s into the weekend. Early next week, we're back in the lower 80s, and lows drop down into the 50s and 60s. So the storms themselves, severe storms, have ended here in eastern Iowa. We still have some storms that we'll get through as we head through the next couple of hours, or some showers. But other than that, it does look much quieter than as we head through the week, which takes us back to kind of our drought pattern that we have been experiencing across western and now moving into eastern Iowa as we progress through the summer months. But again, there's kind of that back edge you can see of the showers moving through Waterloo, moving just towards Cedar Rapids. There's a little scattered activity farther back along Highway 30. Southeast of Ames through the Tama area, and then we head farther south. We'll give you a picture. This takes us from Iowa City down to Washington. There is some activity moving up toward the Oskaloosa, Ottumwa area. We'll watch it to see if that could prompt a warning across Keokuk or Washington County. Not likely, but the possibility is there, so we'll certainly continue to watch that. And as we head up farther to the north, it's showers and storms, heaviest of which have now crossed the Mississippi, moving across our northeast and our northwestern zones. You have a damage picture, Aaron? Okay, this F Avenue, Ellis Boulevard, Harrison Elementary. If you're in that area, familiar with that area, that's one of the pictures that we have of some damage. I know we had pictures earlier from the Harrison Elementary area as well. Numerous trees down you can see. You can see lots of branches down. Could be power lines down, and you just can't tell in those areas. Recycling bin blown around. As you look in the distance, you see that tree ripped off. That's not even out of the roots. Notice how it's ripped off. The tree on the right-hand side of the picture. That's not by the roots. Again, that's been snapped off. Could certainly have some vehicle damage there as well. It's tough to tell from this vantage point, but lots in the way of damages. And that's what Beth has been encountering. That's what Chris has been encountering as they've tried to make their way into the studio as well. Aaron Hossman, the same thing. Just very, very difficult to get through with all the extensive damage that we're seeing across not only Lynn County, I don't want to stress it, across a large portion of eastern Iowa. Corey, again, you're kind of found stuff all over the place that people have been putting out. This is in Stanwood?
Yeah, that's correct. This is a farmstead 5 miles south of Stanwood there on X2. You can see it looks like a barn or an outbuilding collapsed under the strength of these winds. Other damage pictures from that same farmstead sent to us by Tracy Kessler Houston. She said their family lost 5 vehicles as part of the damage as well, probably due to those outbuilding collapses. So that's something. Areas, it's really tough to stop those winds. There's nothing there to break them, so it unfortunately does cause significant damage to those structures that can be a little bit tough to prop up anyhow. This is damage, or rather semis flipped over on Interstate 380. This is between North Liberty and the Kirkwood area of Cedar Rapids. This is from TV9's Mike O'Brien as he was on the way in. That is multiple semis. He counted 10 flipped over on his path between those, and that's not even that long of a stretch between North Liberty and Cedar Rapids there. So yeah, significant traffic disruptions there, and it's going to take a while to get those cleared off as well. This is from earlier this afternoon, but still, that's why we're not advising travel across eastern Iowa. If you have damage photos, send it to us on UNews. It's kcrg.com. There's a link right there on the front page. You can also submit them through the KCRG TV9 First Alert Weather app.
Now, Corey, I saw the National Weather Service out of the Quad Cities reporting widespread damage there as well. Is it unusual for a storm like this to stay so together and impactful all the way from central Iowa to the eastern part of our state?
It is somewhat unusual, and so this is classified and probably will be officially called so by the National Weather Service as a derecho. So that is the same thing that hit Vinton that several years ago, and then Iowa City and points to the south in 1998 and the end of June. So it's defined as a really long-lasting windstorm, and the reason why this was able to happen today was because we had a significant amount of energy in the atmosphere, which is one of the key ingredients to this, and because we had that sunshine this morning, really helped prime the atmosphere atmosphere, for damaging winds, allowing those winds that are stronger aloft to reach the surface. And that's why in the eastern half of the state or so, Des Moines points to the east and now continuing to north central Illinois is why we saw so much damage, because we got that instability in place this morning. Unfortunately, that just led to this situation. It just takes the right ingredients, and fortunately, it doesn't happen a lot. Obviously, it's been several years since Vinton. Iowa City was longer than that ago from there. So hopefully this is the last one for a while, but derechos cause significant damage. They can cause tornado-like damage, but just over a really wide area. And that's why we always say, take those severe thunderstorm warnings seriously, take those watches seriously too when we talk about them. That's why we gave you the heads up earlier today. Just the threat was there, and unfortunately it really did play out to its maximum intensity as we went through the afternoon.
Well, we just talked to Waterloo Fire and Police. They say there's just some very minor damage up in their neck of the woods, up in Black Hawk County. So it really seems like Highway 20 South is where we're seeing the most damage. Is that similar to what you've been seeing?
Yeah, that seems to be the vast majority, and particularly concentrated perhaps on the Highway 30 corridor. So we had reports in Marshalltown, further to the west in Ames as well, significant damage there around the town of Ames, but of course that tracked to the east around Cedar Rapids. We had that picture of Stanwood, which would be in line with that too, toward the Iowa City area. So that corridor between about Interstate 80 and Highway 30, and give or take 15 or 20 miles on either side of that, that was really where the most intense part of the storm was. And if you take that loop back just a little bit further on Max 1, that'll set up where you can see what we call the apex of the bow, which is just the furthest forward part of that storm. And you can see it tracks just right along that area. And that's where the strong winds aloft are being forced down to the surface. And that's where we get that damage from.
I understand now on Newsline 9 we have Charlie from Lynn County REC. Charlie, are you with us?
Yes, it's Carrie.
Oh, it's Carrie. Sorry about that. What can you tell us as far as power outages?
Right now, Lynn County REC has over 25,000 people out of power. Our linemen are currently out running lines and assessing the damage to our distribution system.
And what can you give people as updates as far as getting power back on?
We ask all of our members to check our website. We'll be doing continuous updates throughout the day and night.
If they are without power and can't get to a website, what's a good way for them to check it?
They can contact our office.
Okay, what number would that be?
319-377-1587.
And again, how many did you say without power in Lynn you have without power right now?
Over 25,000.
All right, we appreciate your efforts to get power back on. I know everyone does as well. Just exercise patience, and all the power companies will be out assessing the damage and certainly getting out and getting that power back on. That is one of the things. The one thing also we've noticed, I don't know you, Corey, you've kind of noticed if you listen to some of the calls as well, cell service can be intermittent or go down at times as well. Hang on, Corey, we don't have your mic on.
No, I'm good. I was just taking a drink, unfortunately, and I turned it off for a second. Yeah, you're right about self-service, though. Confirm that I don't have any. So that's some ground truth right here in the studio. If we go back to Max 2 real quick, we can take another look at a storm picture. Zach Hawkins sent this in on U News. This is from the Hiawatha area, and this is what we're talking about. That is a big tree, and it has been uprooted in this case, it looks like, from that front yard. Significant damage to that tree and other trees in that neighborhood in Hiawatha, and that's why we're saying stay at home. Because as TV9's Aaron Hossman said earlier, while he's trying to gather information for us, these trees are blocking the roads, and Chris Earl reported that, and Beth Balicki reported that. It is a maze to get around town right now because there is so much damage that it's just not worth it, unless there's an extreme emergency situation, and you must. Otherwise, we would say stay at home, avoid this kind of damage that is widespread. And from as far as I can tell, and our emergency managers that we spoke to earlier really did confirm that, all quadrants of the city have seen about the same type of picture, as well as Marion and Hiawatha, Palo, and other outlying areas in Lynn County. And we're still working to gather more information from other areas in eastern Iowa that saw that particularly strong part of the storm.
And have had reports now in portions in neighborhoods that really there are more trees down than are up. So I think this is going to be some very extensive damage that we'll see. Of course, there's going to be numerous crews out, not only working on the power, but also helping to clear that tree debris. At this point in time, we don't know exactly how you get rid of your tree debris if you're in a city area, but that information will be forthcoming as we do have cleanup, which will be in process from now for the next several weeks across eastern Iowa. Right now, pinpoint Doppler radar again, heaviest cells across Illinois and Wisconsin. Our severe threat is gone. If we can go back to Max 1, we'll see that as well. Okay, you can see scattered areas of showers and storms extending farther toward the west, but the heaviest or severe storms, thankfully, are off toward the east and will stay to the east of eastern Iowa as we move through the remainder of our evening hours. Here's a look at the storm reports in the last 6 hours, and it just shows the extensive area of reports all the way back. In fact, let's change this. Let's go to the last 24 hours. So that just adds in some of the storms that moved through last night across areas of Wisconsin and takes us a little farther back over toward the west. Notice from Sioux City all the way down to Shenandoah. Then you head to Peoria, Illinois, all the way up toward Dubuque. That whole area. So the southern 2/3 of Iowa, in some way, many areas affected by these storms as they were moving through and continuing to push off toward the east with strong winds. Let's just take a look right now. Let's go right here. Let's just take off all of the reports that we have that are not wind reports. Take me just a second to do that. Okay, we only want wind reports. We'll get rid of hail reports. We'll get rid of any heavy rain reports. And you'll just see that this certainly has been the part of the storm. All you're seeing right there, wind reports of some sort as it's pushed this way across Iowa. So it has been winds. We had upwards measured officially at 112 miles per hour. But from 70 to 100 mile an hour winds, very common across eastern Iowa, and that's why the damage is so excessive and continues to be excessive. I want to remind you that right now we may not be on the way you expect us to be on. Our on-air signal may be off. I think we still are off our on-air signal, but there are many ways that you can connect with us as well. Make sure that you have downloaded the First Alert Weather app. If you have your weather app and your cell phone charged and you have cell service, and I've heard kind of some differing reports every once in a while that cell service is down in some spots, you can get our streaming coverage. We're there right now for you. You can take a look at kcrg.com on your cell phone as well, your tablet. We will stream coverage there. Facebook also has live coverage. Twitter you can take a look at for updates. And of course, we have numerous radio partners. Right now, I know 96.5 KISS FM KISS Country is having our coverage live right now. Continuous coverage for you. WMT is there as well. Right now, they were having some transmitter issues. Did have a report from WMT, numerous reports of trees down at their vantage point as well from their studios. So certainly, again, widespread damage. But make sure, we've always said, have multiple ways not only to receive warnings, but have multiple ways also to receive our information. Because as things happen, and this is what's happened today, you may need to go to a secondary way that you're not used to get reports as the storms move through. I understand TV9's Jay Green is with us once again. He has been showing us the downtown damage, and Mary Green with him as well. Jay and Mary?
Yeah, we had a chance to walk around town here a little bit. We've seen some damaged windows. The skywalk is damaged here in downtown Cedar Rapids. That's another vantage point. We saw there's still lots of debris everywhere. We have seen some skid loaders already pushing. You hear as lots of sirens. We've seen some skid loaders already pushing debris onto the sidewalks, trying to clear things out for traffic. And speaking of traffic, Mary came from the northwest side of Cedar Rapids. Mary, you said traffic was an absolute disaster.
Well, that's one way to put it, Jay. What would normally take me 10 minutes to get from the northwest side out to the station here, and it'd take me about an hour, just so many times having to turn around because trees were down, power lines were down, a lot of traffic, a lot of folks out and about right now along the streets, and probably for the best if you don't have to be out to just stay home if you can, because there are a lot of folks. But I know Edgewood Road Northwest is one part where what is typically a 4-lane road and a lot of traffic normally going both ways, there are parts of it where trees are stretched across 3 of those 4 lanes. So both lanes are trying to both merge into the same lane to get around the trees and avoid each other. Quite a few power lines that either are snapped by trees or just the trees are falling on them. Looks like the power lines are really being stretched. So what could be some scary situations? I know a lot of folks are trying to avoid those. Another tricky spot was on Johnson Avenue Northwest, where there are quite a few spots where the power lines are hanging over at an angle across some parts of the road, and cars can only go under one part of one lane. So they're having to kind of work around each other. Everyone's trying to avoid those power lines. Definitely a scary situation for a lot of drivers.
Yeah, we heard the Linn County Sheriff's Office actually tweeted out not too long ago that travel just not advised through Linn County. So I am not sure what that noise is. We're going to send it back to you in the studio. I am not sure what that noise is.
It's inside. It's our fire alarm. You guys are fine out there. It's our fire alarm inside. So keep your report going.
Okay. Yeah, well, I know coming this way, by the time I eventually got off, because I was trying to cut over from Johnson onto First Avenue to get downtown here, by the time I eventually got onto First Avenue, again, quite a bit of traffic, and I saw 3 or 4 either fire engines or police cars just trying to zoom as much with the traffic as they can. So that's something that I've been hearing, at least in the last couple minutes downtown, are other alarms going off and other, police cruisers, fire trucks trying to get through with their alarms going as well.
Yeah, I know you came and worked a little later. I've been here since 3 this morning, so of course I kind of saw the start of this from downtown. It looked like the rain and the wind coming through was absolutely. We saw some stop signs just coming down, and all this debris wasn't here earlier this morning. Our sign, our marquee on front of the building is pretty much gone at this point. Of course, hear that alarm? That's our fire alarm going off. We're okay. We're outside. Yeah, we have lots of trees that are down. And we've been hearing that really from everybody across the county this morning, whether you're in Marion or Lisbon or Walker, just kind of all over the area. Was walking down here at the library. That was kind of one of the first places that we saw. It was just trees down everywhere. That's kind of sounds like the same thing you were seeing on the northwest side.
Oh yeah, everywhere I drove, like I said, I had to turn around quite a few times because there were trees in the way, power lines in the way. You couldn't go anywhere without seeing those down trees, those down branches. Even downtown, there it looks like at the Veterans Memorial Building right there, part of since it's kind of like that tiered building, part of the lower roof right along First Avenue looks like a structure on the roof has fallen, some damage there, and there's a tree right across the river that's right along the river, which is a weird thing to see downtown or really anywhere, just these trees scattered all over the place here. So it's weird just driving downtown, seeing stop signs, bricks, pieces of roofing that are strewn throughout the road as we see right now.
I know in one of our interviews with you earlier, you're from the South, you have seen damage like this before. What are some safety tips that you have for people?
Well, probably stay home at this point if you don't have to drive. And that's another thing is, I know Joe, whenever we have a lot of heavy weather or a lot of heavy rain, Joe says turn around, don't drown, because you don't want to be driving through that standing water. And I've seen a few places on the northwest side where there was standing water. Even at the Johnson Avenue Hy-Vee parking lot, there was standing water there. So just between that and those down power lines, really not a great combination. So like you were saying, EMA saying, hey, stay home if you can, that's probably the best thing to do at this point.
Sure, and one thing that I wanted to mention here, a lot of intersections without stop signs right now, and a lot of them don't have traffic lights. So if you get to one of those intersections, just treat it as a 4-way stop. Be very cautious as you're lots of people kind of walking around downtown still, kind of gawking. We know it's interesting to look at, but just play it safe and be careful when you're going out there. Yeah, anything else?
No, I think just be careful if you have to be out. Again, those 4-way stops. I will say, been through a couple hurricanes when I worked in Georgia, so we'd go through this a couple times a year, and the power would go out. People would zoom through those intersections where the lights were out. At least the one intersection I encountered here where the light was out, people were treating it like a 4-way stop. So that's a great sign. Cedar Rapids, keep it up if you are driving. Even right next to us, there's a stop sign down. There's another one further down along 2nd Avenue that I saw earlier, and I almost zoomed right through it, forgetting, hey, there's a stop sign right there, and I couldn't see it. So really, I think just if you're out and about, being cognizant of slow down and make sure there's not supposed to be a stop sign here and it just blew over.
Sure. Not quite sure if we're ready to send things back into the studio again. Mary Green here and Jay Green here. We're just in downtown Cedar Rapids at 2nd and 5th Southeast, just kind of checking out the damage. Mike, do you want to just pan around here real quick so we can kind of show what we're seeing? we'll show you some of the damage. Now, this is a lot of damage that occurred pretty early on in the storm when we were seeing those really, really strong gusty winds. We've got a sign down right now that's been there for quite a while. Our marquee in front of the station is completely damaged. Some of our letters are blown up the street. My photojournalist Mike and I, we saw that earlier. We went down, I guess that's 6th. Yeah, we went down 6th a little bit. We've got some building damage there, some buildings that don't have their windows anymore, especially on the higher floors, some structural damage there. We took a trip, a little walk down First Ave here in downtown Cedar Rapids, kind of towards the hotel, and we saw that one of the skywalks from the bridge to the cellular center, U.S. Cellular Center, completely missing its windows. So, of course, they'll have to get that replaced here at some point. Just again, a lot of debris spread throughout the city, and of course we're going to try to cover this as much as possible. But again, we just want you to stay safe and remember to make way for law enforcement and emergency responders as they're making their way through. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Jay and Mary, thank you very much for your report. Again, extensive damage across portions of eastern Iowa. I understand we have a phoner from an area outside of Cedar Rapids, because again, it's a widespread area that's receiving damage.
We have Cynthia Stenson on the line. She is the city clerk in Fairfax. And Cynthia, thanks so much for waiting with us here on the phone. Can you tell us about the extent of the damage there in Fairfax?
Well, the Fairfax Fire Department wanted me to get a message out to the public that all of the roads going into the original part of Fairfax are impassable. There's down power lines and down trees, and they're just impassable. So they're asking the public and even the residents to stay away until the Fairfax Fire Department and the maintenance crew can clear the area.
Have you heard of any reports of some major damage or any injuries there in Fairfax?
I have not received any details. We're just kind of still at the responding all over the place, trying to get our resources where they need to be, so we haven't gathered details yet.
Have you closed any buildings due to power outages? Or I assume, as many are, you're dealing with power outages there as well?
Yeah, I assume that the whole town's out. I know that we're out here at City Hall, but I do know that our maintenance shop, the transformer blew down and blew all the power, so that's a critical service that we're trying to work with Alliant to get back up right away, because it runs our sanitary sewer plant and some other critical features. So,
any damage there at City Hall?
Just some water leaking in. I do know that the city lost an old salt bunker building at the maintenance shop location. But other than that, I don't know any details.
Were you in City Hall when the storm passed through?
Yes, 3 of us were in here, and we just got to our storm shelter. This is an old bank, so we have a great big concrete vault that we can get in and be safe, so we just rode it out there.
That's good. What did it sound like to you from inside that safe area?
It was the loudest wind I've ever heard since I've worked here, that's for sure. You know, it was really blowing. It was really loud.
Well, Cynthia, thank you so much for chatting with us this afternoon. Our wishes with everyone there in Fairfax. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for getting the word out about our roads.
You bet. And again, just to reiterate that message, that Cynthia Stenson with the City of Fairfax saying the roads in and out of town are impassable. Like many communities, they've been dealing with power lines down, with trees down. They're trying to get some emergency services restored as a critical service there in Fairfax. So, Joe, much of the same we've been hearing. Some building damage, tree damage, lots of power outages going on. And again, lots of roads you just cannot get through. There's no reason to be out right now.
Yep, and hearing more and more reports of damage from different buildings. Just got a picture and just emailed it to you, Corey, if you want to grab it. St. Michael's Church in Norway. Looks like the steeple has been ripped off the top of the church in Norway. Again, that's St. Michael's in Norway. Just sent Corey a picture. He'll effort getting that on, as well as he's been showing us numerous pictures of damage across all of eastern Iowa. I want to thank Corey and Kaylee Pluchul, if she has power and when she does, to help us out social media-wise. Corey, thank you for covering the storm from beginning now almost through the end, with all the damage that you're seeing, and just an extensive storm that really, again, is more reminiscent of the windstorm in Vinton, as well as the storm also. And one more All right, I understand we have someone from Buchanan County Emergency Management on the line now. Who are we speaking with?
Hi, this is Rick Wolfcole from Buchanan County.
Hey, Rick, this is Joe Winters from TV9. What are you seeing across Buchanan County right now? We've had extensive damage across Lynn County.
Yeah, Lynn County, Benton County, Tama County sounds like quite a bit of damage. We're pretty fortunate up here. We haven't sustained a lot. Our southern tier sustained a little bit, a lot of limbs and trees. Right now, currently, about 300 residents are reported out of power, but crews are out still taking assessments. So far, we haven't had any reports of any building damage yet, but it's still early enough. We still have crews out.
And what's your approach when you have something widespread like this that affects multiple parts of your county? What's your approach to respond to this?
Yeah, the START approach is our great responder network. We paged out very early. Actually, with this one, as we were watching this build, National Weather Service actually did response calls with us and put us on the horn at about 10 o'clock this morning. And once that started in the neighboring counties, we knew it was coming, so we didn't even wait for the warnings to come on. We had people tune into their media outlets and made sure that they were prepared. So we were well prepared. Thanks to our other counties, we kind of followed this thing across most of the morning and try to keep people safe. But there was a lot of people still out traveling in it, so we sure hope everybody's still safe.
And where did you ride out the storm, Rick, and what did it sound like, and what was your experience like?
It was nice and quiet where I'm at. I'm actually at the Emergency Operations Center here in Buchanan County, and we're in a little fortress, so I feel bad for everybody, but as we watched it, actually, again, our Highway 20 corridor wasn't nearly as significant as what the Highway 30 corridor appears to be. We had some straight line winds, but mostly just rain, and we don't even have wind amounts nowhere near what they sustained down south of us.
Well, Rick, with Buchanan County Emergency Management, thanks so much for giving us an update there. Again, a lot of the damage we're hearing are the more severe reports, Joe, are Highway 20 South, and as Corey mentioned, really along that Highway 30 corridor.
Yep, no, that's where we've been watching, and really we saw it for a period of time as well, and Rick pointed out the National Weather Service warning well ahead of this, getting people in position, getting people out of the way, so there certainly were warnings well ahead of this storm moving in. Corey, how long before? Maybe 40 minutes, 50-minute warning ahead of time?
Oh yeah, most warnings were issued with no precipitation in those counties at that point. They were issuing them so far ahead of time. And just due to the amount of wind that was still left behind those storms, they had to extend those warnings a couple of times in some cases. So once it was obvious, based on ground reports, that these storms were producing quite a bit of damage, National Weather Service usually goes ahead at that point and gives extra lead time because they know for sure that it's happening. If we go to Max 2 real quick, I'll show you that picture that Joe was talking about in terms of some damage to a brick church in Norway. Some pretty significant damage. Looks like the steeple there pretty well sheared off the top of that building, as well as other damage to the exterior and debris piled in front of it. So that's really unfortunate for that house of worship there in Norway. Unfortunately, I fear we'll see more scenes like that.
I've had reports that St. Pius may have some damage in Cedar Rapids as well. And joining us now live is Ethan Stein. And I understand you are on the northwest side of Cedar Rapids. Ethan, you're standing in what looks like a lot of tree debris.
Yeah, Joe, you got it. You can see it right in front of me. We've been actually trying to make our way back downtown from northwest Cedar Rapids for about an hour now, and we haven't been able to do that at all. One of the reasons has been these roads are simply impassable. I mean, there's trees down all over me. Most of it is damaged. We haven't seen a lot of cars necessarily damaged or houses, but we've seen definitely the scaffolding come out. And as I come out of here, and you'll see there, we've even seen some power lines down. We've had all the roads blocked off. We actually had to kind of U-turn back on to Johnson Avenue. That way we can then get back onto the road because we got to that intersection where all other 4 roads were blocked, and you could see down there how much damage there has been on some of these trees and excluding on these roads. I mean, the roads have been almost impassable the entire way through. Like I said before, we've been trying to get back to downtown Cedar Rapids, and we just simply haven't been. And you see these cars going by us now. That only adds on to the problem, simply because now what's happening is these cars, they kind of try to both go one way when the road, the tree blocks one lane. and then they both try to go through at the same time, and it just creates more traffic jams. So one of those people that we've been meeting out here is Becky Spites. Becky was telling me earlier that she actually was cutting someone's hair when she was actually during the storm, and she actually saw the storm almost lift up her car. And that's why she started to get scared. She was talking with me earlier saying that, you know, she's trying to get home, but she's concerned. She doesn't even know what she's going to do. She's thinking that she may have to walk simply because of all these roads are impassable and she has just simply nowhere to go. Joe, back to you.
I appreciate the report, Ethan, and again, just showing the extensive damage just on that small area. You're showing us how it is impassable, and you just can't get through those areas very easily. Had a text just a little while ago from Chris Earl. Chris and Beth are trying to get to the studio. They are still stuck on Highway 30, making their way as they can to get to downtown Cedar Rapids in the studio as well. They apologize, but be safe. If you have to be out, if you do not have to be out, please stay inside. Watch the TV9 News at 4, 5, 6, 10 tomorrow morning. We will have extensive coverage. And Nicole, you mentioned this earlier. That picture from Ethan really reminded me of being in Vinton during that storm.
I mean, it looked like a tornado went through Vinton that day. There were shingles, pieces of the roof missing from the Benton County Courthouse that morning when I was doing live reports out there. There were trees down. You couldn't get through roads. It looks eerily familiar, and we know what that recovery was like. And that was mainly isolated to Vinton.
And I was just in Vinton for our town with Jackie just last week, and you still can drive in and you still see trees that are down along the river areas. You can still see areas that were cleared out due to that storm itself. So it's not something that heals quickly, certainly. For years, you'll be going through these areas that were hardest hit, and you'll be able to tell that a storm has moved through or something happened. Something isn't quite right because of the way the trees are down, the different age of the trees, the sheared trees that you'll see that some people will keep up in portions of their yard. So again, just extensive damage. And Corey, you have even more pictures. We've been watching those. Thank you so much. What do you have for us now?
It looks like this is from Stacy Westfall, sent in via UNews, which you can do on kcrg.com or through the KCRG TV9 weather app. This is from her homestead south of Atkins, so in a rural area, but still there was also significant tree damage on her property. Some roof damage there. You can see shingles peeled back as well as the roof liner, so that's an area that's probably experiencing some leakage at this point. A window on the side of the house blown in as well, not shattered, it doesn't look like, but that whole window frame just punctured right into the house. And that's why we say do not stand by your windows and watch the storms go by. This is Cedar Terrace Apartments in Cedar Rapids, just another scene of various amounts of debris. Probably looks like some roof damage, certainly a piece of somebody's roof laying in the middle of the street there. Not sure if it's from the apartment building or not, but one thing I want you to notice, those trees in the background. What happens with these derecho storm systems is because of the way that the trees get damaged, if they can be salvaged at all, not damaged so much they have to be taken down completely, the scars from this storm will be visible for years. You'll be able to notice trees that have been just mangled, still living, but are missing various branches and limbs. They do eventually heal and look more like a normal tree, but unfortunately, that's going to be one of the lasting after effects of the storm system today.
And the latest, thank you, Corey, the latest report we had on power outages with Alliant, Mid-American, and REC combined was 410,000. What you're looking at is the outage map on Alliant's website, and I believe they were just shy of 250,000 customers alone without power. And they're getting crews out there. Of course, first they have to assess what they're dealing with before they can start to clean up and restore power. So we can expect the power in some of these areas to be out for quite some time. Thank you for that map there. I just want to recap a few things here that we've had come into our newsroom here in the last hour or so. We talked to Steve O'Connick a little earlier from Linn County Emergency Management. The good news is that he has heard no reports of any serious injuries. I don't believe we've taken any reports of injuries with this, and so that's why it's important to make sure that you stay away from power lines. You're staying away from some of these downed trees if it looks like an unsafe situation, because we don't want injuries to happen now in the aftermath of the storm. Linn County is going to be doing some damage estimates, but he said the damage really is widespread north to south, east to west across the county. The middle school roof at Tama Toledo Middle School roof blown off. Widespread damage at Kennedy. We had a reminder from several cities to not report storm damage to 911. Please reserve 911 for life-threatening situations, life-threatening emergencies. Do not call them with storm damage right now. We talked to Mayor Brad Hart, who he himself had been dealing with the obstacles of trying to get around town and some damage as well, reminding people in Cedar Rapids we've been through a lot and we can get through this as well. We talked to Waterloo Fire and police, who said that they've seen some minor damage there, again reiterating that a lot of the damage is south of Highway 20 and really along Highway 30. Lynn County REC told us they've got 25,000 without power. And this is, if you do not have access to report an outage, this is the phone number that Lynn County REC gave us to pass along. That is 319-377-1587. Again, if you have outage to report for Lynn County REC. We talked to Cynthia Stenson. She's the city clerk at Fairfax, and she's asking people either living in Fairfax or people from out of town to just stay away. They've got lots of trees down there that have made it impassable. And we talked to Rick from Buchanan County Emergency Management as well, about 300 in his neck of the woods without power. Sounds like some more minor damage, just mainly tree damage there in comparison with some of our other cities and counties as well. It sounds like we're getting some caller reports from some substantial damage over at Collins Aerospace. A lot of the trees and some of their surrounding some of their campus there, laying all over the lot. Several apartments, buildings all across Cedar Rapids damaged. A lot of farm damage as well. We took a report of some substantial farm damage with a barn completely gone in Benton County a little bit earlier as this was moving through. So Joe, just wanted to recap there some of the information that's come in here in the last hour as we're starting really now to get a look at some pictures, both live and, of course, on our city cam here with the tipped over semi on North Liberty City Cam.
Yep, we showed that earlier. It's still, again, laying on its side, but has been far enough off the road that traffic now moving, which we didn't have earlier. Traffic was hardly moving or moving not at all in the southbound lanes and down to one lane in the northbound lanes of Interstate 380. But Aaron Hossman, one of our reporters, also mentioned that there were numerous semis down as he was in this area from North Liberty heading up towards Cedar Rapids. So again, that semi laying on its side. It will be a while before that is cleaned up, causing a little bit more in the way of some travel delays. But right now it looks like north and southbound in the North Liberty area moving along fine. We'll take a live picture from our Independence City Cam, just kind of give you an indication of what's behind this storm. And again, we have some sunshine trying to filter through that cloudy sky. As far as the showers, there's not a lot out there. Anything is out there remains fairly light, and will continue to push off toward the east, and we will watch those skies start to clear as we head through the nighttime hours. There's what we have on pinpoint Doppler radar. Again, the strongest storms now all the way into eastern areas of Illinois. They passed Rockford, they passed Peoria, they're heading toward Chicago, where numerous severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings are in effect. We still have some scattered activity across portions of eastern Iowa as well. In fact, we are looking at right now, let's go ahead and give you a look at where we're seeing. That's where the rain is mainly falling right now in eastern Iowa. Most extensive from Prairie du Chien back through Dubuque County over toward Jackson County, and it is just some showers. And then as we go farther toward the west, there are some showers across areas south of Waterloo over toward Tama and Oskaloosa. Then we head down toward Ottumwa and areas into northern Missouri. We do have some thunderstorms out there. So this could still affect. Let's just kind of see how this is moving. Heading off toward the east. Looks like it may stay just south of Washington, so just out of the TV9 viewing area, moving from Ottumwa to Fairfield over toward Mount Pleasant. Could be strong still. There's some untapped energy in the atmosphere down across far southeastern Iowa, something that we'll be looking at. We'll take a look, we'll pull up our Ottumwa city cam a little while and see what it looks like right now in downtown Ottumwa, because many of our city cams in areas that have lost power have not regained the power in that area yet, so certainly something that we're continuing to watch as those storms move far, far south, but it does not look like they'll move into the TV9 viewing area. They will stay just south. Let's go ahead and bring up now and see our Ottumwa City Cam load. Take just a minute as long as we got. There you go. So you certainly can see some heavy rains. That's live right now in Ottumwa. We are looking at some heavier rains in the distance. You again, as we showed you earlier from our Iowa City Cam, you do see greatly reduced visibilities. That's what we're seeing from our Ottumwa City Cam as well. The trees in the foreground not moving particularly much, and that's good news. That means the winds remain fairly lighter in this storm. Again, we'll continue to watch the activity push off toward the east, and as it does, more damage assessments will be able to be made as those storms continue to move away from eastern Iowa. Powerful winds we showed you earlier, they stay off across areas of Illinois. We're not expecting much in the way of even gusty winds now as the storms continue to push through, but numerous reports of storm damage and more coming. Each time we refresh this map of the last 6 hours, it seems that the number of icons for wind or areas of damage just continue to increase, and we'll see those damage reports come in for the next several days. TV9's Jay Green is with us once again, been in downtown Cedar Rapids taking a look at the storm damage. And Jay, what do you have for us now?
Yeah, Joe, we're still along 2nd Avenue Southeast here. We've seen traffic kind of going out, heading towards out of town. Again, I mentioned earlier, some of those intersections don't have stop signs anymore. The wind just took them out. So if you get to those intersections, treat them as a 4-way stop. Be careful as you're going through. Use lots of caution. We've seen people kind of walking in the downtown area. I want to step out of the way and show you some of the damage that we're seeing. Looks like we've got some crews that have been surveying the damage. People just looking around. We've also got debris on the road here. We've got a damaged car here along the front of our station. You can see some of the wiring hanging down from our marquee in front of the station. Pretty much ripped it off the front of the building. I would say 2nd Avenue Southeast, looking at it here, is a pretty good encompasses all the damage that we're hearing about around the county. Pieces of building in the middle of the road, damaged cars, debris and trees in the middle of the road. So I would say everything that we're hearing from around Lynn County and around eastern Iowa is what we're seeing exactly here in downtown Cedar Rapids. What's amazing is some of the clearing the skies have been doing right now. It's been getting a little bit sunnier out here. So there's a little bit of a bright light there, if you will. So we've got some people that are surveying the damage here. Not sure exactly if they're with anybody, but I know they've been walking around looking at things. We've had, I talked to one lady. She was driving by. She said she was going around checking on her elderly neighbors and people she knew who were elderly. So I would say that's another big thing is remember your neighbors, remember the elderly who live around you, remember your family members. Make sure you're checking in on them that they're okay. So again, here we're on 2nd Avenue Southeast with a look at the damage so far. We've got a car with a broken window, some debris from mostly buildings along the side. We have our damaged marquee. And that's about what we're seeing right here, right now. Joe, back to you.
Again, you are showing us numerous pictures of damage just in a small area of downtown Cedar Rapids, and slowly but surely crews will start working that up and patching up some of that damage as well.
On the phone right now, we have Dr. Timothy Quinn from Mercy in Cedar Rapids. Doctor, thank you for joining us. What's the situation right now at Mercy?
Well, we're kind of in the same situation everyone else without power, so we're actually on our generator emergency backup. And fortunately, we have several backup generators to the backup generators so that we maintain normal operations.
And do you have any reports of anyone coming in with injuries related to this storm?
Our emergency room is very busy right now. Fortunately, they are tending to be mild injuries. We're always monitoring for any concerning things going on, and I know the EMS services and fire departments are extremely busy right now.
What is priority for you all when a storm like this comes through?
Well, first and foremost, obviously, we want to make sure that the patients in the building are safe and that all of our employees, our staff are safe. That is absolutely the top priority. We want to make sure that we have our power source intact so that we can deliver the highest level of care possible, and that's definitely the case. Some of the more elective things, when in situations like this, we want to make sure people can get home to their families. So we start getting patients out of the building as soon as the storm had calmed down and things went over. So, but otherwise, our big priorities are making sure people are warm, fed, and well cared for from a medical standpoint.
Did you all have any damage to the hospital?
I think the big damage is like everything else everybody's seeing in town, which is all the horticulturists are going to be busy in the upcoming months here. It's quite a bit of tree damage. In terms of the facility itself, pretty minimal damage. We have a few spots, and of course, water is the big culprit that we're cleaning up in low-lying areas.
Dr. Quinn from Mercy in Cedar Rapids, we certainly appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
And again, that was Dr. Timothy Quinn from Mercy in Cedar Rapids. They have generators upon generators to back up the situation there at Mercy to make sure that everyone can continue to get the same level of care. Thankfully, Joe, saying that there are no serious injuries that have come in, perhaps some minor situations, but that's probably the best news we've heard out of all of this, is there have been no serious injuries.
No, absolutely. And again, that's why we don't want you to go out. We don't want you traveling in this. We don't want you to be out trying to look at damage. If you do need to get some damage repaired, make sure you have the appropriate people with you to help you out so that you can stay safe as well. And we know you're not alone. I will tell you that. There are numerous structures that are damaged. There are trees down everywhere from Highway 30 or north of Highway 30, northern Lynn, northern Benton County, all the way down to the south. And we have reports all the way across eastern Iowa, again, with that storm damage that we've been seeing come in since, let's say it began right around, a little before noon, maybe 11:30. The first warnings were issued across eastern Iowa, and then that storm continued to move off toward the east and south and just continued with winds anywhere from 70 to about 112 miles per hour. Absolutely impressive storm in the sense of the strength and how it holds together. Not totally uncommon, but are rare in the sense of they don't occur all the time, but we do see them move through the area. Last one across portions of eastern Iowa, of course, the Vinton windstorm that did extensive damage. TV9's Chris Earl made it down Highway 30 and has finally made it in. You had quite a trek in.
Well, this will go back to the day 8/10/20. It took 2.5 hours to get to work. I was coming from near Kenwood Elementary School, which is 30th, 32nd, 35th northeast between Oakland Road and First Avenue, and you could not go any stretch without encountering trees that had covered a road. Didn't see a lot of power lines down, but a lot of trees, and it was very messy because I think you had that point where. And I'm trying to remember the exact time where this really hit 12:40, 12:45. It seemed like people were just kind of riding that out. And the house that I was in, was just shaking. It was just this violent shake. And then it finally calmed down. He looked out. All our trees were in the front yard. It's backyard damage. It's like that at my house as well, too, where in the backyard, just trees down everywhere. And what I saw on this is I'm trying to get out, and I passed by Lindale Mall. The sign was bent there. The Menards sign on Highway 100, also bent there as well, too. East Post Road, Mount Vernon Road, because I'm trying to go around the city to be able to get it in here. Because after the experience there in Kenwood, I'm like, well, if I try to get around this. But once you got to that, East Post Road, Mount Vernon Road, there was a power line that was down, and that's why you couldn't get into that part of the city. You couldn't get up East Post off of Mount Vernon Road. And then so went back out east on Mount Vernon, down 13 over to 3151. And then once you got to the C Avenue exit, we couldn't tell what there was. It was just clogged. It was stuck. You could not keep going west on Highway 30. So we got off on, or not C Avenue, C Street exit, excuse me on that. So we go up past Tate Cummins. Everything is good. And then it was just stop and go, very slow crawl. Looked over. I'm like, well, am I going to take Wilson Avenue in? And then I saw Wilson was all backed up, so that was answered for me. But it was very humbling, especially once you get up by Tanager Place, a lot of those homes, Fruitland, Wilson, a lot of tree damage up there. And you've got a lot of older homes, a lot of mature trees. We saw that coming in. Once you got to Newbo, then turn north, the Czech School Deli building.
Yep.
Right
there? Oh, yeah, right by Newbo.
There's bricks everywhere. Major damage on that. Now, I don't know if there was a renovation project that was going on in the north end building of that, but it was substantial. Even saw just debris on the south end of the federal courthouse. You're seeing buildings all throughout downtown Cedar Rapids where, if it's insulation or if it's just stuff that just could not take the wind, on a day like this. But I don't know if I'd be thankful that it took 2.5 hours to get to work. But the only positive from this, Joe, was that you could see the damage all throughout the city. I think Northwest was the only quadrant I didn't get to, but you saw it, and this was not just concentrated on one neighborhood as we're seeing from the reports. And plus, what's making it difficult in this technological age is that with the cell phones down, like Twitter's down in a lot of cases, Facebook is hard to get to, and so it was hard, I think, to be able to communicate. Just trying to make a phone call to say, hey, are you at this place? It was very difficult to do. And this was something that it kind of also showed kind of the limits that once the grid goes down, everything else kind of goes from it as well, Joe.
Yeah, it's one thing people don't expect, that communication can be very, very difficult in a situation like this. We talked to Lynn County Emergency Manager Steve O'Connick earlier, and he said, you saw the extensive damage in most quadrants of Cedar Rapids. He says north to south, east to west across Lynn County. Very, very hard hit. Now we have, I understand, Ethan Stein live with us right now. He is in northwest Cedar Rapids, gave us a picture that was reminiscent of what we saw in Vinton just back in the early 2000s. Vinton looked like what you're seeing, Ethan, with just numerous trees down, and that is not a small tree by any means.
No, it's funny, Joe, because Chris was just talking about those old, mature trees, and this is probably one of them. It obviously couldn't take for the wind. It's completely uprooted, completely fell. Luckily, you can't see any vehicle here. Obviously didn't fall on a house, but not everyone was so lucky. We've been here. We've been, moving down 12th Street on B Avenue, and we also ran into Nick. Nick's a third-grade teacher. Nick, explain to me, what you saw and what's happened here.
Well, I thought I would sit on the porch and just enjoy a storm moving in. I saw a branch come crashing down on my car, looked out the back window, saw a bunch of branches come down with the power lines, all the power went out, went down to my basement, and I could literally feel the foundation shaking as I was sitting down there.
What's the most frustrating part about this all?
Me personally is my car, so I have no power, no car now, but overall it's just you can just look around and see that it's going to be a long time for cleanup, and neighborhood needs to work together to get it cleaned up.
What were you thinking about when you're in your basement and seeing this all go on?
Man, I hope it's not today that I have to go stuck in a basement with the windstorm, I guess. I don't know. But it was scary. I don't like windstorms, so I was nervous for sure.
Have you ever seen anything like this before? Anything like that?
When I grew up in Minnesota. I grew up there and came home one day and we had trees all over, but nope, nothing like this since then.
And this is, we just talked about this tree. I mean, what's it like just around your neighborhood? Is it just this tree or is it all the trees?
No, but I went around the corner. There's a tree that actually came up and has the street even uplifted with the roots, and you can look down and just see all kinds of trees, large trees that are taken down by the wind.
And even like the garages and the side.
Yep, there's a garage back there that's shifted off the foundation into the next yard. We have a brand new outhouse in my backyard that flew in from Roosevelt. So,
yeah.
I don't know, maybe that's a positive.
Yeah, and Chris and Joe, there's obviously a lot of damage here. And one thing that we should also touch on is there is a strong smell of gas, especially if you go about a block up north. You'll get that smell even stronger. But a lot of damage here. Back to you guys.
TV9's Ethan Stein reporting from Northwest Quadrant of Cedar Rapids. I believe he said 12th Street and B Avenue Northwest. So one of those areas, and I mean, you see it all over. You see tree trunks that are like this. As meteorologist Joe Winters is here as we take a look at where the pinpoint Doppler radar is at this moment.
Again, the storm itself that moved through brought us the severe weather south of Milwaukee, moving through Chicago, heading north of Peoria, Illinois, heading toward areas of Lake Michigan and Indiana. Fast-moving storm developed back across areas of the plains and then continued to move farther off toward the east at about 70 miles per hour. Anytime a storm moves that fast, guess what? We end up with very, very strong winds, and with that, we had winds in excess of 100 miles per hour, producing the damage that we've seen. I understand now we have on Newsline 9 from the city of Belle Plaine. Who do we have, Aaron, once again? Dave Fish, the mayor of Belle Plaine. Dave, what can you tell us? Any damage in Belle Plaine?
Probably every tree on every lot in Belle Plaine was damaged. A number of houses were also damaged, and right now our main problem is our cell phones aren't working, our electricity's out, and we need our citizens to conserve water until I can get 2 generators in to run our well fields. So right now we're kind of at a hold point. Our city crews are moving trees off the streets to get the streets flowing. Our fire department's out checking on everyone in town, and we've got generators on the way to run our well fields, but until they get here, I need people to conserve water.
And how long do you expect before those generators get in, you get them up running and get the water running again?
I hope to have the first generator here within the hour, and so I'm hoping by 5:30, 6 o'clock to have at least 2 wells up and running.
Any structural damage? You mentioned a lot of tree damage. Any structural damage in Belle Plaine?
Driving around town, where I could get around town, I've noticed several houses that have had trees that have slammed into the property. So I'm going to guess 20 or 30 houses seriously damaged, but I've never seen this much tree damage ever in any of the windstorms we've had here in 60 years.
Yep, and again, your advice for citizens right now, stay home and conserve water, correct?
Stay home, conserve water. Our community center, which has a generator at it, will be open all night. So if they need to come down and get in some air conditioning, or if they need to come down and have some place to stay for the night, or just to charge their cell phone, we will have somebody at the community center all night.
We appreciate that. That again, Dave Fish, the mayor of Belle Plaine. Again, pumps are out. They are trying to get generators. They hope to have one generator back up and running in an hour. But until the next several hours anyway, if you're in Belle Plaine, definitely need to conserve water, because right now the pumps aren't running because they don't have power to run those pumps.
Thank you so much, Joe. Chris Earl and I were out in Cedar Rapids earlier today trying to get to the station. It's typically an 11-minute ride from my house here. Took us, what, 2 hours?
2.5 total from start to finish. Yeah.
You know, you'd think you'd get on the highway and things would go more smoothly, but we don't still know what was going on US 30 to make it so stop.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, right before we came out here, on westbound 30, 151 down by Kirkwood, C Streets, going all the way to 380, perhaps a little bit, maybe even further than that, where you were, it stopped. Just an absolute standstill for that stretch there for Highway 30 and 151, again, the westbound lanes. But what was interesting, though, is they weren't allowing anybody for eastbound. So, of course, trying to speculate to figure why that was. We were able to get off at the C Street exit, work our way up past Tate Cummins, get up past Wilson, down through the Czech Village. But we saw so much damage. And
so much.
All through everywhere we went today.
It gave me a little bit of flashback of the flood of 2008, when people would finally get to see their homes and they just have sort of that shocked, wide-eyed looking around their property, assessing. Saw a mother cradling her child, just staring at her home, and there were shattered glass in the upper level. We're taking a look right now at a home near Kennedy High School, the northeast section of Cedar Rapids, and this is an example of what Chris and I saw and what so many of you are telling us about and are seeing. And this is down by Kennedy, but also by Pierce Elementary, so maybe kind of in that Winnig area for it. And the pictures are going to be coming on in. You could just kind of get a sense. So many, thousands of houses, especially throughout the Cedar Rapids metro area. We saw cars that were parked in parking lots, apparently people at work, and they're not going to be able to get out for a while because there are power lines blocking their exit. And so please, if you can, stay home and stay safe. Obviously, that's what, and if you can see us, that's a bit of a miracle because so many people don't have power. We saw us at Tate Cummins Park off of C Street because they had power lines that were down, but there was a burgundy colored truck that was parked right there. I remember we were saying, well, I hope they can somehow get around that, because when you see all the lines going, there's nowhere for it to get out. But the damage is so extensive, still trying to work on overall reports, whether you have any human injuries for something like this. I mean, it was such violent shaking, especially if you were on a second floor in the midst of this. I saw trees get uprooted from just where I was and just crashing onto the side. Yeah, there's a tree on my house right now, but we're not going to think about that. Yeah, I mean, you have to. I mean, you have to have, a little bit of lightheartedness here with this. And we're taking a look here. Amanda's sending this one in northwest Cedar Rapids. You can see some of the storm damage from this. And because so many cell phones have been down, I mean, we've had power outs, cell phone towers might be having some issues. So it's been hard, I think, in some ways to get stuff up on social media as well, too. It kind of reminds us of the flood of 2008 when you'd have to wait for pictures to come in by email, and it would be painstakingly long for that to happen. Well, and in hearing, Joe, we just heard from, you talked to the mayor of Belle Plaine. They're talking not only cell phone interruption, power outage, but a concern about conserving water. Yeah, we've also heard from,
There we are, just drinking some water there. Yeah, it's not only about the interruption in power causing water problems, that's in Belle Plaine. We've also had areas talk about their sewer treatment plants don't have power as well. So that's another thing that you don't think about when the power can be restored fairly quickly, right? But they've got their generators, they'll certainly get that going as well. But in Belle Plaine especially, you do want to conserve water right now as they are desperately trying to get those pumps back online to give you water. What reminds me of, not 08 so much, but 2011, when we were in Vinton. Then you didn't have the social media. You didn't have that coming in all the time. So you heard about the reports during the morning hours, and then we went and saw it and were there for the 5 and 6 o'clock news. And these pictures, especially that Ethan has been showing, just unbelievable damage, especially the tree damage. Can we go back one more time? That was an interesting picture that we were looking at.
Is that the Veterans Memorial Stadium?
Yes. Mays Island, yes.
So is that that's the top? Is that the flame on the top?
I think that's, it's not the flame.
Okay.
So that's good news there. That's the, looks like some HVAC systems maybe on the roof of the building there.
Okay.
The flame appears to be okay.
Okay, we're looking at the other side.
So one thing, Joe, in the HVAC being interrupted, Corey chiming in there, thank you for that perspective. Not only as we were driving through downtown Cedar Rapids, are there branches and limbs and power lines down, there's insulation everywhere. So you know there is building damage. We saw one building coming out of Nubo that was just a pile of bricks on one whole side. So this is...
yeah, Czech School Deli.
Yes.
You stopped and got out and took a picture of it.
Safely.
Yes, of course.
But, you know, we're talking about building damage and obviously interruption of power and cell. We don't yet know if anyone has been hurt, because a human loss and the human cost means so much more than everything else. We're looking at these pictures, and producer Aaron Hepker just informed me that as of right now, we don't have any injury reports, and that is such a relief, and we hope, of course, it stays that way. But Chris and I heard lots of sirens when we were out of emergency vehicles trying to get somewhere. So if you can stay off the roads and give them space and grace, I know they'd appreciate it.
We also had reports of gas lines. So in Marion, there were several areas where there were gas lines that were interrupted or could be broke. So a lot of those emergency vehicles also be going to that to try to shut off that gas before you have additional problems based on that, because that can happen during disasters very, very easily.
Yeah, I was also witness to a house fire, which I believe it might have been, and I might be, I'm ballparking a neighborhood here, 39th, 40th Street Northeast in Cedar Rapids, a couple of blocks north of Kenwood Elementary, where you could just hear the sirens. You got fire trucks trying to get through, ambulances trying to get through. Meanwhile, everybody's trying to get out while the responders are trying to get in. So even 3 hours after the worst of this, if you hear those responders coming on in, please don't gawk. You know, just take care of your property on this. Keep it here. You know, we'll try to get to the most poignant damage that we're seeing and the reports of it, but definitely clear the roads and help your neighbors out if you can. But yes, it's not the time to go sightseeing for this, because there's a lot of damage out there. A lot of people are trying to literally pick up their lives right now.
A lot of my neighbor has, my whole neighborhood is like so many of you, experiencing a lot of storm damage right now. My neighbor said she called and tried to get through to her adjuster already. I'm like, wow, you are on it.
Yeah,
and the guidance was, do what you have to do to survive right now. Just take pictures and save receipts. So if you are in that position where you need to, say, chop up a tree to clear the way in your drive, you know, it is a good idea to do what you have to do right now to move forward a little bit, but please document everything for your insurance adjuster process. You don't want to be caught in a position where you can't get a reimbursement for something. As a reminder, we are still in a pandemic, and so as much as you can continue to wash your hands during all of this, it sounds silly and a little out of left field at the moment, but unfortunately, communities like Linn County, Dubuque County are still experiencing surges in cases. So let's please try to maintain safety while we also now weather a natural disaster. I don't know about you all, but 2020 can go ahead and exit stage left at any moment. I hope that if you do hear the sound of my voice, that you are safe, that your family and loved ones are safe. If you can't get a hold of folks, it's understandable. A lot of cell phones, a lot of towers are not able to transmit right now. Joe, when it comes to where this storm is, it is well out of our viewing area, and he's going to give us an update on what the forecast looks like in just a moment. You're watching TV9.
You're watching KCRG TV9. Now, from your 24-hour news source, this is KCRG TV9 News First at 4.
Thanks so much for keeping it here with KCRG TV9 on this most momentous day with these hurricane-level winds, it felt like, coming through Cedar Rapids. We're tracking all the damage reports.
And when you see the damage, at first breath, you might say to yourself, this looks like a tornado. Let's bring in Joe Winters and explain how straight line winds can be just as damaging.
Oh, they can be, and we've seen that in eastern Iowa. In fact, most of the damage we receive on a yearly basis just comes from straight line winds, and that's exactly the event that we had moved through. It developed early this morning back across areas of the plains and then progressed across Iowa. Let's take a look at pinpoint Doppler radar, and you do notice the line of showers and storms that move through. It's on max 1. There you go. The line of showers and storms that push through that brought us the severe weather now stretches from Milwaukee through Chicago back across far eastern areas of Illinois. The movement on these storms as they pushed across Iowa up to about 70 miles per hour at times, and anytime that can happen as those storms continue to progress and move through the state. And there you go, watch it develop right near Interstate 35, getting very strong as it moved across areas of Tama, Benton, Lynn, Johnson County, and then moving toward the east. With 70 mile per hour movement, you already have almost a Category 1 hurricane, and we had winds that were recorded officially up to 112 miles per hour in some of the storm that moved through. Other thing about this storm is a little different than many storms that we see. The winds lasted for a period of time. It wasn't just a short couple of minute wind and then stopped. For about 10 or 15 minutes, those strong and powerful winds continued. And with that, that's why the damage that occurred and is likely more extensive. Can hold on for a little while, but once you get to that longer period of time with those winds lasting, structures, trees, buildings just can't hold on quite that long. The good news is, from a weather standpoint, we are done with severe weather, no longer a threat for severe weather, and we have quiet weather for the next couple of days. Give everyone a chance to assess damage and to do some cleanup.
And Joe, you brought up a really good point with that about the length of this. It seemed every few minutes I kept thinking, okay, I think it's kind of dying down, and then it would just pick up again.
And in a way that it hadn't shown the same force prior. You're thinking it can't possibly get any stronger, and then it would. And because of those long, sustained, high winds, we are seeing extensive damage. And KCRG TV9's Nicole Agee has been tracking power outages across the section of the state. Nicole, how many people do you think are out now?
Okay, so did a rough estimate here. Alliance outage map is down. So their last estimate was 240,000 customers. Mid-American, about 178,000 without power. Most of those are in the Des Moines metro area, though. And REC is reporting 52,000. So in all across Iowa right now, that's 470,000 customers without power. As you all know, we ourselves here in downtown Cedar Rapids are without power, so we have some limited service going on right now in our cable providers. No dish, no direct, no over-the-air signal. Our iHeart radio stations are one way you can stay in touch with us, as well as our app, our website, Roku, to make sure that you get continuing coverage here. Now, we did talk to Alliant spokesperson today about the outages, and what their crews are going to be doing first is going out to assess what they're dealing with before they can really get to work on restoring some of that power. But they, along with Lynn County REC, did tell us to share with customers that the power will be out for quite some time. So, you know, make sure you check on people you know and you love, your neighbors, to make sure they're okay without power. And we'll all get through this.
Nicole, thank you so much. Nearly 500,000 Iowans, and that sounds like a low estimate, are without power right now because of this storm. So if you are without power and you're able to hear us, it could be out for quite some time. So the rule in our house when we have a power outage that we think is going to last a while, don't open the fridge.
Yes.
The longer you can keep the fridge and freezer closed, the longer it's going to last. But you know this, if it goes past a certain level, that food's not going to make it anyway.
Right, exactly. Yeah, because you have to also take those steps. And yes, if you can safely, check on other people who you might be close with as well. But also you'll need some patience because cell phones might not be working as well. Yeah. It can be hard for a call to go through if some of the towers are down, depending on where you are. It can also be like this with texting as well, because the communications that in 2020 we've all gotten used to, you might have to step back about 10 years with some of the communications. So you might have to make an actual phone call and hope that it still works. Let's now check in with TV9's Jay Green, who's live in downtown Cedar Rapids with kind of his sense of what he's seeing. Now, this is right outside of our front door. Good afternoon, Jay. We can see everything behind you.
Yeah, hi, Chris and Beth. One thing I want to point out right away is if you're still downtown traveling, which we hope you aren't, we hope you're somewhere safe and inside, but if you do have to travel around, watch out for the four-way intersections. A lot of them do not have stop signs anymore. They blew down with those high winds, and so if you come to one of those intersections that doesn't have a stop sign at it, treat it as a four-way stop and just give time. If you're heading home, just take it easy and take it slow. There are still some traffic delays out there. 380 Edgewood Road Northeast, I know, has some delays, so just be careful as you're heading out. For here in downtown Cedar Rapids, I want to show you some of the damage that we saw this afternoon. I was here at the station when I saw the storm come through. It looked absolutely crazy. We've got some debris here along the road. We've got shingles. We've got debris from trees. Our marquee is damaged, completely came down. We've got other debris up here along the sidewalk. Just around the corner up here, there's a building with its windows busted out on the top of the floor. We took a walk down First Avenue Southeast here a little bit ago, and we saw that some of the skywalks have had their windows blown out. So just a wide array of damaged trees down over at Green Square Park in front of the library. So I feel like all of the damage that we're seeing here in downtown Cedar Rapids can really sum up what everybody around Lynn County and parts of eastern Iowa that got hit by the storm are seeing. Chris and Beth?
Thanks so much, Jay. We're going to turn it over now to Joe Winters, who's going to give us an update on where things stand and also connect with one of our reporters out on the scene. Joe?
Again, the good news from a weather standpoint is we do not have anything in the way of severe weather expected as we head through the next several days. So that's quiet and that's good. Still some showers the next couple of hours and then quiet and cooler weather, in fact, as we head toward next Tuesday. Let's go ahead and go to Newsline 9 right now. TV9's Josh Christensen joins us. And Josh, where are you and what are you seeing?
I'm at my house. I live between 32nd and 29th Street, so right close to First Avenue. And basically, there's trees down everywhere. We had somebody was kind enough to bring a bobcat through and at least clear a path down our street, but it's really hard to get out anywhere here just because there's power lines down off of 32nd Street right in front of my neighbor's house. I just checked. We had a couple of trees in the back end of my alley fall onto the power lines, and I got part of one kind of in the corner of my yard. And I got a bunch of tree branches from other neighbors' trees just everywhere. It's quite a mess. And there was a tree that was uprooted. I mean, we're talking good-sized trees being uprooted as well. So definitely a lot of wind damage. We heard about this because we were at Farrell's before we left, and they were saying 100-mile-an-hour winds. They weren't joking, that's for sure.
How about any structural damage in your neighborhood?
I think I ran into one neighbor. He has some damage on his garage, probably. It's tough to tell on some of them, but you're worried about there are trees on top of people's houses. As far as the extent, we can't tell right now. There is one tree that's uprooted that's sitting in front of somebody's house, and I'm not sure how much damage there is, but I'm a little worried for that neighbor just a block away from me. But there's I'm not kidding. There's basically branches everywhere. Probably, I'm guaranteeing several people have some kind of roof damage. It doesn't look like so much has caved in, but you just wonder, once they get this all cleaned up, we'll probably really see how badly some of the damage could be.
No, and I saw some of the pictures you posted. It is extensive damage in your neighborhood. Stay safe. And good luck on the cleanup. That's TV9's Josh Christensen reporting again, as we have numerous times throughout our afternoon, extensive tree damage in his area of northwest Cedar Rapids. Chris and Beth?
And thank you. And some of the pictures we're seeing coming in Marengo Public Library. Also saw, I believe, from Marion. Is that the Zoe's building?
I couldn't tell.
I think it was the one that we saw from Marion. We saw the back end of it with some damage as well.
It's up on Max 2 right now if you want to bring that picture back up.
Yeah, if we've got that. This building. I'm squinting with my 45-year-old eyes here. I believe that's a Zoe's building, isn't it?
Yeah, it says Zoe. It says no. That's the Zoe's building.
Yeah,
Zoe's is toward the front, and toward the back.
Towards the back, right off the
end.
square. Yeah. And so, you can see exactly. I mean, just another place that's kind of a staple of Marion for this.
Yeah, it really. Please trust us when we say so many parts are damaged in this way. I know people want to get out and take a look. But as much as you can just trust the images that you're seeing through other channels, that is how you can help by staying home, check on neighbors. We were thinking especially of those folks who are homebound, who may have damage and may not be able to remove it. Just make sure people are okay, and please resist the urge to drive around. Frankly, you won't be able to go very far because there's so many things blocking the road, but anything you can do to help your neighbor right now and to check on loved ones, I'm sure you're already doing that. You'll hear the sound of chainsaws in the close and far off distance because a lot of people are just trying to get to work. I feel like that's the Iowa way.
And here on KCRG TV 9, here first at 4, we are doing this without a script, but not without a plan. We're going to step out for a couple minutes, regroup a little bit. We'll be right back. You're watching TV 9. And we're back here in the KCRG TV 9 News first at 4, still covering these very heavy winds. Meteorologist Joe Winters had told us it hit 112 miles per hour at one point.
And for anybody who caught a glimpse of it or simply heard it, you can attest to the fact that this, in many ways, felt like and sounded like a tornado. But with straight line winds, unlike a tornado, it doesn't just zip through and move on. It stays and sits and blows and damages. And that is exactly why we are seeing such widespread damage. Trees, many of them didn't stand a chance. Roofs are damaged. We're seeing cars with a significant amount of damage, especially if a tree fell on top of them, as well as interruption to your basic services, power, cell service, in some communities, water, like we heard from the mayor of Belle Plaine. We're going to bring in now KCRG TV 9 meteorologist Joe Winters to just ease our minds about what it's like out in the skies right now.
Our weather right now is staying very quiet across eastern Iowa. That's the good news. We do have, again, the rain that's moving out of the area, and that the severe threat is certainly moving away as well. I don't expect any additional severe storms to move our way. And I understand, Corey, you have more pictures you wanted to show.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are all photos that have been sent to us via UNews or through the kcrg.com submission form. And so this is from Steve Walrath, the Iman Ice Arena. We've had some reports about the damage there, and it looks like, yeah, at least roof damage, some exterior damage on the building there, which is looking pretty significant. This is from Greg Bean on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids near 33rd Avenue. So that's a side of the house, a wall of a garage that has collapsed essentially. It looks pretty similar to that picture we saw outside of Zoe's this afternoon. Another photo from Palo. Very much a scene that we've seen in many, many locations, just trees shredded, so many branches down. It will just take time to get through those and to cut through them and to dispose of them, which I'm sure folks in Vinton and folks that remember our Vinton coverage just remember the amount of effort to do that cleanup process. This is the Lisbon High School football press box in Lisbon.
And they just redone the football field there too.
Absolutely. I think this is just brand new.
Yeah,
So yeah, it was brand new there, and then they're just going to have to start over, unfortunately.
Corey, as you're seeing, one thing that is just striking me as you're showing us these viewer-donated photos, thanks so much for sending those in, by the way, Van Horn, Lisbon, Palo, Belle Plaine. I mean, can you think of other communities that have been touched by this storm today?
Certainly areas further to the west of that, we've seen a lot of reports out of Tama, Marshalltown, those areas. It's really concentrated about 10 or 15 miles to the north of the Highway 30 corridor, extending down toward the Interstate 80 corridor. And that's really the zone that's seen the worst damage.
And if you know, Corey, you've been in Iowa for quite some time. I can't remember something that was this widespread in so many communities, so many cities that, you know, I don't think of myself as really near to Tama.
Yeah, exactly. And we are seeing the exact same situation here that they saw there. The only thing I can think of that's analogous, at least in my lifetime, we talked about this a couple times this afternoon, June 29th, 1998, similar system, took a pretty similar path. It didn't affect Cedar Rapids quite as badly as it affected Iowa City, which is where I was living at the time, caused significant damage, but it also stretched all the way back to Des Moines, just didn't have as many towns in its path.
So I was watching the storm pull through, you know, Ames and Des Moines. I watched a flag get ripped off its pole earlier today, and I thought, that's going to come to us. I better get ready for work. Did they see the kind of damage that we're seeing, or did this storm pick up speed and hit larger metropolises?
As far as I can tell, the worst of the damage really did start to pick up, unfortunately, just west of Interstate 35, just before it hit the Des Moines area, which is kind of what the Storm Prediction Center was calling for by about mid-morning. They're expecting it to intensify right around there, and unfortunately, it played out.
We're just getting an update from our
producer Aaron, pretty much saying that travel not advised, central parts of the state, talking about around Des Moines, Marshalltown, some of those other neighboring counties around there. So if you're looking to travel out there, they're saying travel not advised for south central part of Iowa. So to pay attention to that as well too. And really, when you look at a lot of this, if the travel is not essential, it might be a good idea just to stay down, hunkered wherever you are. There's another shot here of the Veterans Memorial Building that we're seeing here for Mays Island, as we're trying to get a sense and really a scope of so much of this damage coming in widespread. What we've said, this wasn't just a thin line anywhere. This went all over, Beth.
Yeah, it really did touch so many people. Right now are just assessing the damage and trying to take it in. Meteorologist Joe Winters, you have been tracking this storm from much sooner than right now, hours ago, in fact. And is this sort of taken you by, not by surprise, but just the scope of the damage, it just takes your breath away?
Damage is absolutely amazing from this storm, and something that you never expect. You never expect to see this type of damage and this extensive damage. And again, probably one of the worst, certainly, that I've seen across Lynn County. Today is my 30th anniversary here at TV9, and absolutely the worst damage I've ever seen in the Cedar Rapids area or across Lynn County from any storm that moved through. Corey mentioned 1998. Yes, the storm that moved through Washington. That area, again, Washington had been hit earlier that year with a tornado. Got a second storm that moved through with straight line winds. That affected Iowa City. The Johnson County Fairgrounds severely damaged back across areas near Williamsburg. And then, of course, the Vinton windstorm back in 2011 as well. Very reminiscent of that. But let's take a look and kind of give you a little forecast for what's to come. It's going to be quieter, and that's the good news. There you go. Pinpoint Doppler radar shows some scattered showers, maybe an isolated thunderstorm still down across areas near Henry County, down toward Mount Pleasant. That activity is moving out. The severe weather is gone from eastern Iowa and is now moving across areas of southern Lake Michigan into areas of Indiana as it moved across Illinois a little bit earlier. As far as your first alert, we'll still highlight that slight chance of a storm down to the south. Again, rain, the scattered showers are coming to an end, but generally little if no additional impact across the area as far as any additional damage reports. The setup was really quite simple. We had a very hot and humid air mass all weekend long. Could have happened at any time when thunderstorms could have developed, but they developed as we moved through the morning hours farther back off to the west across areas of the northern plains as a cold front made its way to the east. You notice that line right now from Chicago back through Illinois into central areas of Missouri, feeding off that warm and humid air that's with us. That front continues to move through, and behind it an area of high pressure, and we know when that happens, quieter weather is to come. And indeed, that will be the case, along with some northerly airflow, which will also bring us a break from that humidity for at least a day or so. Pinpoint Futurecast by midnight. Take a look. Skies start to clear off, and Tuesday looks like a very, very quiet day. No problems at all as far as the weather is concerned. It should be a gorgeous day across eastern Iowa, partly cloudy skies, and we are going to stay dry. Wednesday may bring a slight chance of a shower or storm as well as Thursday, but no guarantee on that. The best next chance really holds off a little bit later. We'll show you that coming up. Our forecast for tonight drops us down in the mid to upper 50s in the north, low to mid 60s in the south. North winds will eventually take over around 15 to 25, dragging down some drier, more comfortable air tomorrow. There's your highs, 81 degrees in Prairie du Chien to 84 degrees in Iowa City, 83 Dubuque, 83 in Cedar Rapids. Tomorrow's winds out of the northeast at 5 to 10, again with a partly cloudy sky. Muggy meter shows a break. Tomorrow we won't deal with that humidity. In fact, our dew point sits at 59, but quickly back to the humid levels for Wednesday and Thursday, making the atmosphere more unstable, and that's when the winds also change from the northeast, which we'll see tomorrow, around to the southeast and south as we head toward Friday into Saturday, with again some warmth starting to build. As far as your 9-day forecast, quiet conditions. Again, after the rain ends in the next couple of hours, you will see dry conditions tonight, dry Tuesday night. Most of Wednesday as well, I think, really looks dry into the night. 85 on Wednesday, a little muggier, 66 degrees. Slightest chance on Thursday with 86, warm up to 87. Then probably the best chance on the board right now, that comes on Sunday with 83 degrees and low 80s, upper 50s earlier next week. The remainder of the week certainly does not look like the severe weather we just saw pass across areas of eastern Iowa. Beth and Chris?
Thank you so much, Joe. Just a storm that we woke up this morning and actually it was sunny outside. You went on a many-mile run.
Yeah.
And now here we are telling you, if you can, to please shelter in place. Especially they've issued that for the Des Moines area. And if you can help a neighbor and check on them, please do. But know that life has been greatly interrupted for many people in Lynn County and beyond. So this is quite the change to the day we thought we were going to have this morning.
Officially no injuries reported from those
So
112
far.
mile an hour winds. Felt those houses shaking. And at least tomorrow, from a weather standpoint, unfortunately, it's a cleanup forecast. but it won't be too miserable out there.
Yeah.
And we're trying to find something positive amid all this. We'll be right back here on TV9.
Welcome back to our coverage of the storms across Iowa today. KCRG TV9's Nicole Agee is standing by live in downtown Cedar Rapids to give us the latest on that situation. Nicole?
Yeah, Beth, a couple of messages coming out of Cedar Rapids this afternoon. They have activated the incident management team. We talked to Mayor Brad Hart about an hour or two ago, and he said that just means that fire and police are working together in the response to this storm. If you take a look down 2nd Avenue here, you see lots of debris, pieces from buildings, some of them from our very own building. Across the street here, there was a crew working on a construction project, laying some bricks on the sidewalk there. So some of that debris is also from their project as well. And if you look over here, this sign and parking meter was buried in some of those bricks, and this wind was strong enough to rip that out of those bricks. Now, several of us were here in the newsroom when the wind started kicking up. Several of us saying, you know what, we feel the building shaking, we're going to head downstairs. So that's what we did. We went downstairs and we weathered the storm. A couple more notes here from the city of Cedar Rapids specifically. They're asking to not call the city to report tree damage at this time. It's so widespread that they can't handle that volume of phone calls. Also, garbage, recycling, yard waste collection going to experience several delays. So as you're getting those trees cut down, they're going to have more information on what to do with that. And also, transit service for the city of Cedar Rapids is going to be suspended through Wednesday, August 12th. So that's the latest from here in downtown Cedar Rapids. We'll send it in back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Nicole. And about half an hour ago, Nicole had mentioned on outages in the state of Iowa, about 500,000 customers without power, about half of those, about 250,000 with Alliant before Alliant's site went down. So hard to say whatever that number is. We have no reports of injuries from all of this, which if that holds, that would be nothing short of miraculous, really, when you see all the damage we've seen. Let's not check in. We're going to go outside of Lynn County to Martell. Actually, TV9's Fernando Garcia Francis Cheney is in Martell. We're going to try to catch up with him in just a moment, just to show this is not just a Cedar Rapids issue. That's certainly Fernando, and that's certainly Martell. Hello, Fernando.
I don't know if he can hear us at this moment, but you can see right behind Fernando.
Beth, Chris, we were up in Anamosa a little while ago, and up there the damage.
You can see that silo is just folded in and on itself there in Martell.
That he told us that what seemed to be happening was that the major damage in the Jones County area. See, this image pretty much speaks for.
As you can tell, cell phone is spotty,
and we've been stopped by
Fernando,
people coming in and out of this area, and they tell us that this is just a small tease of the damage this storm has caused in Martell. We still haven't had the opportunity, we just got here, to really.
We'll step in here and just kind of see how it goes. Remote area with all of the damage that we've seen. We're going to have it. This is raw television, but we could see just a hint of the damage that we saw there just on the edge of Jones County there in Martell. And as we're seeing, it's not just a Cedar Rapids issue today. This is widespread.
Yeah, and we appreciate those of you who are being our eyes out there and sending in photos of your damage, of course, only doing so when it's safe. But we also have crews headed out to multi-points of our community, of the TV9 viewing area, in order to tell you what is going on so that you can stay safe in your home and still know what's going on. You can see here, this is storm damage in Cedar Rapids. Chris and I think traveled 3 of the 4 quadrants and can attest to that this is not uncommon.
It's constant, really. Older houses, newer houses, as this one appears to be maybe a newer build where you're going to have this. Now, I shot this one as I was going to be able to pick up Beth. Leave no anchors behind when you have breaking news like this. And I was stopped there at the light that's on the 1st Avenue where I saw the sign for Lindale Mall. I mean, what does that tell you for right there? You know, trying to withstand those winds. Joe said 112 miles an hour at some point recorded. So I also took this one. This was, as I was trying to get to work at the start, this is in the parking lot of Kenwood Elementary. I'd walked up to this because I could smell this smoke, and I was hoping, oh no, it's not my engine. And then I looked up and I saw this about 5 blocks away, got out. And we don't have any information on this fire, but it was a house fire that brought out police, ambulance. A reminder to make sure when you hear those sirens, if you're out driving, just make sure to look around, make sure they're not coming for you. They're trying to get through for this.
And Cedar Rapids urging people not to call 911 about tree damage. Please only reserve that for injuries life-threatening situations and fires like the one Chris just showed us.
And this picture is part of why it took me a little bit longer to get to work, right to the front door. So yes, it's just one of these days. So.
Yeah, let's take a look at Northwest Cedar Rapids, the Carnahan building. I don't know if that pole is supposed to be bent at 45 degrees.
It'll be a flag pole because you can see the ropes on it. That did pull the flag up.
Yeah, that's where 90. Yeah,
that is not supposed to be bent at 90 degrees.
Wow, that is the sign of strong, sustained pressure in the form of those winds. TV9's Ethan Stein joins us now live. Ethan, are you there in the, is that in the Nubo area? Where are you exactly?
Beth, I'm downtown Cedar Rapids. It's on First Street. We were actually driving back from that flagpole that you saw. We actually picked up this brick from the middle of the street, and this building on First Street, it's now basically all bricks. It's kind of crumbled and collapsed. We've been moving through. You can even see that some of the windows are completely broken. I was actually across the street when I was watching this building come apart. You could see above the scaffolding. All that scaffolding, it was taken off by the wind and it was blown away to a parking lot when I was actually getting my car so I could come into work. I actually had to pick up the scaffolding off this building, like back from behind my tires, just so I could drive into work. This building, it used to be a building. It's now completely destroyed. You could see the roof kind of collapsed inside from the windows up there. I got a first-hand look at this again. I was literally right across the street while this was happening. You saw the scaffolding coming off piece by piece. And it's not just this building along First Street that got damaged. I want you to take a look all the way at the top up there of that building. You can see where it says Northwestern Mutual, where it used to say Northwestern Mutual. The N has come off the building. It's now on the ground. So there's not just damage. We were before in Northwest Cedar Rapids. You saw when we were driving back that flagpole that was bent. We saw trees blocking the road being completely uprooted. Even here in downtown, you're seeing buildings crumble and things off signs just completely come down. In Cedar Rapids, Ethan Stein, KCRG TV 9 News.
Ethan, you know, we've seen so much storm damage, but you're there seeing structural damage, really concerning images. Is that the only building that you've seen so far that's really collapsed upon itself? Because that seems, I mean, obviously very dangerous when you start talking about gas lines potentially being exposed.
Yeah, this is probably the only building that we've seen kind of collapse on itself. We've been driving around and see trees into a few houses causing structural damage. We've also seen a majority of those trees, though, falling on cars. I mean, Chris was talking about it earlier, especially in the older neighborhoods. These are more mature trees. So those trees were completely uprooted. And luckily, instead of landing on more homes, they've landed on more vehicles. But going back to what you said about gas lines, we were driving back here again from Northwest Cedar Rapids, and you could smell the gas. And as we got closer and closer to it, that smell got stronger and stronger. And there are down power lines everywhere. It took us about 2 hours just to get to the spot where we're standing from about what normally is a 10-minute drive, just because there were so many trees down. The power lines were down. You obviously don't want to drive over those or step on one of those. And of course, the smell of gas as well, Beth.
And Ethan, just to make sure we've got your exact location, you're there First Street, and I'm trying to ballpark that with the Northwestern Mutual building. Is that 4th Avenue Southeast right behind you? Is that where you are? 1st and 4th?
It's First Street, and I think 3rd Avenue is probably the best way. It's the Smolikoff building is right across the street from it. You also have, if you go further down, you find Black Sheep and the district court office as well. So I believe it's 3rd Avenue and First Street here.
Okay.
Chris.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I just wanted to at least confirm, because we saw the damage there to your right on the east side of First Street, just to make sure we had the context of that. And I think it was, 2.5 weeks ago, we saw the bricks fall from the Iowa building.
Yes, we went out that night and checked that out.
And
no wind.
Right. And now we have a whole lot of buildings with, obviously, we might have some structural issues, but certainly lots of sidewalks and streets impacted by this, so not just the trees.
Yeah, and as Ethan mentioned, if you do smell gas, do not wait. Evacuate the area immediately. We all saw what happened Friday in rural Linn County when a home was leveled because they believe it was some sort of gas leak situation. Please prioritize your safety and those of your loved ones. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our coverage of the storm that hit eastern Iowa, all of Iowa, many parts of Iowa today. We're talking Toddville, Palo, Belle Plaine, Lisbon, Tama, Hiawatha, Marshalltown, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, and parts around Cedar Rapids heavily damaged. In fact, we're hearing Kennedy High School has extensive damage.
We'll catch up with meteorologist Joe Winters here, but also we're going to hear from TV9's Aaron Hossman with a report from northeast side, I believe Sierra Drive, so he's probably between J Avenue and 29th Street, so we'll get a scene report from him as well. Joe.
Aaron joins us now live. Aaron, where are you at and what are you seeing?
Hey, Joe, I'm over here on Sierra Drive Northeast. It's just off the J Avenue exit on 380 headed north in Cedar Rapids. I've just been walking around looking at the damage and just talking to the people that live in these neighborhoods, and a lot of these people are devastated. I'm seeing a lot of trees on homes, through roofs. I spoke with one couple, and they said they've lived here since 1991 and never once seen a storm like this. The tree in their backyard, she estimates, is over 100 years old, crushed their outdoor kitchen, their sunroom, took down their fence, their power line. They don't know what they're going to do from here or how this cleanup process is going to start. I ran into another woman who says just about 2 months ago she made her last car payment on her vehicle, only to come out after this storm to see that this tree had crushed her car completely. She says she was able to make a claim, and she expects those insurance agents to get out here within 24 hours, which is kind of a surprise considering all the damage we're seeing. I also spoke with another woman in an apartment building. She says her and her husband were taking shelter inside their apartment when they heard a loud boom so strong that the fire detectors in their ceilings throughout their apartment actually came and fell down. So that's how large that tree was on top of their building. So a lot of damage, but a lot of people coming together to get some of these trees picked up. With that woman I mentioned with the car that was crushed, people came out with their chainsaws. There was a group of 5 to 10 people helping her out getting that car unstuck. So a lot of people coming together already to get some of this damage cleaned up. Joe?
No, that's certainly what Iowans do. Now, did you talk to anybody what it was like, other than the one with the loud boom and crash, what it was like as that storm moved through, what the wind sounded like? Did they notice the building shaking or anything like that?
Yeah, I spoke with a couple. They were in their basement, and they said even in their basement, that like the walls in the basement were shaking. They said they heard the wind, they heard the trees falling, and they just couldn't imagine what the damage looked like before. They said that they've taken shelter before in their basement, but had never heard the wind so strong or had the walls shake like they did during this storm that we just experienced.
No, we've heard that repeated many times. Thank you, Aaron, for your report. That's TV9's Aaron Hossman, and you're just seeing some of the pictures that he took of the damage again in just another portion of Cedar Rapids. And again, as we spoke with Steve O'Connick earlier, he said not only just Cedar Rapids, north to south, east to west, across all of Lynn County and many other areas, certainly seeing the damage spreading out. So just extensive right now across east central Iowa.
Yes, thank you, Joe, and thank you, Aaron, for that report, that common theme emerging, just how violently wherever you were in was shaking at that time during those 20 minutes that it lasted.
Devastating damage, which with every picture Corey is sharing for us. I took this photo as Chris so kindly picked me up because my neighborhood is impassable due to trees in the roads. And this is as we were coming to downtown. We are in Newbo here, and there's a building right next to that Czech Deli. And the sidewalk in front of it was closed prior to this. So we weren't sure if this building was getting a facelift. We didn't know if it was already maybe questionable in terms of sturdiness. But that is just one picture. I took a whole bunch. I didn't send them all in. Bricks everywhere. That building is very much a shadow of its former self.
So is this this would be the Fast Mart there at 15th, I'm guessing then, 15th Street Southeast, or Northeast rather, and 1st Avenue, so you can see it off of that. And we've seen other places where signs have been taken out, like the Lindale Mall sign. We showed that about 20 minutes ago, bent at about a 30-degree angle. Also, the Menard sign on Highway 100 took on heavy wind damage. So you see that. This is out of Belle Plaine. We did hear from Belle Plaine Mayor Dave Fish earlier, asking people there to conserve water as well.
Yeah, the power is causing problems for their 2 wells. So the mayor of Belle Plaine said they have generators on the way to get those wells pumping again. But folks in Belle Plaine, conserve water. That means you got one flush and that's it. Don't turn on the tap, don't take a shower, turn off the lawn fountain if that's what you have going, and just wait it out.
I can speak to this one. Josh Christensen from our sports team here. Kenwood neighborhood, because that's where he lives. And I was trying to drive through there on what turned out to be a 2.5 hour voyage to work, where you're going anywhere between 29th, and 29th is already closed already at first. So 32nd Street, you couldn't get past that, just east of the Rockwell facility. Yep. You get towards like G Avenue, couldn't get past it. All of the other roads, 33rd, 35th, 38th, you could get past. But you were really rolling the dice throughout a lot of this. So Josh sent this in from that neighborhood, and the pictures, a lot of mature trees, tighter areas, a lot of 2-lane roads with on-street parking, and so it's hard to get through a lot of that.
See damage there on the Imon Ice Arena on the west side of Cedar Rapids. So Cedar Rapids did send out an alert and said that their crews are working to open roads and driveways to traffic, as well as remove hazardous trees. But this is going to be a slow, arduous, and careful process. So if you have trees down like I do in my neighborhood where I can only get out and in on foot, we're all going to have to be patient because there are also power lines down. And we saw power lines down because of trees falling onto them. So that will likely require the city to work in conjunction with Alliant Energy, with whatever energy provider is powering those lines, to make sure they can be removed safely.
Hasn't a theme of 2020 been to be patient?
I have a few comments on what 2020 is, but I'm more guaranteed by the FCC to fine me if I share them all.
But again, to be patient as crews will be working on this. On the drive-in, though, we saw some people who were getting out to move trees out of roads. Special place in this world for them, stopping their own drive to help people. Lisbon High School press box, they've just renovated the football field right to the west edge of the school. We can see the damage. Melissa sent that one in. Is this just common theme still emerging now? Just going out to Van Horn, Benton County, where we're also seeing this. It's not just newer homes with mature trees. We're seeing the wind going, or the older homes with mature trees. We're also seeing the newer homes as well. Zach sending this one in from Hiawatha, where you see a basketball goal there on the bridge.
Yes.
Right outside the National Czech and Slovak Museum, 12th Avenue. We saw a basketball hoop right on the side.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't there yesterday.
And we saw the cemetery on our way to there with the flagpole bent in half, just like the flagpole we saw a moment ago. And Joe, that just speaks to the power of wind. We always talk about the power of water, and that's why turn around, don't drive through water. It'll sweep you up and potentially really hurt you. But wind of this magnitude was just, it's so uncommon, it seems like.
Well, magnitude and duration. Remember, we had the magnitude was there, and we've had storms that have moved through with some pretty powerful winds. Granted, not always near 100 miles per hour, but it's that duration as well that took, 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes to move through some area. And when you have the wind that strong for that period of time, you see the damage. And that's why you kind of put yourself in a Category 2 hurricane almost as the storm was moving through. It will be known as a derecho that was moving through. What is a derecho? It's a widespread, long-lived, straight-line wind event. This is exactly what moved through eastern Iowa at other times. Not common, doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. This particular one moved at about 70 miles per hour. Winds across Iowa from 70 to about 112 miles per hour. And of recent memory, 1998 across areas of Iowa, Johnson, and Washington counties, and 2011 across Benton County and Vinton, also derechos that move through. So that's what this event will be known as we move forward. And there's your storm reports. This is the last 24 hours, and really with the last 12 hours or so from western Iowa all the way across Illinois. The majority of the reports you're looking at, and each icon represents one report, and there are so many coming in, can't even get them all out there. This represents, once again, high winds across the area, some type of damage or high winds. So just numerous reports, again, centered in a couple of areas, Ames and Des Moines toward Marshalltown, and then Linn County, areas of Jones, down toward areas of Johnson County, and to southern areas and central areas of Cedar County. Quiet now. Pinpoint Doppler radar, we look ahead and you don't see much in the way happening, but as you see, all the areas of showers and storms that cause the problems, they're farther back off toward the east. In fact, take a look. The line of storms still producing severe weather. Southern areas of Michigan, northern areas of Indiana, central areas of Illinois, down into central Missouri. This is the same line of storms that push through, causing the damage that we've been seeing. Thunderstorm warnings for high winds all across the area, again, stretching from Michigan all the way back down across Missouri, and this storm will keep moving for some time. Now, we're still going to let you know storms we could take off, but as far as rain, yeah, there's a slight chance of light showers out there at times, but your first alert really quieting down now as the front responsible for the storms as they developed ahead of it now continues to move farther back off toward the east. That front moving through takes the humid air mass and pushes it out of the area. Behind it, we've got an area of high pressure with some dry weather moving in, and thankfully that drier weather is accompanied by some northerly winds, and that's going to bring us a cooler and more comfortable Tuesday. Unfortunately, that's a day we're going to be looking at, as well as doing a lot of cleanup across eastern Iowa in many days to come, but Tuesday will be a quiet day weather-wise, and it will be a very comfortable day as well. There's a look at Pinpoint Futurecast. Again, no real weather issues to talk about. We're going to see those lighter northerly winds kind of filter in. Overnight, a bit stronger, and then a northeast breeze, maybe around 5 to 10 as we work our way through Tuesday. Wednesday will provide a slight chance, although not a great chance, of a shower or storm. Same on Thursday. I really think our next best chance of any rain is really going to hold off probably until we head into the weekend, particularly on Sunday, with a little better chance right now. Let's take a look at our zonecast north to south, and we'll see temperatures of 54 in Prairie du Chien, 59 degrees in Dubuque, 60 in Tama, 63 degrees in Iowa City, partly cloudy skies, north winds at 15 to 25. Yes, we remain dry, and we will be dry tomorrow as well. Our expected high anywhere from 81 in Prairie du Chien to 83 in Dubuque and Cedar Rapids, 84 in Iowa City, partly cloudy skies and northeast winds expected right around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The muggy meter tomorrow looks great. Dew points in the 50s. This weekend, today, we were well into the 70s. We'll get back to some humid levels. It looks like some upper 60s as we head through the mid part of the week into the day on Thursday. The winds will also be a factor, as we'll see winds from the northeast on Tuesday, keeping us comfortable, but then that southeast breeze comes back in, and that all the way into the start of the weekend continues to feed more moisture in the form of humidity to us. Now again, isolated slightest chance Wednesday night. Probably not going to see much Wednesday or Thursday. Then we'll look at about 86 degrees on Friday. Saturday back up to 87. A little better chance of showers and storms on Sunday. But our severe threat tonight is done. We are going to remain very quiet. Chris and Beth?
That is a relief, Joe. And we have seen so much damage. We're going to keep bringing you the latest on today's storms coming up.
Yeah, so keep it here with KCRG TV9. The TV9 News at 5 is straight ahead.
You're watching KCRG TV9, now from your 24-hour news source. This is KCRG TV9 News at 5.
Hello to all of you who have power and internet access. We are so glad you are okay and able to connect with us here for the TV9 News at 5. As of right now, we have no reports of injuries or deaths given the very strong storms called a derecho that came through between 12:30 to 1:30 this afternoon. For that, we are grateful, but the extensive is widespread and somewhat overwhelming simply in how broad it is in covering of the TV9 viewing area.
And usually when you see us, you might see quarter mile, maybe a little bit more for a line, but this was all throughout the Cedar Rapids metro area, outside of Lynn County as well. Meteorologist Joe Winters told us 112 mile per hour winds at one point, and for that long duration as well too. That's why we're seeing so much of the damage. We're going to first start off with KCRG TV9 anchor Nicole Agee right out front to give her the very latest for what she's been experiencing. And Nicole, you've given us lots of information so far between the power outages we've seen, what it's like there in Cedar Rapids. What do you have for us right now?
Well, we are joined this evening, with Lynn County Sheriff Brian Gardner. And Sheriff, how is the Sheriff's Office supporting the response to the storm?
Well, basically, we're responding to calls for service, mostly at this point in time involving traffic control, debris in the roadway. We're assisting fire departments with lines down, standby for lines down, gas leaks, calls like that, in and amongst the normal calls for service that we're continuing to have in the middle of this disaster.
What are you prioritizing as you begin what will be this long process?
Sure. Well, always life safety issues are the first priority. Anytime there's an emergency call where a person's life is at stake or potentially at risk, then we respond to that in emergent. Otherwise, it's just making sure that, we're getting at 5 o'clock right now. People are trying to get home. We know that's going to be a little bit of a task for some people, so we're trying to help assist get the roadways cleared up and get people home. And would offer the suggestion, once you get home, stay home. I realize that some people may want to go out and see the damage, survey the damage on their own, but we're strongly encouraging people to assist emergency responders by, once you get home, stay home, deal with your own issues, deal with your neighbors' issues. Don't get in your car and continue to add to the chaos.
We talked to Lynn County Emergency Management a few hours ago, and they said that this is, north to south, east to west. This is covering the entire county. What are the challenges in responding to something so widespread?
Well, the biggest challenge is just getting enough personnel to respond. We've called in deputies early. We've held deputies over from other shifts, and we've also put some deputies on the street that otherwise would not be on the street. So it's just being able to report to those calls for service as they come in and prioritizing them based on need.
The Sheriff's Office is also downtown in Cedar Rapids. Did you guys have any damage to the building?
We did have some damage. When you look around and compare it to other damage, it's relatively minor. We should be able to repair it rather quickly and then get back to business. But no, we fared fairly well, thank you.
All right, Sheriff, thank you so much. And the story is the same pretty much everywhere across really Highway 20 and south, really along the Highway 30 corridor. The damage is everywhere. Have patience, be kind to each other, and know that this recovery is going to take some time.
So true, Nicole. This is going to be not hours, not days, weeks, potentially months, likely months worth of recovery. KCRG TV9's Ethan Stein joins us now live in Cedar Rapids. And Ethan, you have been following different levels of damage just by driving through the streets. And what you have there is a building that is significantly damaged.
Yeah, Beth, we are right here where a building partially collapsed. We were driving here. We actually saw these bricks in the middle of the street. They go out to us, and then we found this building right here. It partially collapsed on itself. We actually drove here from northwest Cedar Rapids, and when we were there, we saw a bunch of trees and power lines down. We saw a bunch of vehicles totaled because they had a tree going through them. Luckily, as you said earlier at the top, that we didn't see anyone saying that they were injured or had someone that went to the hospital, although we did hear sirens, of course, moving across. We've also had a strong smell of gas when we were driving back from northwest Cedar Rapids. But I got here about our building, our friend Mark Stouffer Hunter. Mark, you're a historian here. You may have an idea of what made this building partially collapse.
Yeah, actually it has to do with the history of it. We're standing in front of 320 First Street Southeast across from the old Smolikoff building, and this is about a 50-year-old building. It's actually been empty since the 2008 flood 12 years ago, but one of its walls actually depended on the surviving wall of an older building that was torn down about 50 years ago. It was a building built by the Whitwer family, and that was the wall that got the brunt of the power of the winds today in the storm, and that's why it collapsed. The wall was just older and weaker, and thus destroyed the entire newer building right here.
So that's why we're seeing that wall kind of destroyed, but these walls are still kind of standing still from that windstorm.
Right, and that's also why we're seeing newer looking cinder block and brick here, and then over there you can clearly see much older, late 19th century brick from an older 3-story building that was actually home to the original Whitwer Grocery Company. So history had a role to play in what types of building collapses we saw today during the storm.
And Beth and Chris, the Iowa building where the bricks partially collapsed, the bricks were falling off. I actually took a walk over there because it's just a block away. That building is in pristine condition other than those bricks falling off from about 2 weeks ago. There was no damage there, shockingly. So a little bit more interesting detail on why we see a partial collapse behind me and not necessarily other places as well.
Ethan, I have a question there. If you can grab Mark Stouffer Hunter. First of all, what an amazing find to stumble upon him in the streets of Cedar Rapids. But does Mark have, historically speaking, any memory of anything like this happening in the city's history?
Mark, do you have any memory of this happening in Cedar Rapids?
I have a memory. Actually, I was born and raised here. The week I was born, there was actually a major tornado that came through Cedar Rapids, destroyed both of the drive-in theaters. A lot of older folks remember that. I remember storms like this, but it would only destroy a small section. There was only storm damage like it was in 1965, where you had stretches of First Avenue near the downtown area, but nothing citywide like this that I recall, except going back to the 1860s when there was a major tornado at about the time of the end of the Civil War.
And we were talking earlier, it's not just damage here or downtown or northwest Cedar Rapids, it's kind of all over, right?
It looks like it's all over the quadrants. I've been looking. I just happen to be in town today, and of course this is my hometown, and I'm looking for damage to landmarks and historic structures and sites, and I've been walking all around the southeast quadrant, so I'm seeing a lot of damage to a lot of important historic landmarks and places.
And we were talking earlier, you saw an actual building also partially collapse more north of town as well, right?
Yeah, there's a kind of another newer type building that's collapsed up by the Central Fire Station on 8th Street between Phelan's and the Saigon restaurant up there. So seeing a lot more and more damage. This is definitely going to be a storm for the history books here in Cedar Rapids.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Wow.
So, we were saying before that this is kind of damage widespread everywhere. And of course, not all buildings are partially collapsing like this, but there's certainly significant damage around town.
And TV9's Ethan Stein. Ethan, you've only been here for a few months, but that's how you make your own luck. If you're doing something on buildings and you just happen to run into Mark Stouffer Hunter, the city's real historian on this.
Yeah, what a get. I mean, just to run into him, I'm glad Mark is in town so that he can talk about the historic buildings that have suffered damage. Again, we're so grateful. We haven't heard any reports of people being hurt or killed in this storm. But right now, we want to explain and have the experts explain for us what was this storm? I was in my basement, and as soon as it felt like the wind was letting up, Joe and Corey, I'd take a peek. Nope, go right back. The storm seemed to get even stronger, and this went on for, I was trying to time it, I think 20-ish minutes.
Yeah, about 15 to 20. I know we were watching those move through, and we had mentioned it was the duration of the storm that really took on the damage that we're seeing.
Yeah, and that intense duration of those winds really is what contributed to so much of this damage. If we could take a look at Max 2 real quick, if we could get a look at our radar history today. So let's start at 3 a.m. this morning. This is about when my alarm went off today. We saw some storms developing, very isolated though, in southern South Dakota, but they started to build as we went over the next couple of hours, and they started to turn severe. And then you notice it starts to get that little bit of organization into a line. The thing is, though, at this time, those storms were behind the cold front. Front was way back here, so they weren't producing a whole lot of damage. And so that's why when they reached that front, that's when those storms really got organized and proceeded to produce all of that damage. Excuse me. You can really see them take shape by central Iowa and then push to the east into Illinois and continuing. This is a live look at pinpoint Doppler radar, still producing showers and thunderstorms with severe thunderstorm warnings in northwest Indiana. These storms could go for another state or two, as these storms do, because of the reason that this well-organized system called a derecho really can last for a long time.
Yeah, and that's the definition. We've seen them across eastern Iowa. Let's go ahead and take a look at the definition of what this is that moved through. The derecho, as Corey mentioned, is a widespread, long-lived, straight-line wind. As Corey showed you, as it developed, it became exactly that. And it is continuing on right now, as we mentioned, by taking a look at radar. Now, when it moved through, moved about 70 miles per hour once those storms really got going. And the winds were from 70 to about 112 miles per hour. Those are the official reports we have so far as that storm was moving through. Now, two other derechos to remember in eastern Iowa, and you do if you were in Iowa, Johnson, Washington County in 1998. It was June of 1998. And then 2011, of course, that was in the Vinton derecho moved through. That was an early morning event. Almost a bit, again, people didn't know what was happening. They heard it as it moved through and then woke up to see the damage. While here, we saw the damage occur as it was moving across eastern Iowa.
And there's two ingredients that really make a derecho what it is. A lot of energy. So we need that instability, and we had that today. That sun we saw this morning sure felt nice, but it really set us up for some really bad times later in the afternoon. And you need that, what we call wind shear in the atmosphere, and that really allows that storm to become much more organized. And for that reason, it just has the structure of itself to generate those winds for a really long amount of time. And so that's why we saw that persistent and repetitive and just continuous gusts. I mean, we kept going back to that live shot during continuous coverage this afternoon outside of our building, and we kept assuming that it was tape because it just kept going, and that's why it was so destructive.
Well, it was amazing. I'd never seen damage from our camera right looking outside the building, as you saw damage from various buildings, just kind of could be some of ours as well, blowing through downtown Cedar Rapids. So again, something that we don't experience often. We do experience this, and unfortunately right now it's moved through.
I've never seen large tree branches flying down streets like this.
No, this is all new to me, and we're going to get through this. We're going to digest it, assess, contact insurance agents, and move forward, but we have to acknowledge where we are in this moment. And right now, if you live in Fayette County and you need to dial 911 for an emergency, you can only do it through a landline, because so much of our communication system has been interrupted by this derecho, a word I didn't even know today. Thank you for the explanation, gentlemen. But communications and transportation have been interrupted significantly, including for us here at TV9.
It seems in some ways we're probably going back about 15 years in the technology today, just because the cell phone towers are down. It takes a while to be able to text images, just send text right now. Right here, we do not have power. No. We're not on the satellites over the air. So if you are watching us somehow, we appreciate you being here. And we recognize you're probably also going through your own challenges. Maybe you don't have a refrigerator, trying to keep closed as much as possible. So, we're all going to get through this together, but our job here is to try to report what we know as we're seeing it. We appreciate all of the images and information that all of you are sending to us.
I want to thank one of our radio partners, 96.5 Kiss Country, has been continually streaming. WMT has had some issues with some of their transmissions. They've been with us from time to time, but 96.5 Kiss Country, one of our weather partners, streaming our coverage as well. So if you're listening there, thank you very much.
Got to be adaptable in these situations.
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Now, your first alert forecast with Chief Meteorologist Joe Winters.
You watch storms move across portions of eastern Iowa, and then you see the results. Take a look at our storm reports. This is for the past 24 hours, but really the past 12 hours. Western Iowa, back across central Iowa, through eastern Iowa. Numerous storm reports. We'll count them up as we head through the next 24 hours and let you know. But the majority of these, high wind reports as well as wind damage reports. Hardest hit areas, looks like around the Ames, Des Moines area, then some in the Marshall County area and Tama County, then Lynn County, Jones County, back across areas of Johnson County, heading farther off toward the east. Illinois seeing numerous storm reports as well as that derecho continues to move off to the east. At times today, moving near 70 miles per hour. Here's a look at pinpoint Doppler radar right now. No weather problems. The storm has moved out. You don't even notice the storms that move through as they're well across areas of Michigan, Indiana, down into southern Illinois. We're dry right now, and we should stay dry as we head through tonight as well as through the day tomorrow. And it looks really like very isolated chances of rain as we work our way through both Wednesday and Thursday. Next best chance may hold off until the weekend. There you go. Your first alert. We're going to color it green. Corey had it at red at midday appropriately for those showers and storms that we're moving through now. Impacts very low, if anything. Just time to get out and assess damage and to start some of that cleanup. Cold front, again, now pushing through the area. Derecho out ahead of it. You do notice that moving across Lake Michigan. There you go. Still producing severe weather all the way down into Missouri. Very humid air now to our south and east. Drier air moving in. Some of the clearing in the skies that we'll see as we head through tonight. High pressure moving in, keeping us quiet tomorrow, which is some good news. Also keeping those winds around from the north. They'll be a little stronger this evening into the overnight. But then tomorrow, pretty light northeast wind will be with us. Take a look at Pinpoint Futurecast. We'll start at midnight. And again, we're looking at that light northerly flow of air pushing through the area. Notice the quiet conditions. Let's call it sunny to partly cloudy as we head through our Tuesday. Really should not experience any problem at all. By Wednesday, a few more clouds will certainly build as the moisture increases. Here comes that southeast wind once again. Farther back off to the north and west Wednesday morning, a few scattered showers and storms. We'll watch them, but at this point, they look very isolated, if at all, for the mid part of the week as we move through the remainder of the week. Here's your zone cast for tonight. Let's drop that temperature down to 54 in Waukon, 59 in Cascade, partly cloudy skies. Our northeast zone not hit nearly as hard with the severe weather today. Northwest zone, 55 in Waverly, 57 in Waterloo, 55 degrees in Oline. North winds at 5 to 10. Our central zone certainly hard hit, partly cloudy now overnight. We'll drop to 60 in Vinton. Cedar Rapids also at 60 degrees. The winds eventually from the north and staying fairly light. Southern zone also pretty hard hit in areas. 63 in North English, 64 in Kelowna, 63 in Iowa City. Partly cloudy skies tonight. Look for north winds right around 5 to 10. And tomorrow is going to be an absolutely gorgeous day. For the early part of August, partly cloudy, northeast winds fairly light, anywhere from about 81 to 84 degrees north to south. No weather issues at all. We should end up seeing very quiet weather conditions for our Tuesday. Wednesday, not looking too bad either, but you're going to notice a change because Tuesday the muggy meter's down. 57 degrees, that's pretty comfortable for us. But look at this. Wednesday, we're already at the humid category with 68. By Thursday, as the moisture gathers across eastern Iowa, the humidity levels go up. We're at 71 degrees. We're expecting those sweltering conditions to move in. And that, again, which adds to the instability like we saw today, can help, if the conditions are right, to generate showers and storms. The winds around from the northeast on Tuesday, just about 5 to 10. That's the comfortable day. Notice a southeast breeze coming at us Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, a westerly wind on Saturday. That'll warm us up and, again, bring those dew points up that we showed you into the lower 70s. But good news if you're looking for some cooler than normal weather, at least on the from the 18th of August all the way to the 24th of August, we do have some below normal weather showing up across a good share of eastern Iowa, pushing that above normal weather away. So we may get a little above normal conditions as we head through early this week and then get down to some seasonable or slightly cooler levels. Again, I want to stress that tonight's quiet, but also very isolated, if at all. Not going to expect much. 85 degrees on Wednesday. Work our way into Thursday. Same thing. Again, not expecting much, just the slightest chance. About 86 degrees. Friday, we're at 86, 87 Saturday with some mugginess with us. And then as we head towards Saturday, or Sunday rather, a chance of some showers and storms. Low 80s next week, upper 50s and lower 60s. Joining us now on Newsline 9, TV9's Aaron Scheinblum. And Aaron, you've been out and about across areas of Johnson County. What have you found as far as what the storm did there?
Joe, I think the best thing to do here is let's start our south, going Iowa City, and then make our way back north. Starting in Iowa City, I can tell you there were a number of roads that we saw completely blocked off with trees and different branches. And when I say branches, of course, I'm using that loosely. Very large branches that were bringing out police department members to block off entire roads to keep people from trying to drive around it or drive over it. And at one point, even along Dubuque Street, the fire department was called in. Just to put this into perspective, a lot of power lines down as well, and that actually caused a little bit of a fire. Now, I don't want to say this was a massive fire, but definitely some smoke coming from those branches. Again, that was along Dubuque Street, kind of along exit 244 on 80, if you're familiar with that area. But then as you make your way north, we went through Coralville as well. A lot of the same deal, a lot of tree branches, a lot of damage to different foliage and things like that. And then here in North Liberty, which is where we're at right now, there was still the same kind of deal. A lot of damage to trees, but in some cases we saw some damage to some fences that some homeowners happen to have. Now, I just spoke with one a little bit earlier, probably 15 minutes ago prior to talking with you guys. And what I can tell you is, the entire family was told, hey, get to the basement, and the winds from the west came west to east, of course, and just taking that entire fence down. Now, you can see the sides of the fence were still there, but anything that was blowing west, if it was wood, it was coming down. If there was any point, you could clearly tell from the video. We'll have that video for you momentarily, but I can't stress enough, there has been a lot of damage, whether it be to people's property or whether it be to some of the trees nearby.
Aaron, curious, across Lynn County, we've had a lot of roads closed because those trees are just covering various roads. Are you having a hard time getting around in Johnson County?
Well, sometimes you have to get creative. I think that's the best way to put it. But so far as some of these main roads, I think the biggest problem has been a loss of power. There are a lot of people right now, and that includes some streetlights, that are without power. So that's kind of creating a situation where people are trying to figure out, should I go or should you go? And they're alternative trying to figure out how do I best communicate with people that clearly can't hear me behind the windows. That's been really the biggest thing. The loss of power kind of taking out some of these lights. I know the big one would kind of be at that line where North Liberty and Coralville meet, if you're familiar with the high V over there along 965. That's one of those lights that was starting to create some problems for drivers. It really depends on where you're at, but as far as trees blocking down, some of these main roads, I haven't seen too much of it. It's been more kind of these off-skirts that are just forcing you to get creative with your path.
And we appreciate your report. That's TV9's Aaron Scheinblum again to give us a report from Johnson County. Good point, though. Watch those uncontrolled intersections, and many areas could remain uncontrolled for some time to come. Beth and Chris are back with more next. Keep it here on TV9.
Welcome back. Due to today's storm, Cedar Rapids has sent out a notice that its meeting for tomorrow has been canceled. Bus service has been suspended. They're asking everyone to please stay home unless it is unsafe to do so, and only dial 911 in a true emergency, as if someone is hurt or if there is a fire, not to alert anyone of a downed tree.
We'll now check in with TV9's Nicole Agee in our newsroom. Nicole.
Yeah, guys, just wanted to give you a quick update on the power outage situation really across the state of Iowa. We have more than 500,000 Iowa customers now without power. That's 525,000 combined with Alliant, Mid-American, as well as RECs. And I should say that some of those customers, for Alliant at least, are in Wisconsin. About 7,000 of those Alliant customers affected there. If you zoom in on Alliant's outage page, which is now working again, in the Cedar Rapids area alone, 78,000 customers, estimation, without power this afternoon. So unfortunately, the number is just going up. And if you check on the status of some of those power outages, there's no estimate of when that power could come back on. It simply says that they're assessing. And when we talked with Lynn County REC a bit ago, as well as Alliant, that's what they're doing right now. They're going out and they're checking out the situation to see the best way that they can quickly restore power to as many people as possible.
And just kind of dovetailing on that, Nicole, I was also looking around the Alliant page. I saw if you click on specific cities like Marion, about 18,000, and Jones County, Anamosa, about 2,200. So at least if you're looking for information on outages, the Alliant page is back up. So that is good news. Thanks for the updates.
Thanks. Reminds me of the ice storm in 2007 when power was out for so many people, and it wasn't out for an hour or an evening or a day. It was out for multiple days. And while that's very inconvenient for people like me and for you, for folks who need electricity to power machines that are helping them stay healthy and in some cases stay alive at home, it can be so dangerous. So if you don't have power right now, you probably aren't hearing the sound of my voice, but it's probably going to be for some time.
And also, if you can stay in place today, just try and do that, because there are people who do need to get around some of the roads, depending on whatever neighborhood you're in. It might be very tough to get through some of those roads, so also pay attention to that as well.
We're now going to go to ABC and join World News in Progress.
You're watching KCRG TV 9, now from your 24-hour news source. This is KCRG TV 9 News at 6.
And here's what a good part of eastern Iowa saw throughout the afternoon. Severe weather, including hurricane strength wind pushing through, leading to so much damage.
We're going to take a look at this construction site. Wow, near Kirkwood Community College in Cedar Rapids. You can hear people reacting, see those trees just bending, kissing the ground, and debris flying through the air, not to mention all that rain. Well, meteorologist Joe Winters was on the air for hours today, warning us of the coming storm, reporting on it throughout, and bringing us, unfortunately, so many reports of damage.
I don't think we've ever seen anything like this.
No.
Not this extensive. Joe, are we at least in the clear for tonight?
We are. We won't have anything more to worry about as far as the weather is concerned. I also want to thank meteorologist Corey Thompson for being with us as well throughout that coverage. Kaylee Plucher was at home as well doing coverage for us as long as she had power. Let's take a look. It's very quiet out there, as you can see. Pinpoint Doppler radar. The showers and storms that were with us as we headed through behind the strong storms now have exited as well. Iowa now dry and staying dry as we head through the nighttime. Here's a look at our Iowa City cam and kind of look back about 10 o'clock. The clouds started to build. Then you notice the shelf cloud move in, and quickly that rain moved in, and then we lost power for a period of time with that Iowa City cam. That's the current picture right now, but it hit and then it stayed for a period of time with the heavy rains as well as the strong winds. Disregard Cedar Rapids. Their sensor obviously not working right now. Storm probably caused some problems out there. 71 degrees in Dubuque, 75 in Iowa City, 72 in Washington. Winds are now becoming around from the north, which is good news because it gives us a little relief from the heat and humidity, but not long. Summer still sticks around, and we are going to see some sticky conditions moving our way as we head toward the end of the week. But overall, the remainder of the week is a dry week. Only isolated chances of any showers or storms remain as we head through this week. As we head toward the mid part of the week, tomorrow will be a dry day, and certainly it's a dry night. We're going to be down in the upper 60s by 9, near 60 degrees to start the day. May start with a little bit of sunshine, and then a light northerly wind is with us. And again, Tuesday looks great, as well as our dew points. By Wednesday, Thursday, isolated chances, but at this point, not look like anything severe again tonight. We are certainly clear.
Thank you so much, Joe. Time to start the tour of eastern Iowa on this. Highway 50 near Urbana, where vehicles mostly stop to wait out the storm. This is as it's happening, little visibility. Imagine being out in this. Wind topping more than 100 miles an hour in some places.
And now we're going to look to the south. The Cedar Rapids metro area has severe damage. Downtown is not the only place that's seeing extensive damage where TV9 is. It is throughout Cedar Rapids and in parts beyond.
Yeah, TV9's Mary Green joins us live in northeast Cedar Rapids.
Damage there as well. Mary, what are you seeing?
Well, Beth, Chris, right now we are outside Kennedy High School in northeast Cedar Rapids, and just driving around the perimeter of the school, there is a lot of debris, a lot of trees that are down, certainly even more branches strewn across the lawn, a lot of roofing that looks like that has also been scattered along the lawn in front of Kennedy. Parts of the roof that you can tell outside the Performing Arts Center, part of that roof is just peeled back like a tin can. It's hanging over the side of the building right now. The athletic fields themselves sustained what appears to be quite a bit of damage as well. From where I'm standing, I can just see trees that have fallen onto the tennis court. At least 3 of the big stadium lights from the soccer field have just snapped, and they're laying in the Kennedy parking lot right now. And these lights are big, so obviously it takes a bit of wind to knock them over and just snap them in two like this. Looks like part of the backstop at the baseball field has blown over, and then towards the back of the campus, there are some batting cages that are just absolutely leveled, just a pile of what appear to be poles and netting at this point, completely flattened out. Now I'm here with my colleague Mike O'Brien. We headed to Kennedy up on the northeast part of town from downtown Cedar Rapids. What should have been about a 10-minute drive normally took us 2 hours to get up here because of the combination of traffic, this bumper-to-bumper traffic along First Avenue. And then once we got into the northeast quadrant, we had to keep weaving our way through the neighborhoods, especially along 32nd, 42nd, because so many trees were down, so many power poles were down. What's astonishing is just that you would see this level of damage, and it's so widespread everywhere we drove all across the northeast quadrant. So certainly a lot of picking up that people have started to do. People are starting to chainsaw down some of those trees and getting to work to repair this damage. But back to you.
Mary, thank you so much. We do know that the Kennedy football team was supposed to have practice. It has been canceled, and if there was any doubt in your mind as to why, you have shown us very clearly it is not safe to be out right now. Mary, thank you so much.
And also she brought up the point about the traffic, too. It takes a long time to get anywhere.
Yes, traffic is at a standstill in most places. You were kind enough to come by and pick me up because my neighborhood is impassable, but then it took
Leave no anchors behind during breaking news.
2 hours to get to the station. Typical my commute is 9 minutes.
The benefit, though, we got to see so much damage. Yes. So I had a real sense of it, though. It was very widespread. TV9's Ethan Stein is in Cedar Rapids tonight, keeping up with our team coverage. And Ethan, you've seen so much today just by driving through the city. Tell us what you're seeing right now. I think I have a pretty good idea.
Well, Chris, we're at Veterans Memorial Coliseum in the southwest part of town, and I'm sitting in right field where the outfield wall is completely down. It's not just right field, it's the left field wall, it's the center field wall. The entire outfield wall is completely down, and it's not just the outfield. The advertisements that are normally held down by cement blocks, completely broken. The metal bar is actually bent, and if you move further to center field, then you could see the outfield lights. They've been completely taken off their base. The wires are exposed. And it's not just the lights and the baseball field damage, it's the tree damage. You could probably see the tree over my shoulder to my left over here. We were in northwest Cedar Rapids today, and we saw a lot of trees on the road that were completely uprooted. Those are especially older neighborhoods. The trees are more mature there, and they completely block the roads. That's one of the reasons you guys were talking about traffic before, that there was so much of it, that a tree would block one lane, and then cars trying to go both ways would move to try to maneuver through that one way. The damage was so extensive in northwest Cedar Rapids that we saw a lot of trees also destroy cars and land on top of them. We also had a strong smell of gas when we were driving through the neighborhood. We also saw a lot of power lines down as well. Mary touched on it before. The damage here is such widespread. If you look right over from the outfield, you could see one of the storage bins on one of the factories. It's completely bent, and that just doesn't happen. It happens because of the wind. And we've been seeing a lot of damage that makes you just kind of say, wow, that's amazing. And it's obviously we haven't heard of any injuries or deaths yet, but we have been hearing sirens all day long in the Cedar Rapids community saying only call 911 if you are in a life-threatening situation. Back to you guys in studio.
And Ethan, we hope that situation stays the same in terms of the fatality and injury reports. As of right now, there are none, and we hope that no one out there is hurting. But if you can, stay off the roads so those emergency responders can get there first. Well, tonight, thousands are without power. The outage map from Alliant Energy, which has been pretty spotty today. At last check, 245,000 customers without power. That's not including the RECs and other folks out there, so it's likely up to 500,000 people in Iowa without power because of the storm. Now, part of the Czech school deli in the Nubo area, as you can see, partially collapsed. This is on 10th Avenue Southeast at 2nd Street. The wind tore down part of this brick building, causing a portion of the roof to fall in.
And here's a look also in Cedar Rapids Metro High School, southeast side of the city off of 12th Avenue Southeast. Trees in that part of the city snapped in half, fell onto vehicles blocking roads. Damage also badly hit parts of Marion this afternoon as well. KCRG TV9's Becky Phelps is in Marion, and she'll join us live. Becky, what does it look like for damage where you're standing?
Yeah, Chris, right now I'm in Uptown Marion, across from Marion Park, and the Zoe's Pizzeria here has lost part of its back wall because of those strong winds. You can see these big cement bricks piled up on the side of the road, and you can see right now into the back storage room, that wall is completely torn down. And part of the roof is hanging down over the wall. It's stripped down to the wood.
and we can see the inside walls that are still standing back here, just leaning at an angle along with that red brick wall. The block around Zoe's is also seeing a lot of damage. A lot of the trees are down across the street in Marion Park. Branches are littered across the grass, and some of those bigger trees have ripped up big chunks of the land with it. And the Marion Library, a little bit farther down the street, is missing chunks of shingles off of its roof. A lot of the debris around here is pushed off to the side of the road so cars can get through, but some of the streets are still blocked up with cones because of big fallen trees. That's all we're seeing. Back to you guys.
Becky, thank you so much. That is just heartbreaking. You know, Zoe's such a well-known restaurant in Marion, and so many restaurants had to push the pause button for a long time due to the pandemic, and you just hope they will be able to get the insurance claims taken care of and get some help getting back on their feet.
Also, thank you to all the people who've sent us pictures in, because this kind of helps us know where to go as well, too, because we saw the picture of the back of Zoe's at 3:30, 4 o'clock. And so we've been able to kind of follow up. And I know things can be a little dicey right now, trying to get cell phones to work, trying to just make a phone call or send a text. But we do appreciate all the people who've reached out to us to let us know where the damage is.
Well, trees it's unavoidable to either drive around them or to see one that is maybe hopefully not fallen on your house, but that is happening in a lot of places. Look at this tree, massive on 29th Avenue Southwest, and this one did land on a home. It also knocked down fences. The storm sent a trampoline flying. Traffic in that area was going at a crawl, and let me tell you, we saw it in Marion just a moment ago. Traffic is at a crawl in many places. Don't go out unless you have to. And it's probably going to be that way for a while as crews are trying to remove trees and down power lines. We're going to have more of coverage of today's derecho storm. I hope I'm saying that right. It's a weather term. Joe will set me straight. We'll be right back.
You're watching your 24-hour news source, KCRG TV 9, with Beth Malicki, Chris Earl, Chief Meteorologist Joe Winters, and Scott Sable with sports. This is KCRG TV 9 News at 6.
Tonight we're following the severe storm damage throughout eastern Iowa. It's impacted so many people. This video's out of Benton County. Just after the storm came through, the damage stretches across nearly all of the TV9 viewing area.
And even beyond into Des Moines and parts around the central Iowa. Now, KCRG TV9's Aaron Scheinblum joins us live from Johnson County tonight. And Aaron, please share with us, what is the damage like there?
Well, what I can tell you, Chris and Beth, is that, we've seen a lot of damage, a lot of it to trees. And as you make your way from Iowa City up north through Johnson County into North Liberty, I'll start down south. To put it simply, there are a lot of roads that are blocked off right now. Some main ones included, I believe, Dubuque Street, kind of right around the point where you would make your way into North Liberty. They've got police blocking it off, so you can no longer use Dubuque Street to make your way through because of a tree down there. And that's been the common theme. There have been a lot of branches, and large ones at that have blocked off roads entirely, forcing people to get creative with their pathing, whether it be going around those branches or just trying to find a new path entirely. Now, as far as the damage, as you make your way north, let's start in Coralville. A lot of power out. Power out has been obviously the theme. You guys have talked about it throughout the afternoon. I'm sure you're blue in the face at this point, but it's worth revisiting again down here in Johnson County. A lot of people without power, and especially some street lights without power. If you're familiar with the high V at the intersection of North Liberty and Coralville, kind of right there along 965, that is completely down. It's a long, long intersection, a long wait for people to try and get through that intersection. Then as you make your way through North Liberty, I believe we've got some video that we shot earlier today. So this is just from about an hour or so ago, and it still looks like this here now. But there is a fence from a couple of homeowners that blew entirely down. We're talking from west to east winds that just completely knocked down this fence. And we've got video of that, like you can see, and I actually spoke to one of the homeowners who said that he was on the phone with his wife at the time, and they have a vivid memory of how exactly that went down.
My wife called me saying, hey, the tent's flying around the backyard, what do I do? And as soon as I said, hey, it's okay, just head to the basement, she then said, oh no, the fence is going down. And I was like, get in the basement now.
Yeah, and I keep losing the signal. And that man had the right advice. for his family. When you see things spinning around, when you hear the sirens, when you're watching Joe Winters and our meteorological team telling you to take shelter, do that. It's tempting to want to look out the window and watch the damage in real time. Trust me, the damage will be there when you emerge from safety. Now, streets are blocked off in much of Cedar Rapids. As Aaron Scheinblum said, same deal in Johnson County. But this is a look at Teresa Drive Southwest in Cedar Rapids. That's near Jones Park. Vehicles could, as you saw, weave through at least part of the street this afternoon, but you can see once again trees down, blocking roads, falling on vehicles, falling on homes in many neighborhoods.
Also in Cedar Rapids, an uprooted tree fell on this car, northeast Cedar Rapids. This is Pineview Drive, about 5 blocks west of Kennedy High School, over by Twin Pine Park.
And one thing that fueled those storms, some very warm and humid air. Take a look at our high temperatures we saw across eastern Iowa before the storm hit. Some mid to upper 80s, dew points were in the 70s. Now, though, some quieter weather moves in. We'll have the first alert forecast for Marion, Hiawatha, and the rest of eastern Iowa. Keep it here on your 24-hour news and weather source, KCRG TV 9.
Now, your first alert forecast with Chief Meteorologist Joe Winters.
What moved through eastern Iowa causing the damage? A derecho, as Beth had mentioned earlier. What is it? It is a widespread, long-lived, straight line wind event. This developed all the way back across the Dakotas early in the morning, about 2 in the morning, with some thunderstorms. Then the showers and storms moved through and really intensified across the central part of the state, and then moved at about 70 miles per hour as they pushed across eastern Iowa. That gives you a wind of almost 70 miles per hour initially, but some of our winds we've had reported up to 112 miles per hour. That's official winds. Lots of 90 to 100 mile per hour winds as that storm moved through. Now, there have been derechos before across eastern Iowa, ones that we recall, 1998 and 2011. This is the storm that moved through Iowa, Johnson, Washington counties. Did a lot of damage down there with 125 mile per hour winds. And of course, the Vinton storm, that was in 2011. And the trees that you see down, this is from today, really remind people of that very, very vividly from those storms moving through. And extensive storm reports. As you can see, as that storm developed west, moved through quite a bit of area of storm reports near Ames and Des Moines, and then Cedar Rapids down through Johnson County, portions of Cedar County, and then moving off toward the east all the way across Illinois. That storm now moving across portions of Indiana, Missouri, southern areas of Illinois. Some wind reports also in our northeast zone, but the main damage was north of Highway 30, maybe by 15 to 20 miles, and then farther down toward the south as that system move through and move away. It has, as you can see right now, dry conditions on pinpoint Doppler radar. We'll continue to see that work through the night. That's why we're going to keep your first alert green for tonight as well as tomorrow. No major weather impacts. If you watched midday today, meteorologist Corey Thompson had us in that high category for good reason as that storm system was about to move through. Here's what it looks like live right now from our McGrath Coralville City Cam. Traffic moving fine on Interstate 80 as we can see. Of course, as we know, the areas that were hardest hit, some of those neighborhoods not seeing that traffic move well. Cedar Rapids gauge obviously not working. It's not 32 degrees outside, but Dubuque 71, 75 in Waterloo at that dew point in Waterloo at 59 seem pretty consistent for what we should be seeing. The storm system itself now near St. Louis, Indianapolis, back into southern Michigan. Cold front continues to push through. High pressure backing it up, moving in. That brings us a dry and quiet Tuesday. Pinpoint Futurecast shows maybe a mostly sunny start, partly cloudy day, but dry conditions prevail. Here's our zone cast for tonight. Let's drop it down in our northeast zone to about 54 to 59 degrees. Lower dew points across our northwest zone, 55 to 57. Across our central zone, we'll be near 60 degrees with a partly cloudy sky. And we should see a partly cloudy sky in our southern zone, low to mid 60s. Tomorrow, high temperatures cooler than today, low to mid 80s, partly cloudy skies, and lower dew points. Take a look at our muggy meter. Going to be good tomorrow. Those dew points near 60 degrees. And then you see near 70 degrees by Wednesday and Thursday. You start to feel that mugginess again. Will it bring rain? Not much. Isolated chances Wednesday night as well as Thursday. Very isolated if at all. Friday's dry with 86, 87 on Saturday. Maybe a chance of a shower or storm as we head into Sunday. But then look at next week. As we head through the early part of next week, some very pleasant weather with us. Lower 80s, overnight lows down in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Beth and Chris are back with more next. Keep it here on TV 9.
It seems the entire Cedar Rapids metro area is seeing at least some serious damage from today's storm. You're taking a look right now on J Street Southwest. You can see power lines down. Much more dangerous than a tree being down across a road. If you see those power lines, certainly turn around. Don't even try it.
We've only seen video and images from ground level after the 6 o'clock newscast before 10. I'm going to go out to get some drone video throughout the Cedar Rapids metro area. So if you want to see some of that, we'll have that online, as well as tonight on the KCRG TV9 News at 10. Just all this damage all throughout Cedar Rapids and outside of Lynn County as well throughout the TV9 viewing area.
And viewers have been sending us photos from across the area. Thank you. If you can safely get outside to send us photos, videos, here's how to do it. Go to the U-News section of kcrg.com, or you can use our KCRG app. Joe?
What's impressive about this storm is that it continues to produce severe weather. Take a look at pinpoint Doppler radar. Eastern Iowa's dry. We have no problems. But take a look from southern Michigan through Indianapolis down towards St. Louis. Severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings are still in effect along this line. So that's, again, this derecho just continues to move off toward the east and southeast, producing damage in spots. Our weather, much quieter and staying that way. In fact, our chances of precipitation Wednesday and Thursday slight at best. Highs should be very comfortable tomorrow, and then some middle 80s for both Wednesday and Thursday.
Thank you, Joe. It's been a day. Been saying that a lot in 2020.
Haven't we?
Yeah. Thank you for joining us tonight for the TV9 News at 6.
We do hope you'll be with us again tonight at 10. Stay safe.